Turn it over. Good morning. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, November 7th, 2025, and the time is 9:43 in the morning, and we are in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. This hearing, the subject of this hearing, it's an oversight hearing, is the topic academic achievement in the District of Columbia. The purpose of this hearing is to examine the academic achievement of students in the District of Columbia Public Schools and the district's public charter schools. Specifically, this oversight hearing will focus on DCPS's and DCPCS's, that's the charter school's performance, as well as their plans for continued improvement following the release of the 2025 Comprehensive Assessments in Progress in Education results. Comprehensive Assessments of Progress in Education is CAPE. Following the release of the CAPE results and an additional hearing a day prior that will highlight, I'm reading from the hearing notice, we had that hearing the other day, that to highlight best practices for student growth and excellence. Today's hearing is an opportunity to discuss steps the education agencies are taking to improve literacy and numeracy skills and improve academic performance overall. The committee has been holding this hearing, holding a hearing on this matter annually. So we did this last year and the year before and the year before that. If you think about it, the whole point of our public education system is academic achievement. And the CAPE results are a measure of academic achievement. We are seeing improvement in our schools, both sectors, DCPS and the charter schools. Some of us feel like that improvement is not as much as quickly as we need. And so this hearing will not only as an opportunity to hear from witnesses, and we actually have something like 72 witnesses with regard to suggestions for improving academic achievement, as well as discuss different strategies or techniques, some of which we discussed the other day at the hearing on schools, I will say bold schools of improvement. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. Anyone who wishes to submit comments or testimony, supplement their comments or testimony today, whatever, they have 2 weeks until 5 p.m. on Friday, November 21st, 2025. The record is what we file for this hearing. That's not to say that people can't submit comments at other times, but won't be included in the record. With that, I'm suspecting there'll be some other council members who will join us shortly, but they haven't yet. So I'm going to call witnesses. The way I'm doing this, since some witnesses will be virtual, is I call witnesses until I have 4 people at the table. Robert Henderson, Ward 5 Representative, State Board of Education. Shock Patterson, President of the State Board of Education. LaJoy Johnson Law, I was told, will not be here, or at least is not here now. Chelsea Coffin, who's Deputy Director at the DC Policy Center. Ann Herr, who is Senior Director of School Development and Accountability at the DC Charter School Alliance. So why don't we start with Mr. Henderson? Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for convening this hearing. I am Robert Henderson. I'm the Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education. These views are my own and do not represent the views of the board as a whole. Over the years, I've tried to make it my regular practice to lead my testimony with my conviction that students learn best when their basic needs are met: food security, income security, healthcare, and housing stability. At last year's hearing on academic achievement, I asked the council to take action on measures such as the district child tax credit and to strengthen the distribution of public benefits. I applaud the council for its vote earlier this week in support of a child tax credit, and I'm grateful for the leadership and persistence of my Ward 5 council member, Zachary Parker, on this issue. I know that this committee had a hearing on beating the odds, recognizing the strong correlation between socioeconomic status and academic achievement. I believe that we should also take every opportunity to improve and ultimately even the odds for students. As the federal government reduces its commitment to the social safety net and economic pressures on families increase, it is all the more important for our local government to fight poverty and meet families' basic needs. Likewise, to support academic achievement, we need to protect students and their families from fear, uncertainty, and disruption associated with the heightened presence of federal law enforcement and the National Guard. Although we may have passed the most intense phase of the surge, students are still being affected. The State Board sent a series of recommendations to the Deputy Mayors for Education and Public Safety, as well as the Attorney General, to improve this situation. I continue to urge the executive branch to increase the weights of several student categories, including grades 1 through 3, at-risk, adult, students with disabilities, and English language learners, to achieve more equitable funding as recommended by the Deputy Mayor for Education's 2023 funding study. We have 36 schools with more than 80% economically disadvantaged students. Most of them are located in Ward 7 and 8. Those schools may need substantially greater resources than schools with much smaller shares of economically disadvantaged students. When we don't adequately support families, when we concentrate students with the highest needs, and when we under-resource the schools where they are concentrated, we increase the burden on the educators serving those students. It is not that the students can't learn, they absolutely can, but it is harder when student needs are deep and concentrated. We need to do a better job at supporting our students with disabilities, particularly as the federal government retreats from legitimate civil rights and special education enforcement. It is critical that OSSI takes a more assertive approach to monitoring and enforcement of special education provision, a shift that likely requires OSSI to be an independent state agency. If we want to see big gains in student achievement, and more importantly in student learning, we need to make big changes in how we support families and educators. Namely, we need to address poverty in a comprehensive and sustained way, and we need to address the concentration of high-need students. Thank you again for your attention to this issue of academic achievement, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Patterson.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the DC Council and the staff. My name is Dr. Jacques Patterson. I am the President and at-large representative of the State Board of Education. I am pleased to be here today on behalf of the State Board to provide testimony on academic achievement in the District of Columbia. I am reading the abridged testimony, but we have submitted a longer version as well. As the only elected body with exclusive focus on public education, the State Board prides itself on advocacy driven by community voice. At our public meetings and throughout our local communities, we hear from students, parents, educators, and our stakeholders about ways to continuously improve academic achievement in the District of Columbia. We are heartened to see the improvement in CAPE scores. We also strongly believe that there is more that can be done. Over the past year, we have structured our work and advocacy through the following avenues that we believe will collectively create the necessary conditions for all of DC students to exhibit high academic achievement. In college career and life readiness, in October 2025, the State Board launched the High School Graduation Requirement Task Force, consisting of voices from across DC's education and workforce landscape, including teachers, parents, students, policymakers, and economic development leaders. The work of the task force to engage the public and produce recommendations for OSSI will continue to our collective goal of creating graduation requirements that hold all students to high standards of academic achievement. In October 2024, the State Board appointed Ward 6 Representative Brandon Best to the DC Math Task Force led by OSSI. We encourage the Council to support their recommendation as legislation may be required for successful implementation. We'll also continue to advocate for full funding of the recommendations for structured literacy instructions in the district. In the area of student experience and engagement, the State Board has been recognized by the National Association of State Boards of Education, NASB, for our commitment to student engagement. We will continue to work with our Student Advisory Committee, led by our student representatives, to elevate student voices and on key issues that directly impact academic achievement, such as chronic absenteeism and truancy. We are also gathering feedback from students about the conditions that have the most impact on their academic achievement, including their physical and psychological safety before, during, and after school day. We will continue elevating the work and expertise of the Student Advocacy Office, and will share the feedback and any questionable recommendations with the Council and education partners. In the area of educator excellence, Retaining teachers is a critical factor in ensuring students' academic achievement. We want to highlight again the importance of structured support like standardized induction frameworks, especially for first-year teachers. We passed a state resolution on this topic in December 2024. In closing, thank you for holding a hearing on this important topic. We are continued to and committed to working with you and our partners in the education cluster to ensure continued growth and academic achievement for all students. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Chelsea Coffin.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Deputy Director of the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing, vibrant, and compelling District of Columbia. My testimony today focuses on how DC has led the nation in post-pandemic academic recovery, while at the same time, persistent lower outcomes, even for the youngest students who had the least exposure to pandemic schooling, underscore the need to sustain and expand proven data-driven supports. DC has had a stronger recovery from the pandemic in recent years compared to other states and districts as of school year 23-24. Using recent results from the 2024 NAEP and our own state tests, at the time, the PARCC, the Education Recovery Scorecard from Harvard Center for Education Policy Research found that DC posted the highest gains in math and reading from 2022 to 2024 when compared to other states. This progress didn't happen by accident. It's the result of strategic investments and initiatives reflecting best practices in literacy and math, supplemented by high-impact tutoring. In school year 24-25, the district continued this progress with the largest improvement in statewide assessments since before the pandemic. In English language arts, 38% of students met or exceeded expectations. This is a 4 percentage point increase from the previous school year and the highest level of achievements in the last decade. In math, 26% of students met or exceeded expectations, a 4 percentage point increase from the previous year. Still, we have a long way to go to ensure academic success for all students in DC. Grade 3 results on the statewide assessment show that the pandemic's impact lingers, especially for economically disadvantaged students. These youngest assessed learners, who were likely in pre-kindergarten or pre-K3 in the spring of 2020 and learned virtually for their second pre-kindergarten year, are still behind their pre-pandemic cohort. In school year 24-25, the share of grade 3 students meeting or exceeding expectations in ELA was 3 percentage points lower than their pre-pandemic peers, with a gap twice as large for economically disadvantaged students and 8 percentage points lower in math, with a gap 1.5 times as large for economically disadvantaged students. In sum, the pandemic's impact lingers even for those who went through it during the earliest grades. To sustain these academic gains, we should double down on proven strategies. We have demonstrated examples. Empower K-12's World Schools rely on data-driven continuous improvement, deliberate teacher support and professional development, strong school and community relationships, targeted investments, and small group instruction, and a culture of joy, belonging, and student ownership. Continuing to invest in academic gains will provide a strong foundation for future learning, which can be part of a virtuous cycle. Academic achievement in the previous year can be a predictor of future attendance. This means that higher achievement itself can lead to more attendance, which in turn means more learning time and better learning outcomes. I urge the Council to prioritize stable funding for evidence-based interventions, both to sustain achievement gains and to boost attendance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Coffin. Ann Herr. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I'm Ann Herr, Senior Director of School Development and Accountability at the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools so that every student can choose high-quality public schools. I'm also a longtime resident of Ward 1. Thank you for inviting us to discuss academic achievement in DC. I want to thank the mayor and the council for sustained education investments, especially for teacher compensation. These investments and the hard work of our school leaders and educators have made DC the fastest improving district in the nation. DC's public charter schools showed growth on the 2025 CAPE assessment, with proficiency rising almost 3 points in both English language arts and math from last year. 2/3 of campuses improved in ELA, with 11% of them seeing double-digit gains. Over half improved in both subjects. Charter schools showed particular strength in wards 5, 7, and 8, where over 60% of charter students are enrolled. Charter students outperformed their peers in those wards by about 3 percentage points in both math and ELA. Economically disadvantaged students in charter schools outperformed the city average in math at both the 3+ and the 4+ level on CAPE. And in ELA, they scored higher than city averages at the 3+ level and even with the city at the 4+ level. We are especially excited this year about the performance of single-site charter schools, which outperformed city averages in both subjects and showed stronger growth. Many of our schools that serve at-risk students used innovative methods to deliver strong results. Center City Congress Heights, with 45% of its students at risk, achieved the second highest 8th grade math score citywide, behind only Basis Public Charter School. The Social Justice School improved by 18 points in math and nearly 9 in ELA. Friendship PCS had 4 of its campuses named 2025 Bold Performance Schools. Washington Latin's upper school saw a 39-point jump in ELA proficiency for students with disabilities. DC Scholars showed strong growth in both ELA and math, especially for at-risk and middle school students. Despite these gains, challenges remain. While growth for charter school students with disabilities exceeded the city average, achievement levels remain very low, and charter schools lag the city average for English learners. This year's federal emergency has brought new challenges that have affected student attendance and engagement. Fear and anxiety are impacting students all over the district and disrupting learning. We offer 3 recommendations. First, we urge the Deputy Mayor for Education, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and the MPD to meet with school leaders to hear concerns, align efforts, and establish protocols that protect children and families from the threat of immigration enforcement on school grounds and in school zones. Second, we urge greater funding for proven academic improvement strategies that are helping students. And third, we urge the city to provide equitable funding for competitive teacher pay. The progress we've seen shows what's possible when we invest in evidence-based instruction, support our educators, and hold ourselves accountable. We look forward to partnering with the council and the mayor's office, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. A few questions. I shouldn't ask too many because there are a lot of witnesses to follow. And I'm not sure this is so much a question as an observation. Mr. Henderson, you talked about the need to fight poverty. Completely agree. We actually had this discussion at the hearing the other day. It was one of the school leaders who testified that the greatest way to improve academic outcomes is to eliminate poverty. To which I made the observation, but I see public education as the way to eliminate poverty. So which comes first? And I would say that even though I'd like both to come first, I think that elimination of poverty to some extent is generational. And so that means it takes a long time. I also think when you look at just what has happened in our society, and I'm not referring to the current presidential administration, but just think back to the war on poverty 60 years ago, and how much have we eliminated or eradicated poverty? It's tough and it takes a long time, but we've got a couple $2 billion invested a year in public education. We are seeing improvements. I don't think fast enough, but we're seeing improvements. And so I would venture that, so I'm not sure there's so much a question here, sorry, but I would venture that we really need to focus on improving academic outcomes, recognizing that other strategies that help with poverty or problems associated with poverty need to be addressed as well. Yes, sir.
So I am a historian by training, and I would counter that the war on poverty, we didn't try that for very long. You remember the Vietnam War kind of eclipsed some of that. When we have committed to giving money to people who don't have much, they become less poor. And so I think the tax credit is a way to do that. I hope that it works. I don't think we need to wait for, maybe some students will escape poverty through education, but it's not a given. I just think we need to focus on that. I mean, we need to do both, obviously, but I think we need to work on the poverty.
So let me ask this. Let me see. Ms. Hur, you commented, recommend greater funding for proven academic improvement strategies. and equitable funding for competitive teacher pay. We are supposed to fund the two sectors equally or equitably. Mr. Henderson, you said schools may need substantially greater resources. Can you be more specific without taking a lot of time? And also remember, we don't have a whole lot of budget surplus that we can draw on. Ms. Hur, you want to go first?
Sure. I think that you named it. It's really important that we compensate our teachers equitably across both sectors. There's no way to have a comparable teaching force if we don't do that. And what we've seen when charter school teachers have gotten the resources to increase pay, that it has led to increases in teacher retention. So I think that that is very important to keep the focus on making sure that both sectors can compensate teachers adequately. Yeah, and the proven academic instructions, I think a lot of commentators have spoken to that, but DC has made an investment in that, and it would be a mistake to slacken investment in that. It needs to be a sustained investment in high quality instructional materials, literacy, our new math work, and all of those interventions.
Mr. Henderson.
So for me, the underlying premise is that it's just harder to support students with higher needs. And so we need more money for staff, for extra programs, for interventions at those schools where they have an especially high concentration of high need students. And I think it's consistent with, like, we have weights already. The DME study suggested that we might need to increase those weights for certain categories. I agree with that. We do even have an extra weight for certain levels of concentration. So if there's, I think 70% at risk is one threshold. But I'm also observing that there are many schools that have an even greater concentration of high need students.
One last question. Ms. Hur, you said we urge the Deputy Mayor for Education, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, and the MPD to meet with school leaders. Have there not been such meetings?
Our leaders have asked for such a meeting. We're in conversations with the relevant officials and waiting for a meeting to actually take place.
I want to say really. So, I mean, we're several months into this and those meetings just have not occurred.
There has been kind of a recent upsurge of concerning incidents, and in the wake of that, there has been a request for a comprehensive meeting.
Okay.
So yes, we're waiting.
Thank you all. Thank you each of you for your testimony. I'm going to move on to the next group. Noah Doherty. Jessica Giles. Terry Savage. Brandon McCoy. Ashley Royal. Ilka Scott Marcus. Where am I? I think I'll stop there. I think two of the people I called are virtual. Mr. Doherty, good morning.
Morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Noah Doherty, and I'm the Director of School Talent and Academic Strategy at the DC Charter School Alliance. I want to thank the Mayor, Council, and SBOE for championing evidence-based instructional strategies. And I especially want to thank Representative Chang for his literacy advocacy and Councilmember Parker for prioritizing math education. But most importantly, I want to thank the educators and families who are doing the most important work of fostering, supporting, and celebrating student learning. As we look towards the future, it's important to build off the successes we've already achieved. First, we've adopted high-quality instruction materials. 100% of our public charter LEAs are in compliance with the requirement to adopt a science-based literacy program. Second, we've invested in our teachers. We want to thank the Council for increasing educator compensation. This recognizes the hard work, talent, and dedication of our teachers. And we're proud to share that 96% of public charter LEAs have completed dyslexia awareness training above the city average, and 100% have completed K2 training on preventing reading difficulties. These trainings often live as part of a larger commitment to professional development around the science of reading. And third, we've embraced high-impact tutoring. City Schools Collaborative has made DC a national model, and public charter schools have long been partners in this work. We're thrilled to highlight that 9 of our LEAs are partnering with them in the upcoming school year. And finally, we're promoting collaboration. This year, the Alliance has organized school visits focused on wellness, community engagement, math, literacy, and teacher coaching. Today, I ask the Council to help us build off these successes and scale strategies that empower our teachers and families to support the growth of our students. First, we encourage the Council to support all LEAs in adopting high-quality math instruction materials by ensuring equitable funding for adoption and educator training. Second, we ask the Council to make strategic investments that support all LEAs to develop their teachers, training instructional coaches, investing in evidence-based professional development, and compensating educators for required training courses are all critical to empowering our educators to best support our students, especially in priorities like the science of reading and evidence-based math instructional practices. And finally, we ask the Council to maintain equitable investments by increasing the UPSFF. We're under no illusions about the financial outlook for our city, and we strongly believe that equitable education funding creates the foundation upon which all other programs and priorities build. We believe that working together, we can empower our educators and families with the resources, training, and evidence-based tools they need to help every child reach their full potential. Thank you for your partnership and leadership in championing educational excellence, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Jessica Giles.
Greetings, members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and the Executive Director of the Washington, D.C. office of the Center for Strong Public Schools Action Fund. The Action Fund is a 501c4 organization committed to ensuring every student, especially Black, Brown, low-income students in all 8 wards of the district, attend a high-quality, well-run traditional public or public charter school. To ensure students succeed, no matter their background or ward, the DC Council will need to champion accountability, drive equitable funding, and spark innovation that propels all students to success. First, families must receive clear, timely, actionable, comparable, and user-friendly data. By clear data, I mean OSCE must provide clear communication to parents, schools, and community members about how the new benchmarks will compare to the old ones in the SBAC and how to read and understand the data. Timely. OSCE has a history of not delivering assessment results in a timely fashion. Other states return results within a month. DC families deserve the same. Results must be delivered quickly. Data that's actionable. It's not simply good enough for parents to receive the scores. They also have to have context, explanation, and next steps. And then making sure that the data is comparable. There's been a lot of pauses. Well, I won't say that a lot, but there's been some pauses over time. There's been a switching of assessments. So now over the next 5 years, we need to create continuity so that we can examine the data over time. And then we need to make sure that the data is more user-friendly. OSCE annually publishes a presentation in a single massive spreadsheet with more than a dozen columns and tens of thousands of rows of information. Family and community members have to know the file exists, download it, understand technical metrics, and sort filter to find their school and interpret education jargon. Families should be able to see the data, make comparisons in 60 seconds or less, and that's not happening. Second, in regards to commit to school improvement, we know that academic excellence must remain our North Star. Every public school must be held to high standards regardless of who they serve or where they are. But to do that, DC has to shift its culture around school quality. We need a culture of open, shared accountability for improvement where OSCE, PCSB, school leaders, educators, and families all clearly understand what needs to improve, what the plan is, and what each of us is responsible for. When everyone knows the goals and everyone knows their role in achieving them, we can build a strong public schools our students deserve. I have several recommendations there. And equitable funding. All public schools must receive the appropriate level of funding to support students in order to ensure academic achievement. This means ensuring that funds flow through the uniform per student funding formula so that DCPS and public charter schools get the funds they need. And then lastly, we need to spark innovation to propel all students to succeed. My recommendations are to stay the course, fully implement structured literacy training for educators, implement the vision of the DC Math Task Force. With these recommendations, we can ensure that we continue to fight for academic excellence. We're championing accountability, driving equitable funding, and sparking innovation that propels all students to succeed. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
I sent it in seconds before I went, so I'm sure you'll see it soon.
All right, well, I'll get it in seconds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Savage. And same for you. I don't have a copy of your statement.
Submitted, I promise.
All right, we'll look.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Savage. I'm a Ward 1 resident and the Chief of Policy at PAVE, or Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, and a former teacher. It is essential to acknowledge the remarkable growth our schools and students have achieved in recent years. Based on our 2025 CAPE scores, literacy proficiency surpassed pre-pandemic levels and now it's its highest point, and math proficiency rate saw the most significant growth on record. DC also ranked first in the nation for reading and math recovery from 2022 to 2024 based on the Education Recovery Scorecard and our NAEP results. While the growth we've made is encouraging, we still have more work to do to close gaps and ensure all in DC can access the excellent education they deserve. We need to concentrate on what we know works to drive student achievement. My full testimony includes a list of what we have learned from the research, conversations with families, and even more recently, testimonies shared by leaders of some of our highest performing or bold schools, including my fellow panelists at Friendship Armstrong, which I had the amazing opportunity to visit and see firsthand their work in October. For time today, I want to focus on one key strategy, high impact tutoring, or HIT. Research shows it is one of the most effective ways to improve student achievement, and the data specifically on DC's initiative proves it is already making a difference for students, especially those who need the most support. In addition to proving gains on academics, which many PAVE parent leaders who you will hear from later today will give you personal examples of on their children's growth, research also shows improved attendance. Students enrolled in HIT in DC were on average 6.9% less likely to miss school on their scheduled tutoring days, with even greater improvements for middle schoolers and students with higher rates of absenteeism in the previous school year. Liz Cohen, author of The Future of Tutoring, Lessons from 10,000 School District Tutoring Initiatives, which highlights DC, and our local partner, Kat Peretti at City Schools Collaborative, both regularly and rightfully remind us that HIT isn't just a driver of student learning, strong relationships in school, and attendance. It also offers us an important avenue for our teacher pipeline, one where potential future educators can learn core instructional methods, build content expertise, which is especially critical for math growth, and feel bought into working in a school environment before they make the decision to teach full-time. For all of these reasons, DC's HIT program is receiving national recognition. This fall, PAVE and our partners at City Schools Collaborative, the DC Charter School Alliance, DC Policy Center, Education Forward DC, and Empower K-12 won an Eddie Award for Best Implementation from the PI Network, recognizing our collective efforts supporting the investments and implementation of HIT, emphasizing rigor, creativity, and equity. At PAVE, we worked with the program lead, City Schools Collaborative, to ensure that parent voice was included at every stage, from design to information sharing, ensure that students and families understood their options and the benefits. This partnership between families, schools, researchers, and providers has been central to building both trust and participation. The recent 50-can survey of 2,000 parents across the country shows that DC families report the highest level of access to tutoring in the nation, nearly double the national average. However, the data also highlights persistent gaps in access across incomes. That higher access to tutoring is a strength, but it cements a responsibility to maintain and expand access, particularly for students who are furthest behind and whose families face barriers to participation. As we look ahead, a crucial question arises. How do we sustain and expand access to high-impact tutoring as our financial situation becomes more challenging? Much of the first wave of funding came in one-time federal relief dollars, and as funding resources become more constrained, we must be strategic. If we embed HIT as both part of our core instruction during the day, leverage OST programs and partner opportunities, and pursue a myriad of funding streams, DC can can sustain and even scale this vital program. We need to make sure we boldly prioritize students and go big and keep going big on what we know works. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Brandon McCoy. Virtual.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Brandon McCoy, and I am a 6th and 7th grade English language arts teacher at Friendship Ideal Middle School here in Washington, D.C., a place where stories of resilience, brilliance, and hope walk into my classroom every single morning. Now, I come from a family of teachers. My mother taught Sunday school for 30 years and supports disadvantaged and marginalized families in the inner city. I watched her work tirelessly to care for our family while still finding time to serve others. Her faith and determination showed me that education isn't just a job, it's a calling. That example drives me every single day as I stand before my students, determined to be the kind of teacher who models both excellence and compassion. When I first started teaching, I made a promise to my scholars that I would see them for who they are, not just the data that's attached to their names. I promised to meet them where they are and help them see what they can become. Now, over the years, I watched scholars who once whispered their answers now lead discussions, debate real-world issues, and mentor their peers. That transformation from doubt to confidence, from silence to leadership, is what fuels me. Still, I love data because it tells a story of our growth. Last year, in both 6th and 7th grade, half of my scholars scored level 4 or higher on the DC CAPE, and nearly 90% scored level 3 or higher in English language arts. Their medium growth percentile exceeded 65, showing that my students grew faster than peers across the city. Those results came from small group instruction, consistent classroom systems, and a culture where students know what they are seen, challenged, and supported. Every Monday in my classroom, we start with a community circle where scholars share one thing they're proud of and one thing that they want to work on. It's simple but powerful. When scholars feel known and valued, they take ownership of their learning. They show up differently, and they begin to believe in themselves in ways that change everything. One of my students told me last year that, Mr. McCoy, I used to think that school wasn't for me. Now I think college might be. That moment reminded me why I do this work, because success isn't just about grades, it's about hope. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Ashley Royal.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, and staff. My name is Dr. Ashley Royal, and I am the proud Academy Director of Friendship Armstrong Middle School, located in Ward 5. This is my 13th year at Friendship, and I am deeply proud to be part of a community that believes every scholar can achieve at the highest levels. I began my friendship journey in 2012 as an Algebra 1 teacher at Collegiate Academy. Since then, I've taught at Tech Prep, Woodridge, and served as Deputy Director of Math for our middle school grades. And for the last 4 years, I've had the privilege of leading Armstrong's Middle School. At every step, Friendship has invested in my growth as an educator and a leader, just as we invest in our students. As a teacher, I was successful because I built strong relationships with my students and their families in and out of the classroom. I cultivated student agency and focused on closing learning gaps by connecting the classroom to the world around them. As a leader, I modeled the same philosophy with my teachers, working to create a culture of trust, collaboration, and professional autonomy. When teachers feel supported and empowered, they do their best work and students thrive as well. At Friendship, we are seeing the results of that investment network-wide. Our scholars who are economically disadvantaged outperformed the city average by about 7 points in English language arts and 4 points in math. For African-American students, Friendship's proficiency rates are 6 points higher in ELA and 3 points higher in math than the citywide average. Here at Armstrong, that success is deeply personal. Our 6th through 8th grade students had an outstanding year. Nearly half of our students scored proficient in ELA, and math proficiency jumped 13 points from 19 to 32%. That was the highest middle school math growth across all Friendship campuses. It is also above both the city and Ward 5 averages for proficiency. This reflects both the support and dedication of our teachers and the determination of our students. We are starting from a position of strength, but we continue to invest in getting better. Through Friendship Center for Excellence in Literacy, 100% of our instructional staff, including paraprofessionals, are letters trained. We are all in on the science of reading and committed to ensuring that every adult in our building is equipped to help ensuring that every adult in our building is equipped to help children read and find joy in reading. Armstrong is also an art-focused school, and we see daily how the habits of mind required to be a great artist, practice discipline, and creativity translate directly into academic success. Our arts programming drives engagement and, in turn, strong attendance. In fact, Armstrong has the highest in-seat attendance of all Friendship's brick-and-mortar campuses because our students feel known, supported, and inspired to show up to do their best. We are also bringing learning beyond the classroom through our Capital Experience program, which gives our sixth graders opportunities to explore the city and connect what they're learning to the world around them. Chairman Mendelson, I want to conclude by thanking you, the council, and the mayor for the deep and continual investments you have made in public education across the district. Those investments are changing lives every day in classrooms like ours. As you consider what more might be done to accelerate progress, I offer two requests. First, provide charter schools with the same funding for incentive-based pay as DCPS. I know outstanding teachers who left Friendship not because they wanted to leave our mission, but because of impact bonuses, which are funded outside of the per pupil allotment for DCPS only. Our salary scales are the same, but their total compensation is not. We should have equal resources to reward and retain great teachers. Second, continue investing in student safety. There simply aren't enough crossing guards because those roles are not paid competitively, and we need sustained investment in safe passage. We do everything we can to protect our scholars inside of our buildings, but we need more help once they step outside. Thank you for the opportunity to share Friendship Armstrong's story. I am proud of what our students and teachers accomplish every day, and even more excited about what's ahead.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Vilka Scott Marcus.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and the staff. My name is Vielka Scott Marcus, and I serve as Chief Academic Officer at Friendship Public Charter School. This is my 11th year with Friendship and my 34th year in education. It remains an honor of my career to support our teachers and leaders in advancing one mission, ensuring that every child, no matter their background, receives an education that transforms opportunity into achievement. First, I thank the mayor and this council for your steady investment in public education. Those investments are working. The 2025 DC CAPE results show Friendship students growing faster than the city overall. Our proficiency rates outpace the district average for students who are economically disadvantaged, 7 points higher in ELA and 4 points higher in math. Among African American students, Friendship leads the city by 6 points in ELA and 3 in math. In every ward where we operate, our schools rank at or near the top among those serving similar populations. That progress is reflected in this year's Empower K-12 Bold Performance Recognitions. 4 Friendship campuses, Chamberlain Elementary, Armstrong Middle, Blow Pierce Middle, and Southeast Middle earned the distinction of 2025 Bold Performance Schools, representing a quarter of all Bold schools citywide. And Chamberlain stands as DC's boldest school with gains of 30 points in ELA and 25 in math. Adding to Friendship's progress is Collegiate Online, which an independent national study found to outperform comparison high schools on nearly every academic measure, with students with disabilities performing on par with peers without IEPs. These results are not a product of luck. They are a product of design. Friendship is grounded in the belief that personalized learning transforms lives. Every student is known, every need is met, every moment of instruction counts. Across our campuses, we have built programmatic consistency rooted in research-based practice, instructional leadership in every classroom, protected planning time for data analysis, integration of the science of reading, embedded mathematical practice standards, and maximized instructional time without compromising rigor. We are also innovating with AI, using it thoughtfully to enhance learning outcomes and teacher effectiveness. We've built a data literate culture where teachers know every child deeply and act quickly to meet their needs. Our investment in high-impact tutoring continues to drive measurable gains while keeping Tier 1 instruction strong. Every decision begins and ends with one question: what does this student need today to thrive tomorrow? Today, I ask the council to continue supporting our work by sustaining equitable funding through the UPSFF, ensuring teacher pay flows through that formula rather than one-time payments, and working with OSSI to provide all DC schools early access to the Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium tools as we transition from DC Cape. You see, at Friendship, we move toward what is hard because that's where growth lives. That's where possibility lies. Year after year, we see it in our classrooms across 5 wards of this city and on college campuses across this country, from Columbia to Howard, from Carnegie Mellon to Yale University. This year, one of our Friendship lifers, Jarrell King, who began his journey at Friendship Southeast Elementary and graduated from Friendship Tech Prep, will be a 2026 graduate of Yale University. This is the return on our shared investment, our extraordinary belief in the boundless potential of DC's children. When they rise, our city rises with them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Scott Marcus. So again, I really shouldn't ask too many questions because there are a lot of witnesses. I do want to say, Mr. McCoy, I thought your testimony was inspiring for what you're able to accomplish with your students. So thank you for sharing that. Let me see. Mr. Doherty. We encourage OSSI to support LEAs in implementing high-quality evidence-based math programs and curriculum. Are they not doing it, or it's more a point that they need to keep doing it?
It's more of a point they need to keep doing it. We know that the math task force recommendations came out. We're excited about them as recommendations, and we think that equitable funding is going to be the lever that allows those kinds of practices to live very authentically in the wide variety of public charter schools we have.
Your second recommendation is we ask the council make strategic investments that support all LEAs. Are we not doing that, or what?
I think we would encourage equitable funding through the UPSFF to ensure that LEAs are able to make those kinds of strategic investments in the places where their specific community and teachers need it the most. And so we recognize that where one LEA would invest in teacher development support might be different than another. And by maintaining equitable investment through the UPSFF, we give leaders the opportunity to decide what's best for their community.
I think what you're getting at is that in the budget we adopted for this year, there was a whole lot of money that was funded outside the UPSFF.
Yes.
And I agree with you on that point. It's been very difficult for us to try to rectify that impact. And one of you testified about how impact is funded outside the formula. If I remember correctly, that's $25 million budget hit. And over the financial plan, that works out to about $100 million. To shift that in is not so simple because either it means a reduction in what DCPS gets, which the charter sector might not be the first issue for the charter sector, but we would then have to fund it equally. I don't have a problem with that other than the fact that it's difficult in a tight budget to be able to make that move. But I totally get the point, and I have said over and over again that I don't see what there is about impact that for DCPS that isn't just part of teacher compensation that ought to be part of the formula. Sorry for that long comment on my part. You also made a recommendation about increasing the UPSFF, and I think one or two others of you spoke of that. I'm very concerned about, I share the view, but I'm very concerned that the way the mayor constructed the budget, we have a 4-year financial plan. It shows a decrease in the UPSFF in fiscal year 27. This was actually a point I made the other day at the council meeting that we have some challenges with the budget that's coming up, and we need to be mindful of that as we look at revenues that we're able to identify. So there wasn't really a question there with regard to the UPSFF as much as there was just a note that we all need to be looking at and pressing that the executive will fully fund the UPSFF at this year's level, if not increase it. And I get the point that it ought to be increased. That was not a question. Ms. Scott Marcus, you mentioned Chamberlain stands out as the DC's boldest school. What are they doing?
They're doing what all great teachers and leaders do when they personalize learning for scholars. What we have seen improvements in is our small group instruction. Being able to understand students' needs more intently and embedding that personalized instruction in the Tier 1 class time, and not simply pulling students out of instruction to provide intervention services, but providing the highest quality of Tier 1 instruction at all times. And Chamberlain has done that magnificently well through a co-teaching model, as well as a paired teaching model between our departmentalized teachers of third grade.
So I'm going to pick on you for a second.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of what you said, school leaders or LEA leaders would say they're doing in other schools, but somehow Chamberlain's done it better. My takeaway from the hearing the other day is that one of the distinguishing features is school climate. And by that, I mean just the entire environment is encouraging learning, but it's also welcoming, joyful. I mean, a whole lot of positive adjectives. You didn't mention that. Is that unique with Chamberlain?
It is not unique with Chamberlain. Across all of our campuses, we strive for an instructional culture that is welcoming, belonging, and really focused on the well-being of all of our scholars. I believe that Chamberlain has done it exceptionally well. It is just not unique to Chamberlain. I would also say that what Chamberlain has invested in is community partnerships as well, and that community partnership solely focused on families and bringing families into the learning environment to help support their scholars along the continuum of the school year, as well as focusing on how parents through the instructional culture are able to support scholars, again, both in as part of the school day, as well as when scholars are at home with their parents or guardians.
I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony, and the two of you online. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We're going to keep moving along. Scott Goldstein, who's Executive Director at Empower Ed, James Morgan with Higher Achievement, Megan Alderton with DC Special Education Cooperative. I'm getting a whisper who's in person, who's online. Laura Fuchs, who's President of the Teachers Union. Tara Zihandular Shaw. Robin Lingo with 826 DC. Christian Herr. Is Josh Boots here? Okay. All right, we will stop there. Mr. Goldstein, you're up.
Good morning. For the last 30 years, DC has made some very big bets in education reform, a major overhaul of governance, a major overhaul of the teacher force through a punitive evaluation system, the implementation of charter schools at the largest scale in the country outside of New Orleans, some phenomenal, many others with less impressive results. We've seen some progress, especially with early childhood education and increasing teacher pay, both effective levers for improving academic outcomes. None of this is to undermine the extraordinary work of students, educators, and families that have in fact produced real gains. We do in many ways have a good story to tell, but none of us think it's enough. So I'd like you to consider the very strong evidence that our biggest bets have mostly failed to produce the scale of results they promised, and another more steady and rooted course could have produced far better and more sustainable progress. In my full testimony, I detail the specific goals system leaders have laid out in each of the 5-year plans and how far short we've fallen each time, but I want to save time here to get to the solutions. If you feel the same urgency that I do to do better by our students and families, we need to embrace two truths. One, we do have solutions that would more effectively result in better outcomes. And two, none of them are quick fixes. It's not the kind of big bets on accountability or the announcement and advertisement of big goals that get us there. It's the slow work of good practice and a more holistic approach. In her 2014 book, The Teacher Wars, scholar and journalist Dana Goldstein documents how many of these reforms we've relied on empirical evidence that do not work at scale. She cites studies showing that merit pay does little to raise test scores, value-added measures and high-stakes accountability systems for teachers has been proven ineffective across the country, and a focus on teacher accountability rather than growth leads to higher turnover, harming student achievement more than any positive result it gains from poor teachers departing. We've invested far too much time and money in these ineffective reforms. What does work? We don't have to guess. Looking at 50 to 60 years of academic research, we can see across the country which reforms actually lead to directly larger gains in student achievement and outcomes overall. Evidence shows class size reduction, early childhood education, teacher retention, teacher peer education, strong induction and mentoring, and addressing poverty through well-rounded supports are more effective ways to improve achievement. There's also strong evidence that educators of color who come from the environment they're teaching in are more effective in making gains with urban children. Students also won't make gains if they're not in school, and relationships, including ensuring school stability, are one of the most effective ways to improve attendance. So what does this imply for what council should do? On budget, invest in comprehensive teacher induction and mentoring programs that pair strong pedagogical training, especially in literacy instruction, with systems of peer support and review. Invest in co-teaching models, invest more and as much in experiential education as we do in things like high impact tutoring. The evidence suggests this is warranted to improve academic outcomes and attendance. Address the root causes of educational inequity, like expanding community schools. Invest in teacher retention by creating a teacher retention fund to support the schools experiencing the highest turnover. Make new investments and grow your own educator programs. On oversight, carefully track reform implementation year over year and hold the schools and the system accountable to its goals. And on policy and legislation, continue to push for reduction in standardized testing that takes time away from instruction and does little to improve targeted instruction and shift towards more teacher formative assessment. Promote experiential learning by reforming field trip policies and ensuring adequate transportation, especially for students with disabilities. Use legislation to force a reform of the evaluation system that shifts towards evidence-based systems of peer review, which promote teacher improvement. And finally, use legislation to advance a systemic approach to community schools, like Maryland's blueprint for Maryland's future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. James Morgan, who's online, I believe.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is James Morgan, and I serve as the Executive Director of Higher Achievement, as well as a proud member of the OST Coalition. I'm here to speak about the critical role that out-of-school time programs play in advancing academic achievement for young people across the district. Founded in 1975, Higher Achievement has 50 years of experience helping middle school students thrive. Our data shows that when scholars attend consistently and stay engaged from 6th through 8th grade, our program works. 2 randomized control trials have proved our impact, and we continue to invest in what works, combining rigorous academic support with strong, caring relationships at one of the most pivotal stages of development, middle school. We currently serve approximately 250 students and operate in 5 middle schools: Ida B. Wells, Brookland, Elliott Hine, Kelly Miller, and at Achievement Prep Academy in Ward 8. In my 14 years with Higher Achievement, I've witnessed countless examples of the profound difference our program makes in the lives of our scholars. I also hear regularly from alumni who tell me how transformative the experience was for them, not just academically, but in shaping their confidence and sense of purpose. We are a data-driven organization, and one of the ways we measure our success is through key performance indicators that guide and inform our work. One academic measure we track closely is the percentage of scholars who maintain or improve strong grades in math and English language arts. Last year, 75% of our scholars maintained an A or B in math or improved a full letter grade, and 77% achieved the same in English language arts. Our approach combines targeted academic support, including homework help, mentoring, and close collaboration with teachers, with an environment that reinforces the importance of school performance. In an annual survey we administer, 97% of scholars agreed with the statement that staff and mentors at Higher Achievement make me feel like my schoolwork is important. Helping young people internalize that message is vital during middle school, when academic habits and self-belief take root. One of the ways we do this is preparing scholars for what comes next. Starting in 6th grade, we help them explore high school options so that by 8th grade, they understand the landscape and can make informed choices about the schools that best align with their goals and interests. Of course, Higher Achievement is just one example of the many out-of-school time programs across the city that are achieving powerful results. The hours after school are a critical window of opportunity, a time to deepen learning, provide individualized support, and give young people safe spaces to grow and explore their passions. I'm proud that programs like Higher Achievement can partner with schools and teachers to extend learning beyond the classroom and contribute to the broader effort to advance educational opportunity and academic success for all students. Thank you for your time. You have my contact information, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. And I'll just note that your event the other evening was inspiring. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chairman.
Megan Alderton, who's also online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Megan Alderton. I am the Senior Director of Education, Innovation, and Improvement at the DC Special Education Cooperative, which is better known as the Co-op. For more than 25 years, the Co-op has partnered with public charter schools in DC to create equitable and excellent education systems where students with disabilities thrive. Our mission is to turn the desire for change into the ability to make change, and our demonstration classrooms are evidence of the change that is possible. Launched in 2018, demonstration classrooms are high-quality, open laboratory learning environments that showcase evidence-based, high-leverage practices and demonstrate how these practices can be replicated citywide. These models are transforming how schools approach special education by helping educators see what inclusive, data-driven, high-expectation leadership and teaching looks like in action. Let me share what this transformation looks like on the ground. At Bridges Public Charter School, where 38% of students have IEPs and 54% are English learners, far above the city average, teachers implemented the Universal Design for Learning framework with co-op coaching and support. In last year's demonstration classroom, 93% of students met or exceeded their NWEA MAP growth goals, and 10 of 11 students with IEPs exceeded expectations. Educators from 16 schools have already toured this demonstration classroom to see the results for themselves. At Washington Latin Public Charter School, the co-op supported implementation of a multi-tiered system of support to replace ad hoc interventions with a data-driven model. Today, students with disabilities are growing academically at rates equal to their non-IEP peers, and suspension rates for students with disabilities fell to under 1% within the first year of implementation. At Thurgood Marshall Academy, where most students enter 3 or more grade levels behind, the co-op helped embed Math 180 and Read 180 interventions directly into the schedule. Last spring, 64% of Math 180 students and 62% of Read 180 students met or exceeded their projected RIT growth, far surpassing national growth norms. Math 180 students collectively achieved 200% of their projected growth targets. And at DC Bilingual, we partnered to create learning labs that redesign schedules around students with disabilities instead of fitting them into existing structures. The result, in SY 24-25, 85% of students with IEPs met their reading growth targets, and Learning Lab students outperformed students with disabilities in ELA by 20 percentage points citywide. As of last spring, students with disabilities at DCB continue to excel at rates well above city average on DC Cape. These are not accidental successes. They are proof that when we design instruction around the needs of students with disabilities, every student benefits. The demonstration classrooms are creating a network of change that is raising expectations, closing opportunity gaps, and making equity real in our schools. So as you consider budget priorities, I urge the council to consider creating an innovation fund that would support initiatives like the co-op's demonstration classrooms. Visit one of our demonstration sites this fall to observe equity in action. We've seen the data to understand what is at stake. Our demonstration sites show what's possible. Thank you for your time and your commitment to educational equity in our city.
Thank you, Ms. Alderton. Laura Fuchs.
Good morning. The way we measure and talk about academic achievement in this district is deeply flawed, divorced from reality of what our students need, and leads to needless labeling and punishing of our schools rather than supporting the needs of the students inside them. DC students are often forced to take way too many expensive, useless, and damaging standardized tests. Teachers do not have enough time to do the work that they're being asked to do, And what little protected planning time we have, thanks to our collective bargaining agreement, is routinely violated for needless meetings, often focused around the useless standardized test scores that students are taking. The lack of a real curriculum, its connections to testing companies, and the overall disjointed leadership under mayoral control of our schools has led to increased and unsustainable workloads on teachers to fill in the gaps. And DCPS's grading, attendance, and behavior policies are often not meeting the needs of our schools and are causing more problems than they are solving. I know my colleagues are going to raise excellent points around achievement, and I've included my remarks from a year ago in this testimony. So I'm going to focus my testimony today on what the WTU is currently trying to protect, our educators' planning time, so they can implement the policies and execute the actions that make academic achievement happen. It takes work to make great lessons. It takes time when some of our schools require educators to have multiple classes to plan for each day. It takes time when what little curriculum DCPS provides is so poorly done that it is easier to start from scratch than to use whatever is provided. It takes time when DCPS constantly changes their curriculum, requirements, and tasks that they decide to add to our plate every year. It takes time when DCPS attempts to illegally force our educators to turn in unit maps and fill out relay templates for know it, show it charts. And then it simply takes time for us to create the lessons we envision as the experts hired to run our classrooms. And don't get me started on our special educators and ELL teachers and the time it takes for them not only to co-teach, plan for their own self-contained classes, and case manage without additional protected time. In the W2 collective bargaining agreement with DCPS, we have two major sections that address planning time, which I have attached. Elementary educators get a minimum of 225 minutes of planning per week. Secondary educators get a minimum of 1 full period per day. For some basic math, for elementary, that's 10% of the week for planning. For secondary, probably between 12.5 to 25% of the week for planning, dependent on the school schedule. We also want an additional 5% of protected morning block time with our new contract. And we do have 10% of our week dedicated for a duty-free lunch. This is not much time to make academic achievement a reality, but let's be real, there are extremely few, if any, educators who are getting this time to plan. The W2 recently won an arbitration to get our 5% protected morning block time because the day the W2 and DCPS ratified the contract, DCPS started violating it. Many teachers are not getting scheduled 225 minutes of duty-free lunch, let alone having the actual time. And planning time is often reduced by 20% or more each week at schools that use it for data meetings, often using Relay, a morally and ethically bankrupt company, LEAP, which many times does not meet the needs of all of our teachers and treats everyone like a first year and repeats its content year over year over year instead of changing and adapting it to meet our needs, and other required meetings and checkpoints. This means educators are doing everything outside their tour of duty. They are burning out, they are leaving, and they are feeling demoralized because they can't do the work they know they need to do to help students achieve to the level that they wish they could. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Dara Shah.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Dara Shah, and I'm the Director of the DC Education Research Collaborative. Today, I will testify about the transformational power that education research can have on academic achievement and describe conditions that can make that possible. The views expressed here are my own and should not be attributed to the Urban Institute, the Collaborative, their trustees, or their funders. Research can be truly transformational for students. It creates the evidence for policies and practices that we now consider to be standard evidence-based practice, but were at some point not known to be effective. Research can describe current conditions, determine impacts and outcomes, and inform the continuation, expansion, or modification of a program or policy. Research can uncover the reasons behind behaviors and outcomes, shed light on real-life experiences, and model outcomes that can tell us what might happen if we changed, added, or eliminated something. But the benefits of research are purely theoretical unless there are a set of enabling conditions. First, we must have good data. Good data are complete and detailed, cover topics that are useful to education stakeholders, and when possible, maintain trends and keep standard definitions across years. Good data are reliable and accurate, free from errors or statistical bias, and timely, available, and securely accessible, easy to obtain and use, and in formats and on timelines that allow for seamless analysis without compromising data security, integrity, and privacy. Data themselves are not research. Research asks a question and then uses data to answer it. As such, the second necessary condition is rigorous, actionable research. Rigorous research systematically applies the scientific method from start to finish in a structured, controlled, and transparent process. It is reproducible, acknowledges limitations in data and methodology, and uses appropriate analysis techniques. Results are reported clearly and completely, and actionable research asks timely questions on issues that stakeholders care about and reflect actual programs embedded here in our actual context. The third requirement is a direct line between research and decision makers, which include educators, agency staff, city leaders, families, and community members. This means two-way communication between stakeholders and researchers to make sure that data are available, research questions are relevant, and findings are understandable and clear. Coordination across our rich ecosystem of district agencies, research organizations, universities, and policymakers enables us to co-create a body of knowledge that benefits from each other's expertise while avoiding redundancy. As you'll hear today, there are simultaneously great successes and great needs in academic achievement. With good data, rigorous research, and collaboration across the ecosystem of agencies, researchers, and educators, research can support the efforts to move the needle for the district students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Robin Lingo?
Thank you, Chair Mendelson, for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Robin Lingo, and I have the great pleasure of serving as the Executive Director of 826DC. 826DC is a community-based nonprofit with a mission to help students develop a lasting, positive relationship with writing that catalyzes their ability to live into their fullest possibility. Our Joyous Writing program strengthens students' critical literacy skills, build their social emotional skills, and provide opportunities for them to share their stories with the wider world through publishing their books. Publishing the books makes students' learning tangible and showcases the voices of our young authors with whom we work. We do this work in partnership with so many of the critical agencies, LEAs, OSSE, and community partners that are in the room today. We are grateful for the support from Learn24 and the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities, which are critical supporters for out-of-school time and community organizations like ourselves, and the partnership for so many school leaders and teachers across the city. Through our in-school programs, we partner with dozens of schools across the city to bring joyful, student-centered writing program directly into the school day. Through our community-based programs, we provide a free after-school program for kindergarten through 8th graders at our location in Columbia Heights that combines mentoring, homework assistance, and student-centered writing and literacy curriculum. We are honored to partner with so many agencies and community organizations on ensuring that young people are thriving academically and have full access to the skill and the power of writing. The gains in ELA proficiency on the 2024-25 DC CAPE are commendable and important. But seeing that growth should inspire us to keep building and investing in the full community infrastructure we need to close the ongoing and persistent gaps, especially along lines of resource and opportunity. Research and policy briefs from the DC Action and DC Policy Center show that out-of-school time programs offer additional learning time beyond the regular school day, allow for individualized attention, enrichment opportunities, and safe and supportive spaces to build important social emotional skills. For instance, from our programming at 826DC last year, 93% of students reported that 826DC helped improve their writing, and 84% of students reported that the programming helped them keep working even when writing was hard. In addition, 91% of volunteers and parents reported that our programs help students' writing skills, and 89% reported that it helped students grow their social emotional skills. You can see all these impacts in the words of one of our parents. My child was never excited to go to school, but they have thrived here and grown so much. Not only was the programming here excellent in the moment, but it transferred to the outside world. It completely changed his perspective on writing, and he has an excitement and feeling that he is a writer. We see this growth in our students' writing skills amidst a real need for more writing education nationally. A study by our national office showed that 80% of students across all grades spend less time writing than the recommended amount for first graders. Last school year, we worked with the entire class of 10th graders at Phelps Ace High School for our Young Authors Book Project. Students spent the year writing about themselves and learning about narrative poetry. Following this project, the 10th grade class at Phelps saw a 12% increase in students scoring at approaching, meeting, or exceeding expectations in ELA on DC CAPE. These kinds of projects that unites teachers, schools, community-based organizations, out-of-school time programs, and to provide students with hands-on learning and experiences are great examples of what's possible when we invest in the full infrastructure of our learning community.
Thank you. I have your written statement, so I have the rest of it. Thank you very much. Christian Herr, who's virtual.
Good morning, y'all, from my storage closet. My name is Christian Herr, and I've been teaching 6th grade science in DC schools for 13 years of my 17-year career. I'm currently at Stewart Hobson. At this point in my career, I don't have to ask myself how I'm going to teach. I have the luxury of asking myself how I'm going to teach it better than I did before. And I'm very, very grateful for that. Or at least I was until this year, when I'm being forced to actively make my teaching worse in order to comply with a new middle school science curriculum called Amplify Science. Amplify Science is terrible, and council needs to be aware of it, as does the public at large. And here's why. First, DCPS has made Amplify's built-in assessments mandatory. Here's one I just gave. It's 16 pages long. It repeats the same few questions over and over again with very slight variations. It provides no opportunities meaningfully for differentiation. It can't be revised. I'll have to give my students a test like this 19 times this year. Each one takes at least one class period, so that's roughly a calendar month of instructional time that I've lost. I've also had to rearrange the content that I've carefully planned over the years to meet the arbitrary ordering of concepts in these tests. And every time I do, I end up with something that was worse than what I had before, which is really frustrating for me. Second, Amplify's content is lacking in bias. Critical vocabulary and concepts are left out entirely. I could list several examples, but my favorite is in the climate change unit. A common false argument that climate change deniers make is that volcanic eruptions are a major contributor to modern climate change. This is not true. However, Amplify spends 3 lessons in this unit, including the final project, presenting this as legitimate. Amplify spends the same time, again, only 3 lessons, studying the actual anthropogenic human causes of climate change. Equal time for 2 arguments, but one of them doesn't hold water outside of maybe Fox News, which makes sense when you learn that an early controlling investor in Amplify was Rupert Murdoch's News Corp. Finally, Amplify students spend most of their time looking at screens. The included labs are very weak, and students learn instead via computer-based simulations. This is an extremely poor way to teach or learn science. I've been rated highly effective each year that I've been in DCPS until last year when I fell 1 point short because, quote, usage data in the system was low, meaning I didn't give my kids enough screen time in Amplify. Great test scores, surveys, grades, observations, but not enough screen time. I ask only that we trust science teachers. We need to reduce the number of mandatory assessments, or at least shorten them. Teachers should be able to decide the order in which units are taught, and we should be able to drop units that contradict the national science standards, like the climate change of volcanoes unit. I won't sabotage my students' learning, but I'm concerned that I'll be punished like I was last year if I don't. And those shouldn't be my only 2 options. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. I just have a couple of questions, well, maybe more than 2. Ms. Fuchs, there were a couple of criticisms you had. One was useless standardized tests or test scores. Which tests are useless?
I mean, personally, all of them, but there's a lot of kind of prep for the tests that don't always even align with the tests that we're getting rated on. So, I mean, those are extra useless compared to, in my opinion, DC CAPE, which I don't find to be legitimate. I mean, in general, I just don't think that high stakes standardized testing has ever done anything good for us. And in my testimony, I mean, you know, I trace back the history of it. It's not that difficult. We all know it, but it comes from an intent to destroy public education. I mean, that was always the goal of it. It was never for what it stated. It never has been. It never will be. It is to drive money to entities that want to kind of siphon off the government. I mean, it's privatization. And so it's frustrating that we allow companies like Amplify, companies just coming in with no real demonstrated track record, minus the ability to label our schools, what we already know, which is that we have some students who are really struggling with kind of basic fundamental skills. They are fundamental, and I get that, but their teachers can rate those themselves. And while I get we have to meet certain standards, we could be lowering the amount of testing and certainly lower the focus and certainly lower the way we label, rate, and punish schools. And even if kind of rhetorically we haven't, we still have a huge system of choice that has been mentioned by others and that we know is there that really feeds into just this model of kind of getting schools down to like the least common denominator and then not really helping schools, just focusing on these kind of little minute test score changes and then, you know, saying, yeah, we help these kids. Even if the test scores go up, do we really help the students succeed in life? Often I don't see the two things aligned. And I see students who don't do well on tests do well in life and vice versa.
So you also said the lack of a real curriculum. Now, that's the first I've heard that at this hearing or any hearing I can remember. So what are you referring to?
I mean,
Say more.
As a social studies teacher, I've never had one since 2007. I've never had a curriculum. Everything I create myself. Now I like that personally because I love curriculum and that is where I put my focus. But it is very hard, especially for new educators, and not all of us are trained or interested in curriculum development. I mean, it is a whole field of study. And so the fact that, you know, at most what social studies provides educators, and I know this year it's even worse because of the new standards, but at most we get, you know, some readings and they're often like, they might give us some questions with those readings, but when you look at the questions, they don't align to the readings. They certainly don't align to any understanding of content or how students learn. And so adapting that took more time than just finding things myself and creating my own lessons. That's just social studies. And I get we're not as big a focus as ELA and math, so we're kind of off to the side. Again, I appreciate because then, you know, we get kind of these canned curriculums that constantly shift. So even if they have a curriculum, it often doesn't have all the materials. It's often kind of just thrown at someone new every couple of years. I know math just keeps changing, and I'm not a math teacher. I'm not an expert, but I get the complaints about each kind of iteration and how little rollout there is, and then how they don't have all the supplies, or they're told to use supplies from a different curriculum for this one, but then like they don't get any re-up of supplies, that they lose some of the little manipulatives and they have to go figure out how to do it themselves. Like it's just, it's not good. We have surrounding districts where I don't hear the complaints as much, especially from educators who, you know, flee the scene and head to, you know, our neighbors. So like there's stuff out there that could work. We don't have it.
Reclaim some of my time
Sorry.
because I have
Yep.
some questions for Mr. Goldstein. You made a number of recommendations. The first was, well, the first several concerned budget, invest in comprehensive teacher induction and invest in co-teaching models. Is that something that the council needs to budget, or is that something that the LEA should be doing?
You know, I think one of the things that's been a tension point, right, is the discussion of whether everything should be put into the school budget. And there should be nothing set aside as separate funds, and everything can be done from that perspective. What that relies on is having exceptional leaders at every school. We have a lot of exceptional leaders, but there are incentive structures that don't promote leaders always doing the things that they want to do or need to do. I think most of our leaders are very good leaders, but they don't always have the incentive structures to do what they need to do. And I do think that's where, I know we've disagreed with this about this over time, there are some things we need to put separate money aside with specific kind of mandate around, because we just know it's really good practice and they don't always have the incentive structure to do it. So I do think there's certain things like that that we need to incent to some degree.
So I see that with experiential learning. Then we put money into
Right.
OSSI for that.
Yeah.
But I'm not quite seeing that for like teacher induction, because that's within the LEA, how it is
Yeah.
handling, training, coaching its own personnel.
Yeah, I would say that's part of a policy that I'm budget measure to some degree. I think the budget would follow the policy once we have a policy in place. So there's a bit of both in it. But what I would say is the state board is coming up with recommendations around that right now. Most states do have a policy that we have standards, teacher induction and mentoring standards. So the LEA still gets to do it. Maybe they'll need budget, maybe they won't. But the state should have induction standards that the LEA has to follow. And I think that's what the state board is developing.
Okay. Now, you also are jumping ahead, and I'm over my time here, which didn't matter until a colleague came and joined. Policy and legislation continue to push for a reduction in standardized testing. You know that we have been pressing, but
Yeah.
I think the chancellor is going to testify that he's reduced testing by the equivalent of 10 instructional days.
Yeah.
More?
Well, I think Christian's testimony was incredibly informative about that. I think we don't know how granular it can get sometimes. And I think Christian's testimony, we don't know whether the estimate that he's giving includes something like what's happening in Amplifier, what happens through the digital programs that are being given and through math, for example, through science, through reading programs in early childhood. So there's a lot more testing that doesn't always get quantified in their bucket of what they call standardized testing, but is very much standardized. And I think just you can imagine a business executive or something like that. You imagine, their superior flying in and changing their daily meeting agenda, how insulting that would be to their professionalism. I mean, what Christian described is just a basic matter of professional trust. And I think the minute degree to which we're doing standardized testing, there's different tools we could get at to change that. But I think his testimony really illustrated how minute
Have you
it
heard
gets.
that about Amplify before?
Not about amplifying it specifically, but it is due in this year. So I think we should absolutely follow up on listening to science teachers about them.
You also, and I am over my time, policy and legislation, reforming field trip policies.
Yeah.
Is there a field trip policy for the council to reform?
Well, it's a DCPS policy, so you'd have to do oversight and push for reforms, but I think it's 54 pages. I could be a little bit off, but it is so extensive that is almost, and this has come up at community meetings for a year, 2 years maybe, that I know your staff have been part of. It is so extensive, most teachers just do not want to go through the process of doing it. We have to create a different, and we're lucky that you put money aside to make it easier, but we shouldn't just have to do a workaround around it. We should have a policy that enables teachers to apply for and do field trips.
Well, wait a minute, is this a DCPS policy for how to access DCPS money?
For just being authorized to do the field trip.
So we put money into OSSI, as I
Right.
recall, for this, and there still is the 54 pages that applies to any teacher who wants to access the
They
OSSI.
still have to get authorization to take their kids out of the building. So it's a barrier.
I think I'll leave it there. I was going to ask about, but I'm like over time. So Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. And maybe I'll ask some of the questions you were going to ask. Thank you to everyone for your testimony. Mr. Goldstein, I was really grateful for the data that you didn't read up front. I've actually looked for that, and you start with 2012, but I'd be very curious to see the promises made back in 2007, because I think they were even more grandiose. A lot to be proud of in what we've done, but certainly can do better. I don't know if you had the opportunity to watch the hearing the other day with Bold Schools, and I found it quite inspiring. You said that we have a lot of exceptional leaders. We saw a bunch of exceptional leaders there. And ironically, I thought that they talked about things that were close to things that you have taught. What they're doing is closer to the model that you described than the education reform model that we heard about back in 2007.
Yeah.
One thing they talked a lot about, and I wonder if it fits in one of your categories, is instructional coaches and the importance of instructional coaches. You talk about teacher peer counseling. Is that achieved? A message that I got from that hearing was we should be supporting expansion of the instructional coach framework. Is that what you're talking about when you talk about teacher peer work?
A little bit, but it depends on the model, right? Some people have great instructional coaching models and some people don't. I mean, I think teachers need to observe other teachers teach well. I mean, that's the very basic explanation. Teachers need time to observe other great teachers teaching and learn from them. And our schedules just aren't set up that way. If you look at other countries with high achieving, right, they have exactly the same amount of planning as they have teaching time, right? Ours is very different than that. And so you build in peer mentorship in that way, but in a more organic way, watching great teachers. And to the numbers you said, just very quickly, I could impress one statistic on the council, no matter what your hearing is, right? It would be the research from Anthony Brick and Barbara Schneider at the University of Chicago, going back a long time, about relational trust. The difference between schools that have big spikes in growth and academic growth and then fall off a cliff, with I think you mentioned the other day, and schools that sustain progress over time is relational trust. And every leader, I think, in the Bold School thing mentioned trust the other day. And it's just what the research is. You can either have a big spike and then go down, or you can keep sustaining. And the difference is trust, not accountability systems, not testing, not evaluation. It's culture.
Can I just really interject quickly on instructional coaches? Because it's been a huge point of contention in the Washington Teachers Union.
Literally quick, because I have a limited.
It's just that the way they're being utilized right now, they can't actually do their job. So be very careful when DCPS says we are doing some type of instructional coach model, because at like 90% of the schools, that's not what's happening. They're just becoming little administrators and being forced to do compliance metrics.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, trust was a giant theme, and that's the kind of thing that you're talking about. A different giant theme was data-driven. And there is this theme of too much testing, and it may be that it's different. The way they describe data-driven was things at the end of every lesson. But help me understand, the leaders who we heard from at that hearing thought testing was important. And maybe it's a difference in the kind of testing, but help square the circle.
I think when you hear the words testing and you hear the words assessment, you hear different things sometimes. Assessment is incredibly important, right? Teachers have to be assessing, but they are assessing all the time. And I think the more teachers can watch other great teachers, you can see how quickly they assess rapidly during assessment, during lessons, at the end of, so we should do lots of assessment, but teachers can do that if we hire great teachers. High stakes testing is a very different thing.
Yeah, and it was interesting because I think when they talked about the tests that were valuable, Ms. Fuchs, the CAPE test was not on the list of tests that they thought were valuable because it came months after it was taken and wasn't helpful in the instruction process. Teacher induction and retention, I wonder how much that varies by LEA. I mean, teacher induction, when I go and see all of the new teachers who have arrived at DCPS, I'm blown away at the people who they're hiring. So I feel like maybe there is a grow your own component, and I hear you on that, but I actually think DCPS is doing pretty well on that. You don't feel that way?
They all leave. So, I mean, I don't see how we could say they're doing a good job, because they basically get thrown into the middle of a situation. Every school is kind of instructed to like kind of bring them up to speed. They don't know what impact is half the time. Like they have no clue what's going on. And it's on the WTU to step in and our members to step in to try to save them. And honestly, we get burnout doing it because they leave anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you look at, and this is a thing, and I'm now going over on teacher retention. I do think teacher retention is really, really important. But every time we look at the data on teacher retention, you're gonna have to help me, but it looks like it's higher than I would have otherwise thought, particularly at DCPS.
Well, in recent years, right, there
Yes.
have been improvements in it, not universally though, right? But I would say to get the middle right. I do think we're hiring really good people often, and then we have higher turnover rates in some of our LEAs and in some schools. But you can't have two things be true. If we're hiring great people, but we have continuous turnover, the middle isn't right working the way it should. And so I think induction programs after the hiring, the mentorship programs, the peer support, giving teachers time to learn from other teachers, that's how you solve the other end of it.
And also, how many stay 5 years? And how many stay 5 years at the same school? DCPS might claim they get to retain them, but I have to update my W2 membership list every year with the people who just hop from school to school to school before they hop away, because they realize finally that the problem is the system, not each individual not each individual campus.
All right, now, thank you. I have gone well over, and then sometimes I look sideways at the chairman when he goes over, so I'm going to stop.
Yes, never look sideways at the chairman. I have no further questions for you all. Thank you very much for your testimony. And thank you, those of you who are online. Continuing, we have Josh Boots, Executive Director of Empower K-12. Shelley Stoddard. Catherine Peretti, Executive Director, City Schools Collaborative. Emily Prophet, Principal at Lee Montessori Public Charter School. Elizabeth Torres, CEO, Co-founder, Washington Global Public Charter School. Carla Reed Witt, Co-founder, Decoding Dyslexia. Deara Dupree. Russ Williams, CEO, Center City Public Charter Schools. Ramona Green. Catherine Prokop, who is Executive Director at Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. We have 4 folks at the table and something like 5 or 6 who are online. We'll start with Mr. Boots.
Good morning, Chairman and Councilmember Freeman and staff. My name is Josh Boots, and I'm here, Executive Director of Empower K-12. I'm here today because education is one of our city's most critical economic investments. When we help our students succeed academically, we transform DC's economic future. Research shows that a 1 standard deviation increase in math performance translates to 12% higher annual earnings. The 2025 DC CAPE results showed historic gains, the largest single year proficiency improvement at the career-ready benchmark since at least 2010. Math proficiency reached 48%, up 4.2 percentage points. This single year improvement in math alone, we estimate, will lead to an additional $1 billion in lifetime earnings for the students who were enrolled in our system last year. This represents generational wealth creation for thousands of DC families and the economic vitality of our entire city. Improvement in academic achievement has also been equitable. Students from economically disadvantaged families and those who attend schools east of the river have outgained their peers across the state since 2022 in both math and in reading. The urgency for continued investment in pre-K-12 education is clear. Upper elementary school students who experienced virtual learning during their foundational years continue to lag their pre-pandemic peers' achievement levels, especially in mathematics. So how do we continue accelerating student outcomes? Our organization's research into schools that break barriers and high-impact tutoring shed a little bit of light on strategies that move the needle. Last week, my organization, Empower K-12, announced that 16 DCPS and DC Public Charter Schools earned our Bold Performance Award. You had a hearing with some of them earlier this week. Despite serving populations with at least 30% economically disadvantaged, these schools achieved 60% career-ready math proficiency compared to just 37% at similar schools. They also had proficiency rates that have improved 3 to 4 times the state average. Their success stems from 5 interconnected strategies: data-driven continuous improvement, targeted small group interventions, intentional teacher development, strong school communities, and emphasis on joy and belonging alongside high expectations for all. Actually, every student wants to be successful at school, reaching high standards and being on a path to thrive in life. The 2025 Bold Performance Schools had statistically significantly higher results on the student surveys in the areas of both student belonging, importance of attendance, rigorous expectations, school safety, and self-efficacy. Educators need resources, access to professional development, and well-designed plans that generate cycles of self-fulfilling academic success and connectedness to school. The data paint a holistic picture. Investing in student well-being is an investment in academic acceleration, and efforts that support students' academic success will improve their social emotional well-being at school. Sometimes students need additional bats and attempts to content to be successful. We see that every year our high impact tutoring dollars have led to more students being tutored, a greater percentage of them reaching high dosage tutoring levels, and the value added return on that investment increasing. In 2022, students who received high impact tutoring demonstrated more than 20 days of instructional improvement in math. This last year, it was 59 days. This is an investment we need to continue, and we should endeavor to accomplish similar implementation across all of our shared common challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boots. And I'll just note a lot of the work that you've done helped us with the hearing the other day. So I appreciate all that. Shelley Stoddard, who I believe is virtual.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Shelley Stoddard, and I serve as the Vice President with First Chesapeake. We're a nonprofit that uses competitive robotics as a vehicle for hands-on STEM education and workforce development across Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. At First Chesapeake, we measure success through impact data. In our 24-25 season, we supported over 7,300 students on 378 teams, including nearly 200 community-based teams, and 13% of those were receiving free or reduced lunch. 44% of our students identify as students of color, and 1 in 4 are young women, a number we continue to grow through targeted mentorship and scholarships such as our Women in STEM initiative. Our programs operate largely in out-of-school time. They provide safe and structured environments where students develop technical, leadership, and collaboration skills. Schools that host FIRST teams consistently report increases in student attendance, engagement, graduation rates, and participants are more likely to pursue post-secondary education in STEM fields. Longitudinal data show that students who participate in FIRST robotics are twice as likely to major in engineering or computer science, and more than 60% pursue careers in STEM. The study also found particularly strong outcomes for young women and students underrepresented, proving FIRST programs help close equity gaps in STEM access and achievement. First Chesapeake's Geared Up initiative, which focuses on expanding robotics opportunities across our region, supporting new teams in under-resourced schools and communities through mentorship, equipment, and training, serves as a model to increase participation to build sustainable local ecosystems of educators, mentors, and students who learn and grow together. We're doing this through partnerships with local university and other nonprofit organizations. Simply put, robotics is more than an extracurricular activity. It is an evidence-based educational model that delivers measurable academic, professional, and personal outcomes. And by continuing to invest in out-of-school programs like First Chesapeake, we can expand equitable access to high-impact STEM learning and ensure that every student, regardless of background, has the opportunity to discover their potential as an innovator and a problem solver. I appreciate your time and your commitment to supporting data-driven, equitable learning opportunities for all students in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stoddard. Catherine Peretti?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Fruman. My name is Kat Peretti, and I serve as the Executive Director of City Schools Collaborative, formerly City Tutor DC. City Schools Collaborative leads DC's efforts to expand high-impact tutoring and strategic staffing models across more than 100 of our schools, helping thousands of students accelerate learning and improve academic performance each year. I'm proud to testify today to share the exciting results we are seeing from tutoring in DC. Our work narrows achievement gaps by helping schools design and deliver consistent high-impact tutoring programs built into the school day, backed by a standards-aligned math curriculum, training, and real-time data to track impact. Last school year, our network of educators, tutoring providers, and school partners reached nearly 9,000 students in 92 schools. A rigorous Empower K-12 study found that students who received the minimum dosage recommended of 900 minutes in math tutoring gained the equivalent of 59 additional instructional days, compared to peers who did not receive tutoring. That equates to nearly 3 additional months of learning over the course of one school year. We see the results in classrooms across DC that have integrated high-impact tutoring as a core part of their academic model in both DCPS and charters. You heard from the bold schools in your recent hearing. 14 of the 16 named by Empower K-12's analysis are weaving tutoring into their day. And more schools are doing it too, and I share specific highlights about DC Scholars, Barnard Elementary, Tubman Elementary, Center City, and DC Prep in my written testimony. I'm not here today to claim this success as ours alone. It is because of the true partnership and coalition we have across schools, government, tutoring providers, that we've been able to deliver these results. The role of government, and in particular OSSI, has been critical to setting standards, engaging in research, connecting tutoring with talent initiatives, and disseminating guidance to inspire robust local commitment to high-impact tutoring. Together, we've been able to reach more students across the district, especially those most in need, support educators with consistent, high-quality instructional support, build a strong and diverse tutor-to-teacher pipeline, maintain high standards of quality, setting us apart from other states with similar tutoring investments. Looking ahead, the question is not whether tutoring works to advance academic achievement and talent strategies. We have that proof. The question is how we sustain it, build on these strong results, and what the government's role is in effective programming. Support for OSSE's efforts from this council will allow us to keep improving the quality, train more tutors, and reach more students while strengthening instructional support for teachers, that larger pipeline that I mentioned, and above all, student outcomes. DC is increasingly recognized as a national leader in high-impact tutoring. We get better every year and will work to ensure that the gains we've made grow. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to DC students, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Peretti. Emily Prophet.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Emily Prophet, and I'm the principal of Lee Montessori Public Charter Schools Brooklyn campus. I am also a Ward 5 resident, and my 3 children have all attended Lee Montessori. At Lee Montessori, we are proud to serve children and families through a rigorous, joyful Montessori education rooted in equity and inclusion. This year, our Brooklyn campus serves 308 students, the highest number ever. Just as importantly, we have 95% staff retention among eligible returning staff. That kind of stability makes all the difference in classrooms for students' relationships, learning, and growth. To sustain and deepen professional excellence, we launched monthly professional learning cohorts for our assistants, dedicated aides, and special education teachers, all facilitated by experienced Montessori guides and coaches. We also spearheaded a Montessori charter principals cohort, extending professional learning beyond our own school to strengthen Montessori education citywide. In alignment with the DC government's high-quality instructional materials mandate for literacy, Lee also partnered with the National Center for Montessori in the Public Sector to ensure Montessori-appropriate science of reading-lined materials. This partnership allows us to remain true to Montessori principles while meeting state requirements. We're equally proud of the academic progress our students are making. Early literacy was a key focus for this past year, and it shows. End-of-year assessments for grades K-2 demonstrated significant improvement at both of our campuses, thanks to the dedication of teachers, reading specialists, and interventionists, and to our strengthened systems for interventions. Our Brookland students' results on the DC Cape showed that progress clearly. In English language arts, students approaching expectations for college and career readiness grew from 66 to 69%, more than 10 points above the city average. Students meeting expectations grew from 37 to 42%, above the 38% city average. In math, students approaching expectations grew from 52 to 58%, 10 points above the city average. Those meeting expectations grew from 29 to 32%, compared with 26% citywide. As well this spring, both Lee campuses reached new milestones in Montessori verification and accreditation through the rigorous Association Montessori International process. These achievements matter deeply because in a city of educational choice and innovation, CAPE scores are crucial but not sufficient to capture the full value of a Montessori education. And yet we are not satisfied, and we are working hard to build on these successes. As we look ahead, the city's long-term budget causes us concern about the sustainability of this progress. Educator compensation makes up the majority of our school spending, and without strong per-pupil funding increases, it will be difficult to maintain the competitive salaries that have driven our retention and growth. Facilities funding also remains a major need. Just last week, a pipe burst in our 100-year-old building, forcing one classroom to relocate to the gym and temporarily closing our library. We ask for the council's continued investment in our students and our progress. Thank you for your time and your commitment to DC students.
Thank you, Ms. Prophet. Elizabeth Torres.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for continuing to focus on academic achievement and investing in education in the district. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Torres, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Washington Global Public Charter School. Washington Global is a standalone middle school located in Ward 6. Our school provides students with a rigorous academic program, research-based academic intervention, and the opportunity for students to authentically engage with their community and the world around them. Washington Global has had tremendous success in ensuring that our students achieve academically. Just this fall, we were awarded the prestigious Empower K-12 Bold Performance Schools Award. Washington Global was the only standalone middle school on the Bold Performance awardee list. In addition, we were a 2023 U.S. Department of Education National Blue Ribbon School and recognized for closing the academic achievement gap. In 2024, we were also named a Math Bright Spot School by Empower K-12. Over the past 3 years, the school's math proficiency on DC Cape and Park has increased by 13.85 points. Washington Global's at-risk student population is approximately 65%. This achievement signifies how impactful Washington Global's program is for closing the achievement gap. Washington Global continues to work hard to ensure that our academic program is constantly adapting to meet our students' needs. We employ several targeted strategies that have positively impacted our students' academic outcomes. Key strategies include intentional research-based academic interventions and math and reading, high-impact tutoring that provides targeted small group ELA and math tutoring to students, and data analysis that drives instruction. We provide teachers with professional development and coaching focused on using data to increase academic achievement. On behalf of Washington Global, I would like to thank Council and the Mayor for the investments that they have made in DC students through the UPSFF and initiatives like high impact tutoring. I encourage you to provide additional strategic investments that will allow us and other schools to continue building on our progress through evidence-based strategies such as high-quality math and literacy curricula. It is also critical for single-site schools such as ours to receive stable educator compensation funding through the UPSFF. This will allow us to continue to recruit and retain top-notch educators. Washington Global continues to rely on the district's investments in our schools to implement the strategies I mentioned so we can continue to achieve strong academic outcomes for our students. Thank you for your time today and for holding this important hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Torres. Carla Reed-Witt. You are on mute.
All righty. Hi, my name is Carla Reed-Witt. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members for the opportunity to testify. In education circles, there has been so much talk about the Mississippi Miracle and how Mississippi implemented structured literacy and programmatic changes that allowed their reading scores to rocket. We are past the time for a DC miracle. We know how it can be done and we made progress, but we are a long way away from where we need to be. We have invested, and OSSI currently has a $50 million literacy grant that is being dispersed. That's a lot of money, and there's a lot to do. We need to continue to invest in our kids. We need to hire literacy coaches. We have approximately 130 elementary schools. If we fund OSSI to hire 50 literacy coaches, in the 40 highest need schools, each coach could serve 2 schools, coaching teachers in grades K through 5. In the other 90 or so elementary schools, each coach could serve 3 schools. Low student proficiency requires rapid instructional change to close the achievement gaps quickly. This level of coaching is needed to allow for content differentiation required to support K through 3 and grades 4 and 5. Robust support also lifts teacher morale and retention. Novice teachers in high need schools have high burnout rates without support, and we know that our highest need schools are heavily staffed with novice teachers. 50 coaches plus training will cost approximately $7,300,000. The measure of our kids' literacy skills should be mastery, not whether we are doing better than other states, because frankly, everybody is doing poorly. I'll never forget when I was in college, I had a friend who told me he didn't care if he got a 51 as long as it was the highest grade in the class. I told him I want to earn an A, and if everybody else gets an A, that's fine with me. We don't want DC to be at the top of the bottom feeling good because everybody else is doing badly. Our goal for our kids must be mastery, and they need our investment to get there. I know the commander's money came from a different bucket, but if we could use the same savvy we use to find stadium money, we can figure out how to find money for our kids. Really, this is just good business. Between the pandemic and all the shenanigans of the federal government, DC needs to pivot. We can no longer support our city on a model based on transient residents. We need to grow our own. We need to invest in our workforce. We need to raise kids who will raise our tax base. We need to be a city where someone who comes here with a new administration will want to stay here, fall in love, and raise a family because we have great schools. We've had hearings on truancy, absenteeism, school-based mental health, and criminal justice. All of these systems are full of kids who struggle to read. Approximately 85% of juveniles who interact with the juvenile justice system are functionally illiterate. If all of our kids read at grade level, it wouldn't solve all of our problems, but it would make a great big dent in them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Reedwood. Dear Dupree.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Middleton and members of the committee. My name is De'Ara Dupree, and I am a proud Ward 7 parent and advocate for families east of the river. I have shortened my oral testimony for the sake of time, but please read my full testimony, which was updated and resubmitted earlier. For years, I've spoken about the widening achievement gaps east of the river and the daily impact it has on our children. As I mentioned in my February testimony before this committee, there's a big difference in test scores across wards and races. The schools nearest to my home, despite meeting some of my program needs, is not an option for my child. The math proficiency rate is just 7%, and only 19% of students are proficient in ELA. The disparity in educational quality compared to other parts of the city is stark and heartbreaking. When you look at schools outside of Ward 7, specifically those in Capitol Hill and Georgetown, I saw striking contrast in performance. At a Georgetown school, the proficiency rate in math was 69% and 71% in ELA. These statistics show a level of disparity that simply shouldn't exist in our city. While some people may feel that test scores aren't important, for me and a lot of parents, it's one of the determining factors for where we send our children to school. For too many families, the promise of good education comes with a price, which is distance. Parents are sending their children across the city to find schools and meet their academic needs. These commutes mean early mornings, long bus rides or car rides, and less time for family connection, rest, or after-school engagement. Families should not have to travel miles away from home just to access the same quality of instruction and enrichment that other wards take for granted. When we talk about achievement, we often focus on test scores, which again is important, and tutoring and curriculum, but true achievement is shaped by the conditions in which students live and learn. Stable housing, safe communities, reliable transportation, and schools that feel clean and modern, and students that feel cared for. Without addressing these realities, we're just treating symptoms instead of causes. I also want to emphasize a simple but impactful change. Move back to school nights, which this is more so for DCPS than you all, but move back to school nights to later in the year, perhaps in November after the first academic quarter. Right now, these events happen before teachers really know their students. And by the end of the first quarter, teachers can speak to the child's actual progress, identify challenges, and make meaningful recommendations to parents. This shift to back to school night could make it a true moment for collaboration between students and families and not just a quick introduction. This is actually something that me and my daughter's teacher was discussing yesterday. Families like mine aren't asking for special treatment, we're asking for equity. We want some well-resourced neighborhood schools that challenge our children academically and nurture them socially. We want real and sustained investment, not pilot programs that disappear year after year. We need expanded partnerships with district agencies to ensure mental health services, food access, violence prevention, and after-school supports are fully integrated in school communities. A child who comes to school hungry, traumatized, or exhausted cannot perform to their potential. We also need accountability for the conditions surrounding our schools. Too many of our children walk past trash, unsafe sidewalks, and community violence just to get to class. I invite council members to walk with us from our neighborhood schools to our schools to see what our kids see every morning. Lastly, workforce stability matters. When our teachers and social workers struggle with affordability, stagnant pay, and burnout, our students feel it. Fair pay and retention efforts directly support the consistency and quality our children deserve. In closing, equity means investing more where the need is greatest. Every child in this city, no matter their ward, deserves to attend a school that is safe, welcoming, and high quality within their community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Russ Williams.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and Mr. Mendelson's staff. It's nice to see everyone. My name is Russ Williams, and I serve as President and CEO of Center City Public Charter Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to share our story and speak about academic achievement here in the district as it relates to Center City. Our school has come a long way. A decade ago, we were considered among the worst performing multi-campus LEAs in the city. And now we are right among the top performing multi-campus LEAs in the city. And widely regarded as a high performing LEA. These progress is the work of sort of deliberate, consistent, and intentional work around strong relationships between adults and students. So a sense of belonging, student well-being, and then evidence-based instruction. And I want to speak to two of the key investments we've made during this transformation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the first pack because we heard from Mr. Boots and Ms. Peretti about high impact tutoring, but we are big buyers in and believers of high impact tutoring, and it is, as Mr. Boots and Ms. Peretti talked about, it's really lifting a lot of our students with the interventions that we're seeing measurable academic growth and improvements for the students that are receiving tutoring. And those investments, while smaller today than they were a few years ago because of the federal cutbacks, it's something that we're continuing to prioritize, and we hope that the council and OSSE will continue to prioritize filling the gaps created by some of the federal pullback in that space, because the tutoring is making a difference. And I know I'm not the only one relaying that to you all. The second one, which some of the chairman's staff has had the opportunity to visit, is our Makerspace, DC's first and only Makerspace dedicated to serving K-8 students, located in Ward 5, just off Montana Avenue. The Makerspace shows how innovation can fuel both student engagement and strong achievement. It's a hands-on, project-based learning environment that connects academic concepts that they're learning in the classroom to applications, career and college applications outside the classroom. It's both fun and effective. Students are more likely to come to school and stay engaged when they're excited about what they're learning. We're seeing that in terms of, again, the number of kids that are visiting the Makerspace, going back to their campuses and advocating with their principals to go back as soon as possible. When you visit the Makerspace, when the students are there, kids are on their feet, they're moving around, they're not sitting, they're not listening static like to someone lecturing at them. It's very hands-on, engaging learning. And one of the things which we knew and we're really proud about, our Makerspace has now been open about 6 months, and as schools in session serving kids daily, we've had exactly 0 discipline incidents at the Makerspace throughout the course of the school year. We don't actually believe we're going to experience any because kids love being there and they love the work they're doing, the hands-on active work that they're doing. So it deepens their understanding of core academic skills. The program is working. And again, to sustain this progress, it would be great if the city prioritized investments, both in a number of things that we heard from other folks who've testified, but also in more Makerspaces, both ours and others throughout the district. They make a difference. They're some of the answer to some of the truancy and the nighttime challenges we're seeing. Like, there are answers. People just need to look closely at what's working. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ramona Green.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and my council member from MacArthur, Mr. Fruman. I am Ramona Green, and I'm the proud parent of Jessica, who is sitting right there. See the big smile on her face? She's a senior at MacArthur High School. I've lived in the District of Columbia for over 35 years, probably closer to 45. And I have repeatedly trusted DC public schools with the most important people in my life, my children. Jessica joined MacArthur in 10th grade after transferring from Jackson Reed. She was welcomed into a community that saw her potential and supported her growth. From assistant principals to advisors and counselors, the adults at MacArthur are approachable, compassionate, and deeply committed to our students. They're not just educators, they're mentors and allies. MacArthur has been a place of innovation and opportunity. Jessica has participated in college fairs, senior blitz events, and even multi-day college tours in the Northeast. And she wanted me to not say Northeast. They went to Yale, Boston U, and she would have to tell you the others. I did not go on the trip. These experiences have helped her envision her future and take ownership of her academic journey. She has taken AP classes, learned to advocate for herself, and found a peer group that uplifts her. One moment that stands out is when Jessica faced a difficult social situation and didn't know how to ask for help. With the support of Ms. Flowers and others, she learned that asking for help is a strength, not a weakness. That lesson and the love she received in response has stayed with her. I've also been an active parent, serving on the local school advisory team year after year. We're a tight-knit group of families who love our school, our principal, and our phenomenal staff. I've seen firsthand how the dean of students and other leaders go above and beyond, even stepping into challenging situations to protect and support our kids. When there was a conflict between students outside of school, Dr. McCray, our principal, worked closely with DCPS Essential Services and other government agencies to resolve the issue. He reminded us what leadership looks like. And by the way, he went outside of our school to the scene, of which you probably know about. He did not stay at MacArthur. That's leadership. Jessica's journey hasn't been perfect. She didn't want me to read the next part, but she's growing, learning, and thriving. She's found a safe, diverse environment where she can learn not just academics, but how to navigate the world with empathy and confidence. I couldn't ask for a better experience. DCPS has earned my trust, and I'm grateful for the educators who continue to show up for our children every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Catherine Procope. Online. Nope, she needs to accept. We'll see if she accepts. We'll call her the next round.
My audio.
Ms. Procope,
Yes, sir.
you're on.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Catherine Procope, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of the Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Our school's mission is clear that we are focusing on preparing Washington, D.C. students to succeed in mathematics and science and beyond. Over half of our students live right now in Ward 7 and 8, and each of them deserves access to an education that opens doors to high school, to college, and to meaningful careers. Academic achievement is not just about numbers, it's about equity. And when our students succeed, our city takes another step toward providing every child with a fair chance at a bright future. This year, our students made real measurable progress. 44.8% of our school students earned level 3 or higher in math, which was a 12.7% gain, 12.7 point gain increase from the previous year. Our sixth graders showed remarkable growth, with 52.8% of them earning a level 3 or higher, which was a 29.5 point jump from last year. And the number of our students, our African-American students, were scoring at the highest levels continues to rise each year. And these results mirror the progress seen across DC's public charter schools, particularly those in some of our most struggling wards, where proficiency rates in math and reading continue to outpace city averages. So several strategies have driven this growth. Targeted academic interventions, both during the school day and after school, something that we focused on here. Our sixth graders have a second math block that focuses on foundational skills, and their primary block on the content. Ongoing professional development and learning for our teachers, including lesson tuning and mentoring partnerships that we are fortunate to have with Howard University School of Education. These approaches, combined with council support for literacy and math initiatives, are helping our students make strong and sustained academic gains. Despite this progress, of course, there are challenges. Students have diverse learning needs that require consistent and specialized support. Attendance and engagement continue to be affected by external factors, including community and family disruptions that impact student stability. To truly close achievement gaps, our students who are furthest behind need more instructional time, more individualized support, and more consistency. There are three ways that we want to ask the council to continue to help schools like ours. Sustain and expand proven interventions, continue to invest in high impact tutoring. It's important and it really helps us and supports our family engagement as well. Invest in teaching and instructional materials and fund high quality evidence-based curricula in math and literacy. DC students are achieving because our teachers and families and leaders are working together. And we urge the council to continue to prioritize academic success through thoughtful policy and funding. And let's build on that progress by doubling down on what works: strong instruction, extended learning time, and excellent teachers with deep family partnerships. I thank you for this opportunity and look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Procope. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions. I do want to note, Ms. Green, I don't have a question for you, but it sounds like you're pretty proud of your daughter and her achievement at MacArthur, and that's great. So I just want to acknowledge that. Ms. Reed-Witt, you said so much talk about the Mississippi Miracle. It's far past time for a DC miracle. So what has Mississippi done that we're not doing?
Mississippi hired 50 literacy coaches, which they provided. Well, no, I take that back. They provided literacy coaches for their 50 lowest performing schools. We haven't done that, but what I proposed was not just to have coaches for our lowest performing elementary schools, but for all our elementary schools. And I suggested 2 tiers, that the 40 highest need have a coach split between 2 schools, and then all the rest of the schools have a coach split between 3 schools. That was my suggestion.
Is coaches the only thing Mississippi did?
No, we've done a lot of the other things. That's not the only thing, but for us, it's the next step. OSSE has hired coaches, but well, actually, I'm not sure if they actually were able to hire coaches. They were in the process of hiring, I believe, 4 coaches, and then we had all the budget problems and budget freezes. So I don't know if they actually were able to hire any, but 4 is far too many. I know that they're functioning within, the constraints of that they have.
If there are a number of things Mississippi's done, and we've done many of them, it sounds like what you're saying is that the coaches are what's going to make the big difference.
I do think the coaches will make a big difference, but even on the steps that we've implemented, we're still struggling with respect to the teacher training. And frankly, the way our school system is structured, it's very difficult. In Mississippi, they had, a state department that was over all the school districts, and we have our hybrid systems. So for a lot of the work that OSSE does, they are dependent on schools choosing to do things, and they don't have the manpower to move into the schools to really keep up with them and see if they have the curriculum, if they implemented it with fidelity, if the teachers have been training. So we do, besides the coaches, I chose the coaches because I know that that's something that OSSE is working on, but OSSE needs help to be able to support the schools. They don't have the staff to be able to support 100 and something schools, and they're even moving into trying to support high schools. So, and I didn't even mention that at all.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
the things that we need to do better. They're working on it.
Okay, I need to reclaim some time. Thank you, Mr. Booth. So you were sort of present in spirit at our hearing the other day. but here you are today. You mentioned the success stems from 5 interconnected strategies. You list what they are. All right, real simple. So then how come we can't get every school to do that? Why can't we just scale this?
I mean, I think we are scaling it. It is by highlighting these things is the process of scaling it. I think this past year was the single highest, most improved academic achievement year since 2010. I think our schools are doing these things. I think by highlighting them, elevating them, talking about them, the collaboration that I'm seeing between DC Public Schools, DC Public Charter Schools over the last couple of years has been incredible on high impact tutoring, on bold performance schools, on our high growth math schools. DCPS is opening up their schools and charter schools are coming to see those classrooms. I think Mr. Goldstein mentioned about the real importance of educators seeing other educators in action. And I know that the charter schools have opened up their schools to DCPS schools. On November 14th, we have a math learning walk that will happen at Friendship Chamberlain Elementary School, the Boulder School, and at Payne Elementary, which was one of our math bright spots in 2024. I think those are the kinds of activities that help continue to scale this over time.
Sure. So over time, we did a little calculation, might be off a bit, but if we continue to improve in terms of proficiency at the rate that we've been improving, which is everybody says is better than other large city school systems, it will be 25 years before everybody's level at the proficiency levels. That's a whole lot of kids that we're missing between now and then. One of the questions I'm going to be asking DCPS is why it is that we see a school like Patterson that's doing so much better than Henley with similar demographics, or why it is that we see a school like Ketchum that was doing phenomenally well and then suddenly not so well. And so we see progress, but it's not fast enough. So how do we scale this more quickly?
A lot of it is pipeline of high quality teachers.
Leadership.
And leadership, right? I think yes, thanks, Russ. It is both, right? I think it is making sure, do we have a pipeline of high quality leaders? I think what we see in the bold performance pool tonight. Sorry, do we what?
Do we have a pipeline of
Not enough.
Not enough. And I don't know that we have, there are some organizations, School Leader Lab, that help support on this effort in the city. Is there a sustained system-wide effort to get more high quality leaders across our schools? That's something we could work on.
Y'all are saved by the bell. Mr. Councilmember Fruman.
Is there going to be another round?
And no, there won't be another round because there are another 50 witnesses.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry about that. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you to our witnesses. Ms. Green, just before coming here, I was on the phone with Principal McCray. Thank you for the shout out from MacArthur. It is a phenomenal place. From Mr. McCray to Mr. Kennedy to Ms. Clique, and to the LSAT, really, really an exciting place. Mr. Dupree, the challenge that you raise of having great schools nearby so you don't have to travel all across the city, to me has been a fundamental question for a decade and a half. We owe it to you for you to feel that there is a nearby school that can fully meet the needs of your children and that they can go to and from safely. So thank you for coming out and putting it on the table as dispassionately as you did. It's, I think, the fundamental challenge as a city that we face. Mr. Boots, going to this, like the way you put numbers on it and you say that the math score improvement, it translates into $1 billion in earning potential is important. It's about justice, it's about equity, but it's also about economic opportunity, and it's also about retaining folks in the city. I am struck hearing the testimony at the hearing the other day, and and hearing the leader of Center City and the way he was talking about what they have done, hearing your testimony and hearing Scott Goldstein's testimony, the overlap is enormous. The idea of valuing our teachers, creating a culture of joyfulness, focusing on kids, and Mr. Goldstein said class sizes should be smaller. I think what you seem to be suggesting is that high impact tutoring and pullouts with small groups might do that. But do you also think that we should be having smaller class sizes, particularly in schools that are not performing as highly as others?
The research on school class size reduction is not particularly strong. The reduction would have to be as small as groups of 5 to 7 in a classroom for class size reduction to have a statistically significant, meaningful impact. I think what we see is in high quality instructional classrooms that teachers are really great at delivering 20 minutes of direct instruction, then having time to work in small groups and one-on-one with students to recover and ensure that every student can access the instruction that just happened. And that can happen in classrooms the size of 25, 30. It can happen in classrooms the size of 10, 15. But like to really do classroom size reduction that is meaningful, you would have to get down to 5, and that's expensive.
Okay. And you know, what about co-teaching and teacher peer-to-peer work as opposed to instructional coaches? Because part of what we heard the other day was a heavy emphasis on the value of instructional coaches. But in some ways, I feel like people are talking about similar things, but using different words in slightly different vehicles. But help me differentiate between the instructional coach model and peer teaching and co-teaching.
I think in the bold performance schools themselves, both happen, right? We see inclusive classrooms. What does that mean? That means that there's a special educator and a general educator in the same classroom supporting instruction at the same time, making sure that our students with disabilities have access to what is being taught, with the ability for that teacher to also do small groups. There's interventionists in some classrooms that have the ability to do pullouts and small groups and one-on-one instruction. That is important. And instructional coaches are important, making sure that all of our teachers know the math before they teach the math. And I think what we saw in a large-scale study in Kentucky was the Kentucky Math Achievement Fund, which supported math instructional coaches in 50 low-performing schools across the state that had statistically significant gains. But it wasn't just the fact that there was a math instructional coach in each school. That was important by itself. It's those coaches also had a network to work together to learn how to do this. I think you heard at the bold performance hearing that a couple of the leaders said that just because you're a great teacher of students doesn't necessarily make you going to be a great instructional coach of teachers. And so having, I think a version of the Math Achievement Fund here in DC could yield a lot of fruit by giving those instructional coaches the way they do have networks to learn from each other to help improve their own instructional coaching without necessarily more people and more staff.
Okay, I'm going to go a little long, but one of the things that we heard about at that hearing was culture and how important culture and a sense of team between the administration and the teachers, and then sitting out there is impact. And I'm curious, I don't want to put you too much up on the hot seat, but one of the things that we hear from many teachers is they feel that threatened by impact in a way that corrodes that sense of trust. And I wonder what your views on the impact system or the best evaluation system we should be using are.
I think impact has come a long way in the last 15 years in terms of how it values both academic achievement and the social emotional well-being of our students, because both go hand in hand, right? DCBS has done DCBS Becoming. They have a lot of emphasis on the Panorama survey and the results from it. Student belonging in the classroom, students' sense of inclusion, students' sense of rigorous expectations and support and relationships with those teachers also matter, right? They do. There's scientific evidence that's when we work on those things, we have kids who come into class ready to learn. And so I think our greatest teachers understand that both of them work together. Like students are ready to learn when they feel confident and successful with the content, and they're also ready to learn when they feel involved and included and belonging.
So I guess what I'm hearing you say is Impact 2009 and Impact 2025 are different things.
I mean, I would definitely ask that question. I am not as familiar with the exact business rules and everything that goes into an impact, but I do know that over time we have modified it in ways that are good for our teachers and our students.
Okay, the last one, and then I'm going to stop, is I thought the data that you presented and the fact that Ward 7 and 8 outperformed the city really great. I wonder what's underneath that, because we saw a couple of schools that had done very well. Chairman Mendelson wants to raise with DCPS the other schools that have similar demographics and aren't doing as well. How smooth is that improvement in Ward 7 and 8?
By smooth, do you mean how broad?
I mean, there's Ward 7 and 8, actually, one challenge that they have is they have an enormous number of schools between DCPS and charter schools. And so smooth would be most of them are in a band and they're performing, their performance is up significantly. Not smooth would be 10 are doing phenomenal and 10 are doing terrible. How shared is that improvement from campus to campus?
It's pretty broadly shared. I don't know that I can look at it and I will get you that answer for real, but I don't believe that there is a Ward 7 or 8 school whose proficiency rates in 2025 were lower than they were in 2022.
Well, I just said that is a great note to stop my questioning. Ms. Dupree, though, sorry, Chairman Mendelson, she raised her hand and she's come to testify about schools.
Thank you.
Ward 7.
Sorry, just to add though, even though they may not decrease, they are like increasing by like 1% or 2%. And if you have like 200 students, that's only 2 students have improved out of 200 students. And like, for me, I'm not sending my child to a school that's barely improving. That's all I want to add. Thank you.
I won't note that you were like doubled your time. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you to each of the witnesses. Your testimony has been helpful. Thank you, those of you who are online. Justin Lessick, Executive Director of Sojourner Truth. Laura Maestas, DC Prep. Myron Long, Social Justice School. Benjamin Lookner with a special education teacher. So, remind me when he comes. Jacqueline Klaus, Klaus. Amy Bocardi. Casey Boyd. Lauren Hillard with KIP. Galen Gallagher, also with KIP. Ever Velasquez. Kisanet Estefanos. Mayaman Girami. Evangeline Diaz. Michaela Villatoro. Mark Joyner. Jordan Doherty. Tiffany Brown. Eleni Lawrence. I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to repeat names. I think everybody I've called is virtual. Justin Lessick, Executive Director, Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. We don't see him. Laura Maestas, Chief Executive Officer, DC Prep.
Hi, good morning.
Good
Am
morning.
I ready for me to start?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I'm Laura Maestas, and I'm the CEO of DC Prep, a public charter school network that serves more than 2,100 students in preschool through 8th grade in wards 5, 7, and 8. We're proud that our Benning Elementary campus was recently announced as one of Empower K-12's 16 bold schools for 2025. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony about academic achievement. Over the last 23 years, DC Prep schools have been consistently high performing. On last year's CAPE test, DC Prep students grew more rapidly than peers citywide in ELA in grades 3 and 5, and in math in grades 3, 5, and 7. In grades 3 through 6, our percent proficiency in ELA increased relative to last year. And in grades 3, 5, 6, and 7, our percent proficiency in math increased relative to last year. And at all of our schools, we outperformed the average for the ward in which our schools are located. On Halloween, we had our first Data Day. Data Day is the day at the end of each quarter where we analyze our data and build a plan for how we will make the next quarter stronger than the last. While it's still very early in the year, we are off to a strong start based on the first round of interim assessments. I know that you hold these hearings to understand what supports strong academic achievement. Empower K-12, and I'm sure that I'm repeating something that Josh, I think, just spoke about. Empower K-12 released a report that describes the strategies that are used at DC Prep and other bold school winners. It's a great report. It describes 5 strategies, which I know Josh already spoke about, and I really just want to co-sign what he has already told you. The things that are described in the Empower K-12 report align perfectly with the work that we are so focused on doing every day at DC Prep. You would read our network's annual plan and think that we had gotten a preview of Josh's report. So I would just emphasize that that is exactly the thing that all of our schools should be focusing on. And I am very grateful to the council for the ways in which you're supporting schools, district, and charter. And I look forward to continuing the work towards ensuring more students achieve great academic outcomes this year. Thank you for your time and your support, and I will cede 46 seconds.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement if you want to provide that.
I will do that. Thank you.
Myron Long.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Myron Long, and I am the co-founder and executive director of the Social Justice School. Our mission is to catalyze an integrated community of scholar activists who are designers of a more just world. Our students come from communities often marginalized by systematic inequities, and our academic and SEL programs are designed to ensure every scholar not only meets grade level standards, but develops the critical thinking and problem skills they need to survive. Over the past year, SJS has seen remarkable academic growth across our programs. On the DC CAPE assessment, our scholar activists achieved the highest 4+ growth in ELA for at-risk students of any middle school or elementary middle school combo in DC. The growth in proficiency exceeds DC middle school average from 6th to 8th in both ELA and math across DCPS and the charter sector. This achievement is a powerful testament to the collective work that has gone into building the Social Justice School. It would have not been possible without the unwavering support of our students, families, and community. Together, we are a proof point that school rooted in love, learning, and inspiration can achieve extraordinary growth. A few highlights. So we had double-digit growth in ELA for 3+ and 4+. Almost 10% more of our scholar activists scored a 3+, and almost 13% of our scholar activists scored a 4+ on the ELA DC CAPE. And we also had growth in math as well, particularly with our students with disabilities and our at-risk students. Our success has been driven by evidence-based interventions, including both adaptive and technical solutions, giving more students access to high-quality instructional materials, opportunities to engage with instructional coaching, and data literacy across all of our staff, and using data to create skill-based groups that target acceleration and address learning gaps, and also having students be really invested in their overall data and their goals as well. At Social Justice School, we also recognize that learning doesn't happen in isolation, which is why our wraparound support includes our Guaranteed Together program, the only intergenerational cash assistance initiative in the DC public school Where families are stable and students aren't hungry or stressed at home, their capacity to learn increased dramatically. Unfortunately, with programs like SNAP currently frozen or on the rise to be unfrozen, the support is more critical now than ever. Despite our progress, significant challenges remain, especially for a small single site school like Social Justice School. So what we are asking for is increased investment in literacy coaches and funding for literacy specialists, especially schools that like ours, in order to provide targeted support where it matters, expand funding for programs such as Guaranteed Together, which addresses barriers to learning, attendance, and family stress, and then a citywide approach to ensuring safety and well-being in Black and Brown communities, which directly impacts students' ability to focus, learn, and thrive in school. At Social Justice School, innovation is central to everything we do. Our model shows what's possible when you combine rigorous instruction with community engagement, deep relationships, and data-informed acceleration strategies, and a holistic family support. We are proud of the gains our students have made, but achieving excellent outcomes for all students requires ongoing investment and a commitment to equity. We hope the council will support these solutions, not just for Social Justice School, but for all DC students, so that every child has access to excellent educational opportunities and a chance to succeed. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to provide any additional details or questions about the work that we've done at Social Justice School.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Jacqueline, I believe it's pronounced Jacqueline or Jacqueline Klaus.
Yeah, that's me. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, council members of the Committee of the Whole, and other attendees. My name is Jacqueline Klaus. I'm an ESOL specialist and itinerant teacher with over 2 decades of experience in education across the United States and other 6 countries. So today I speak as an educator who teaches beyond compliance. I'm a believer in the transformative and liberating power of education. I'm humbly here to share my experiences. What I witness across our school is a system increasingly governed by mechanisms of control, policies, mandates, and accountability frameworks that contradict the very values education claims to uphold. I'm positive that we all agree that education should be a vehicle for equity, curiosity, and human development. Data production, but in practice, is often reduced to compliance, data production, and standardization. These imposed structures fragment curricula, disconnect learning from students' lived experiences and realities, suppress the very creativity and critical thinking we claim to cultivate, etc. I invite teachers to resist these constraints and teach for meaning, connection, and growth. Students thrive when they are given space to express themselves, collaborate across languages and differences, and engage with content that reflects their identities and experiences. But in many schools, the atmosphere is thick with unspoken suffering. Students endure chronic stress every single day. Teachers face emotional exhaustion driven by unrealistic workloads, insufficient support, and relentless pressure to produce data. The school environment itself has become neurologically counterproductive. Research in the neuroscience of learning under stress is clear. Stress impairs memory retrieval and shifts learning from flexible cognitive strategies to rigid habitual responses. In other words, students under stress may memorize, but they cannot think critically or transfer knowledge. This is not learning, to me, it's survival. Sadly, there is a profound disconnect between what education claims to be and what it actually delivers. If we are serious about equity, curiosity, and human flourishing, we must act with systematic courage. Council members, the brain cannot learn when it is in survival mode. The heart cannot open when it is afraid. The mind cannot flourish when it is exhausted. The conditions we create in our schools either liberate or limit. They either invite the students and teachers into joyful discovery or push them into silence, isolation, and despair. This is not a call for reform. It's a call for reimagining. Let's build schools where the human spirit is not crushed by metrics, but lifted by meaning, where learning is not a performance, but a process of becoming. The crisis in our schools is not a failure of teachers or students. It's a failure of systems that prioritize control over care, metrics over meaning, and uniformity over humanity. Children are not standardized. Their learning shouldn't be either. The mechanisms imposed on our schools are not neutral. They shape what is taught, how it's taught, and who is deemed successful. Too often, they silence the very voices education should uplift. This is a call for systematic courage, for for policies that reflect the values we profess, for a district that lives not in test scores, but in justice, innovation, and joy. Let us remember our children are not data points. They are living, breathing potential, waiting to be unleashed. Every standardized test we mandate, every rigid curriculum we enforce is a chain binding their creativity, their spirit, their future. Will we continue to suffocate education with metrics and measurements? Or will we courageously reimagine learning as a transformative human experience? Thank you. My full testimony contains my recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you. I believe Justin Lessick has arrived.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, other members of council. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm actually on a field trip with kids right now, but happy to be with you all. My
Yes.
name is Justin Lessick. I'm the executive director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School in Ward 5. Sojourner Truth is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school, and we serve about 370 students across grades 6 through 12. We have a lot to be proud of at Truth this year. We scored in the top quartile of public middle and high schools across the district in 2025 in both CAPE ELA and CAPE Math, and had particularly strong performance for students with disabilities, students considered economically disadvantaged, and English learning students on the ELA exam. 50% of our students across middle and high school earned a 4 or 5 on CAPE ELA, which was 6% higher than in 2024. We also showed a 6% increase in the total number of kids scoring a 4 or a 5 on the math exam. We attribute many of our positive results and gains to our unique Montessori model, which includes mixed grade level classrooms throughout the middle and high school, and where students engage in extended multi-curricular work blocks, where lessons occur in small groups, and students have agency and choice in how they spend their independent time. We're particularly proud of offering our model and of demonstrating these results in Ward 5, where performance has historically lagged behind that in Wards 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. We believe that academic achievement is integral to educational equity, and that strong outcomes on assessments like CAPE are a critical demonstration of opportunities down the road for lifelong success. We're excited at the progress that has been made at Truth and around the city as a whole, but we also know that even stronger outcomes are possible for all kids. At Truth, we've been fortunate to receive grant funding to expand our high-impact tutoring programs, and we're confident this will continue to accelerate learning for kids all around the city who have access. We have also increased the number of our kids participating in the district's Advanced Technical Center program, which allows them to leave our campus each day to take college classes at Trinity. We recognize and appreciate the key role that council has played in making opportunities like high impact tutoring and the ATC program possible, and for the foundation that has been established for science-based literacy instruction that we know is going to benefit kids at all grade levels. We hope that council will continue to build upon this foundation with increased investment in high quality and evidence-based math programs, as math achievement at Truth and other schools around the district continues to lag a little behind ELA achievement. We also hope that specialized programs like Montessori can receive funding to ensure our ongoing alignment with evidence-based standards that have demonstrated success. Additionally, we hope that council will continue to prioritize teacher development and retention. As a relatively small public charter school, it's difficult for schools like Truth when our teacher funding does not come entirely through the UPSFF in a stable and predictable way. I have no doubt that our achievement on CAPE and in other areas could be even higher with equitable funding that's streamed through the UPSFF. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you again to all members of the council for your ongoing support of students and school staff. The progress we've seen at Truth, and more importantly, throughout the entire district, is testament to the investments you have helped make and the priority you have put on education. Thank you for your leadership and support.
Thank you, Mr. Lessick. And I have to say, I'm kind of curious what the field trip is you're on.
This, believe it or not, this is actually we just left campus at lunchtime. It's an attendance incentive. So we usually have lunch on campus. These are kids that have had on-time attendance over the last month. So we are, this is the first time we're doing it, but doing kind of like an off-campus lunch with some chaperoning for them. So we'll be back to class in the afternoon. But if this goes well, it's an incentive that we keep going on teaching Fridays.
Okay. Thank you. Amy Bacardi.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Bacardi, and I have been a DC Public Schools educator since 1998, spending 18 years of my career in middle schools throughout our city. I currently teach 6th grade English at Stuart Hobson Middle School in Ward 6. First, I'd like to thank the council for their support to changes that were recently made to middle grades ELA assessments this school year. The total number of mandated EL assessments feels much less burdensome. I'm testifying today to implore the council to invest in systems, resources, and personnel to ensure that we are adequately identifying and supporting our most critical middle school students, our non-readers. We know that we are facing a literacy crisis, and we know that the estimated range of individuals with dyslexia is 1 out of 5. While we have made improvements in early intervention screenings and programming, and we have added dyslexia awareness modules through OSSI, these measures are nowhere enough to provide a stopgap at the middle school level for students who have spent years at the lowest percentiles. The 2020 dyslexia legislation is aimed specifically at grades K through 2 and does not address the dire needs for interventions at the middle grades. Our current middle schoolers miss critical years of literacy instruction, and as a result, and for myriad other reasons, students are arriving to middle school and cannot read. They may have received tiered interventions in elementary school, but we have no information on those supports. We don't know if they were screened or if they moved through the MTSS process. And as a result, we start the MTSS process all over again. It could be months before the student is tested or scheduled for an intervention class, if that happens at all. And unfortunately, our current grading policies hide the stark truth. Middle school students are being promoted without the literacy skills they need for high school and beyond. So here is my straightforward ask. Provide teacher training and implement universal screeners for students in grade 6, as well as for any student entering the district at the middle grades. Identify the children who are repeatedly falling at or below the 20th percentile and help schools develop appropriate intervention classes for those students. Find systems that adequately track students for multiple years across schools. And finally, provide funding to middle schools for literacy interventionists who can support teachers, students, and families in this process. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Casey Boyd.
Good afternoon. I'm Casey Boyd, the librarian at Jefferson Academy, and thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of our city school libraries. Across DC, school librarians are doing extraordinary work every day, often with limited resources, but with unlimited commitment. We teach students how to find reliable information in a noisy digital world. We curate digital books that help children see themselves and understand others. And when a school has a certified librarian, students read more, think deeper, and achieve higher. But that's not opinion. That's the result of academic research since the 60s. Certified school librarians working with students help boost student achievement, nurture lifelong learners, and close equity gaps. Yet too often, libraries and librarians are the first to be cut in school districts like DCPS. With talks about cuts across the districts, there is already buzz about cutting library program among principals who are still struggling to properly utilize their school librarian. Some of my colleagues are teaching class. They're serving as ed tech managers of devices and serving as substitute teachers, which is a violation of OSSI and their library certificate and the WTU contract, Article 24.1.3. Yet too often, the impact of libraries and librarians are easiest to overlook. DCPS boasts that they are the fastest improving urban school district, but they forget to remember that it does take a village. And since 2020, DCPS librarians have been supporting the academic achievement of students throughout the district. Since this August, students have checked out 347,871 print and ebooks throughout the district under the guidance of certified librarians. Included in this testimony is the State of DCPS School Libraries Annual Report, created by former Library Director Dr. Kevin Washburn. I urge you to please take a moment and read this important report that demonstrates the impact of school libraries and certified librarians in DCPS. Currently, DCPS librarians are struggling. Unlike the DCPS EdTech department, we do not have a director. Our director, Dr. Washburn, retired, and his position was not filled, nor was the acquisitions position was filled with a certified librarian. Our current manager is struggling to support librarians district-wide. She's fulfilling a position of 3 positions with just a position of 1. This is a disgrace and disrespect to the work that Dr. Washburn has performed since 2020 to build the library program to service children. I'm going to conclude very quickly by asking the council and the parents listening today to remember the power of a child walking into a vibrant library, seeing books that reflect their world, and meeting an adult, the school librarian, who believes in their potential. That moment can change the trajectory of a student's life. Honoring the hard work of DC's librarians means funding our positions and supporting our programs at central office and at the school level, and recognizing that literacy is liberation. Every child and every ward deserves access to a fully staffed, fully funded school library. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to DC students.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. I don't have a copy of your statement if you would submit it.
I sent it at 7:47 this morning.
We'll look for it. Thank you.
I really need you to look at that comprehensive report. It's very interesting.
Yes. Thank you. Lauren Hillard.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Lauren Hilliard, and I have the honor of serving as the principal of KIPP DC Lead Academy, an elementary school dedicated to the community of students, educators, and families in Ward 2, working towards transformational academic results. I thank the committee for holding this critical oversight hearing to examine the academic achievement in the district, particularly in the wake of the 2024 CAPE results. These results serve as a powerful call to action, reminding us that for far too many students, the promise of rigorous education remains unfulfilled. We share your unwavering commitment to ensure that every student in the District of Columbia gains the foundational literacy and numeracy skills necessary to thrive in college, careers, and in life. This work is not simply about matrix. It's about providing equitable access to opportunity and dismantling the systematic barriers. Our testimony today aims to share specific evidence-based practices implemented at our school that have yielded strong growth. At KIPP DC Lead Academy, our recent progress is a testament of the power of deeply aligned, responsive, and people-centered approach. Our local success is built upon the robust KIPP national framework, which guides our systematic focus for all grade levels. That being said, our plan for continual improvement hinges on our aligned national system of academic rigor with targeted local strategies for instructional excellence and cultural strength. And we are incredibly proud of the progress our students have made. At Lead Academy, we sharpened our focus on our daily experience for every student, teacher, leading to tangible improvements in learning. Our core instructional strategy is defined and focused on 2 interlocking tiers. The first one being our Tier 1 instruction, which is focused on strengthening the instructional support of all students and teachers. Our priority is to ensure that Tier 1 instruction is exceptional for every student every single day. We've shifted our resources to focus on building teacher capacity in our building, with targeted coaching, moving away from general feedback to concentrated bite-sized cycles focused on high-leverage instructional move. Frequent observations, ensuring that every teacher receives real-time, actionable feedback rooted in student experience and data, allowing them to make instructional shifts daily. Real-time coaching support, having instructional leaders and myself in classrooms to model, co-teach, and provide immediate support, guaranteeing strong core instruction across all classrooms. The second focus at LEAD has really been on data-driven Tier 2 instruction, which we call our growth blocks. To accelerate progress and address gaps revealed, we focused on making sure that students have a non-negotiable time focused entirely on data, small group instruction, which allows us to meet students where they are, daily. Finally, the bedrock of all academic success is a thriving school culture. Through our house system, a school-wide culture initiative, we are fostering a deep sense of belonging, motivation, and pride that all of our students take in engaging in rigorous learning. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hilliard. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could send that.
Yes, I will be sure that you have it.
Great, thank you. Galen Gallagher.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. I'm Galen Gallagher. I am proud to be the principal of KIPP-DC College Prep High School, also known as KCP. I've been with KIPP-DC for 17 years, 12 of them as a principal in elementary schools, middle schools, and now high school. And I had the privilege of joining KCP in the spring of 2024. So we're a non-selective open enrollment high school. We have 650 kids in Ward 5, and every year we accept students in all of our grades as space permits, including 40 juniors and seniors this past fall, and about half of our freshmen come to KCP from a KIPP-DC middle school. 63% of our kids are considered at risk, 20% have IEPs, and we are really proud that 100% of our seniors got accepted to college last year, and this fall, 55% of them are currently enrolled in a 4-year program, which is really great for us, and we're really excited to see all the things that they do ahead of us. I think one of the things that's key for KCP is that we believe in this college prep experience. We believe that if families deserve a free option to send their child to a college prep high school, and even if you don't want to go to college right after high school, you have that college prep foundation where you are ready to do that if you want to. We have kids who are in trade school and in the workforce and in the military, and they all are thriving, or they're doing wonderful things. And also they have this college prep foundation. So if they do decide they want to go to college when they're 25 or 35, they have that foundation to come back to. That's real choice, right? When you decide that you're going to go into a trade school, but you also got into college, having those two options together allows kids and their families to make the right choices. Last year, we worked really hard at KCP to decrease chronic absenteeism. Those numbers went down by 9%. We increased GPAs by 15%. We cut our physically violent incidents by 82%. Staff and student safety in our building is super important to us. We also cut our suspension rate in half. We have used peer mediation and restorative practices at our school to keep school safe and productive. And that has also contributed to some nice jumps in our CAPE data. We have we scored four plus kids jumped from 12% to 27% in ninth grade, 18% to 30% in 10th grade. But I'm really also proud of, and those are both in reading, notably our students with IEPs scoring 3+ in reading increased from 10% to 40%, which was a big jump for us. We're still really far from where we want to be, but we're working really hard to get there. And 96% of our teachers and staff came back this past year. So we have a great team that is sticking with this mission and making it happen. There's a couple things that we are really proud of. One, the learning environments, consistent systems and routines, school-wide and in classrooms, to define and celebrate college prep habits and behaviors and help kids feel really connected to school. Targeted teacher coaching and content internalization. There was a lot of talk about the instructional coaching that happens, having those instructional coaches having content meetings weekly so that teachers are talking about the lessons that are coming up with other people who are teaching the same thing is having a really positive impact on instruction for us. Also, in terms of student and family partnership, our focus on attendance. Every kid who's absent every day gets a phone call from us to check in about where they are and figure out what's going on and offer support. We also immediately lean in with plans to support kids when they're repeatedly having trouble getting to school. We have an attendance team that works really hard to help kids get here and to stay in school. Our daily attendance is consistently above 90% at KCP, and that's definitely contributing to kids learning more. We also, are really focused on GPA and academic progress, making sure that kids get their grade reports every week, that teachers update grades every Wednesday, that kids get their grades every Friday so that we can put interventions in place the next week for tutoring, office hours, study sessions, and test retakes when kids begin to fall behind. And those are some of the strategies that we are implementing here at KCP. We're happy to answer any questions. And Josh, I hope we're on your list next year.
Thank you very much. I believe the next several witnesses are not here. Ever Velasquez?
They're online. They're on the same camera.
He's here.
Okay, I understand actually you're all on the same camera. All right, I'll just keep going. Ever Velasquez? And please be mindful of the clock. If you're in gallery view, you can see the clock.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ever Velasquez, and I'm in the 8th grade.
I currently serve as the vice president of my school's Student Government Association. I like to play soccer with friends. I like hanging out with them and playing video games. What I like about my school is math and science because they are fun to be creative and learn using my hands. I like math because it's easy for me to come up with the answers. Math is still a challenge, so that's why I like it. And I like science because it's a very interesting topic to learn about. I would like to share a story of my academic success. A story about my academic success would be when my math score went up by 21 points. Last time I did it, I got a pretty low score in humanities, maybe around a 218. And the next time I did it, I went up by 21 points. That moment made me very proud of myself, and I couldn't have done it without my teachers, Mr. Pierce and Ms. Z. It is difficult to learn when I'm with new people or in a new environment, but I am most successful as a learner when I work with people I know or people I am comfortable with. Also, learning outside of the classroom gives me a chance to see how to apply what I learn in class in the world. And now when I get to high school, and that's why we need you at the council. We need you at the council to support students by giving students and schools the resources and funding we need so we can get the experiential learning and oh my God, that can get the best learning experience. We need you at the council to support students by giving them the materials they need to learn. And so we can learn in our own way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kisana Stefanos.
Hi, my name is Kisana Stefanos and I go to Center City Petworth. I'm in the 8th grade. I have pushed for a volleyball team and with some friends, and now we finally have one. I'm also in Student Government Association, National Student Honor Society, and debate. My favorite classes would be PE, science, and humanities. I like to write. It's very simple to me. And PE is fun since you do sports with friends. And I find science very easy. My favorite thing about this school is how our teachers teach, because I always understand what to do since they explain it to me very clearly. In humanities, we had to write an essay and I got the only 100. My teachers thought that it was AI since it was so perfect, but they soon found out that it wasn't. One of my teachers has a friend who's a writer and introduced him to my essay and thought it was good. I was very proud of myself. And I also got a 5 on my humanities state testing, which only pushed my love for humanities further. I find that it's difficult to learn when my teacher gives me digital lessons because I don't understand it clearly. And you can't ask the video questions. It sometimes gets me distracted since the videos aren't entertaining and I have a short attention span, meaning that I don't want anything from the video. The way I feel this has always balanced out for me, the way I like to learn. Our field trips, our teacher schedule for us to explore and learn outside of our classroom. I believe that this council can help us with this. I also like work lessons and or direct teaching because more students interact, meaning you can ask questions. And it's easier to go back to your notes. If you write it on paper, since your computer can die or anything can delete suddenly. I don't like digital lessons, but others do. We should be able to learn at our best, meaning accessible learning. If I want to learn digitally, and someone else likes to, I shouldn't disrupt learning due to my own style. We might need more teachers, but I believe that we can do both or learning styles at the same time. One teacher helps with digital and the other one helps with workbook learning. I ask the council to support us in funding more resources for our experimental learning to help our students grow and how we can apply our learning to our high school experiences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Miyaman Giramai?
Yeah,
Please proceed.
okay. Good afternoon. My name is Mimin Gramine, and I'm in 8th grade at Center City Petworth. At my school, I'm the public relations / media chair for the Student Government Association. What I do is help manage the way announcements go out and help out with things like media, photos, videos for our school social media. I'm also a part of many clubs in school like NJHS, SGA, debate, volleyball, and Petworth's undefeated soccer team. A time I was proud of my learning in academics was when I made nationals for Quizbowl. I was facing problems with studying the work I was assigned by the teachers that was easy to study for other students around me. I found a website that wasn't given to me by teachers that helped me succeed. Also, adding on to this, I gained a lot of background knowledge from this that I most likely wouldn't have known in my middle school career till later on in life. I feel like it's difficult to learn when teachers give students a certain material to learn when a lot of students learn differently. What I mean is that students can learn better when they are given what they need. One student may learn better with videos, or another may learn better with reading. Each student has a different mindset. But when teachers wonder why students are failing or not understanding, it's because you're failing to provide what's needed. To connect this to what happened with Quizbo, I had one because I gave myself the material I learned best from, which was virtual learning from the website. I myself personally am a successful learner when I have a demonstration like an example to work on. For example, it could be experiments or projects. This is just one way that I learn better, but a lot of students can learn better from reading or videos or any of the learning styles there are. That's why we need you at the council to support students by giving us more support, but not just give the teachers more support to soon enough help succeed. Ways you can support us students is by experimental learning, tech, and the different learning materials that would help students. Thank you.
Thank you. Evangeline Diaz.
Good afternoon, council members and staff. My name is Evangeline Diaz. I attend Center City Petworth, and I'm in 8th grade. At school, I'm student government president, a member of National Junior Honor Society, and a member of Petworth's debate team. Today, I will share a story about my academic success when it's difficult to learn, when I'm a most successful learner, and what you all, such as the council members, can do to support students that may have shared a similar story as mine. First, I would like to share a story about my academic success. When I first started algebra, I soon realized that understanding the material did not come as quickly and easily to me as it seemed to come at my classmates. With learning new materials almost every day, tests almost every week, it seemed nearly impossible to keep up with my classmates and even at times doubting myself. Instead of giving up, I decided to learn how to adapt. I found out different learning techniques that could help me learn better and quicker. Even if it just meant breaking down the concept or just sketching out the problem, I learned to be patient with myself and understand that it's okay if I wasn't at the same pace or learned differently from everyone else. Through these experiences, not only am I still learning, but I have developed a deeper understanding of how I learn best. I also quickly realized that the way the material was being taught didn't match how I learned best. Often the material is taught at a fast pace, with all different types of information not sinking in my mind. But I'm a most successful learner when the lesson breaks down each concept and allows time to ensure that the information is truly understood before the test. That's why we need you at the council to support students by assigning them different opportunities to learn differently based on their teaching styles, even if it means having another teacher in the classroom, allowing extra time on assignments, or using adaptive apps and technology that support different learning styles. These can be major benefits, not just for me, but also all students around. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Michaela Villatoro.
Hi, my name is Michaela Villasoro. I go to Center City Public Charter School, Petworth. I'm looking forward to playing for my school's volleyball team, followed by our soccer team. What I like about my school is the teachers and clubs. What I like about my teachers is how understanding and nice they are to all our needs. What I like about my school's clubs is how they have a variety of different clubs based on what you want to do. This fuels my interest in my favorite classes, science and PE. I would like to share a story about my academic success. A time I was proud of my learning was in 4th grade. We were writing a scary story, adding details that exploded moments and used new vocabulary. I got the highest grade in the class. My teacher rewarded the class by getting us pizza and showing my writing off to other teachers. It's difficult to learn sometimes when I'm challenged by my teachers who write too fast. Teachers who write too fast make it hard for me to take notes and ask the teachers for help when I need it. But I'm most successful as a learner when the teachers break down the lesson we're working on in class. I get to see what's happening step by step, and when I see a visual lesson and get a better understanding of what's going on. Field trips also help me get involved in the lesson. We're learning in class and see it in the real world. For me, that is the best way to learn. That's why we need you at the council to support students and get the experiential learning, tech, and different learning languages and enrichment that will help expand our growth and learning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Joyner. Jordan Doherty.
I'm here.
Yes.
Hello, council members. My name is Jordan Daugherty. I'm an Empower Ed Fellow and Award 4 educator at a DC Public Charter School. And more specifically, I'm an arts educator. I teach dance to pre-K3 students through 8th grade, and I'm in my 9th school year. Also know I'm sort of a unicorn, meaning I am special, and so is my subject too. Not many students can say they have dance in their curriculum, but for as many students who can say they don't have a dance teacher, there are equally as many who can say they do not have an art, music, drama, creative writing, or foreign language teacher. For these students who have access, there shouldn't be so few unicorns in society. Exactly 7 years ago, my former principal asked my why for the school year. This is asked of many educators each year during our annual pre-service. And when I was cold called on like a student to share my why, I simply said, I want to teach the whole child. Student achievement is linked to way more than academics. The arts should not be watered down to a break for students or other educators or purely performance opportunities for schools to fulfill cultural programs. The arts are necessary to academic achievement. You'd be surprised how many students come to school for their classes outside of tested subjects when that class helps them make it through the school day. That sounds like improved attendance to me. And the more a student is in the building, the more opportunities they have to learn, to reach that content, to improve upon the material that is later tested on. And they are safe, fed, and happy too. Arts and well-rounded education creates student buy-in. I ask that we incentivize charters to ensure their middle and high schools have arts educators, music, art, dance, drama, etc. Especially for small schools like mine, incentives help us keep these classes on the agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tiffany Brown. I believe is not here. Eleni Lawrence, I believe is online.
Yes, I'm here. Good day, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and staff. My name is Eleni Lawrence, and I serve as Chief Academic Officer at the Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. I'm also a proud native Washingtonian, a DCPS graduate, and a parent of a student at a DC public charter school and an alum. Carlos Rosario has been a part of this city's educational fabric for more than 50 years, serving over 2,000 adult learners annually from all 8 wards and more than 75 countries. Our students come to us to learn English, earn their GED, and gain industry-recognized credentials in nursing, bilingual education, information technology, and culinary arts. Their academic and workforce outcomes are a critical measure of the city's educational progress and economic strength. This past year, our results show continued excellence across every measure of achievement. GED students passed their exams at a rate of 80.7%, far exceeding our goal of 65%. Career training students, including those in nurse aid and culinary arts program, earned credentials at a 70.6% rate, meeting or surpassing national benchmarks. ESL learners demonstrated steady progress at 66.6%, reflecting ongoing growth in literacy and numeracy skills. And persistence reached over 80%, meaning the vast majority of our students continued advancing despite challenges of work and family responsibilities. College and career readiness rates climbed 90 to 96%, and 100% of students pursuing citizenship achieved it, strengthening both families and our democracy. These results reflect not just instruction, but a system of holistic supports. Last year alone, our student services team logged more than 14,000 contact hours for mental health, case management, legal aid, employment, and housing support. More than 1,500 students received transit benefits, and hundreds participated in job fairs and preventative health clinics. This is what it takes for adult learners to persist and thrive. Behind these numbers are real stories of achievement. Didier, for example, came to us for our IT fundamentals program and seeking a better future. With free access to technology, dedicated instructors, and scholarship support, he has since earned multiple industry certifications, moved into a new career in cybersecurity, and now mentors other students following in his footsteps. His story, like so many of our graduates, show how the opportunity in education transform lives and community. In closing, I would like to thank the council for continued investments in adult education and essential workforce development. Our students are parents, taxpayers, and workers who contribute daily to the city's success. When they advance academically, the whole district advances with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. That's going to conclude this panel. I had a question from Ms. Bucardi, but I'm not sure she's still here. And that was the only question that I had. So I don't have any questions for the rest of you. I appreciate your time and your patience and your testimony. Thank you so much. So you all are excused, and we're going to go to the next group. Brandy Reese. So these next 6 or 7 are from PAVE. Brandy Reese, Patricia Stamper, Lashima Burnett, Kiana Lemons, Ty Andrews, Yvette Selby, Tara Brown, Peter Anderson, Elizabeth Weiss. Well, now we're getting into Empower Ed folks. So why don't we stop with Peter Anderson? So there are 3 people at the table. One of you I know is Brandy Reese. Excellent. Ms. Reese, you're up first.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. My name is Brandy Reese, and I am a proud parent of 2 children at Garfield Elementary in the Great Ward 8, where I serve as the president of the parent-teacher organization. I am also a parent leader with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, as a Ward 8 PLE board member. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to discuss the importance of high-impact tutoring as a tool for accelerating academic achievement and the need to expand this powerful model. First, I want to sincerely thank you for extending funding for high-impact tutoring, especially amid the historic budget cuts our city is facing. Your decision to continue investing in this work shows that you recognize how essential it is for our children and families, particularly those east of the river. The high-impact tutoring funding has been one of DC's most successful academic investments. While it has helped many students catch up, there's still a missing piece: equitable access to advanced academics and enrichment opportunities. Far too often, our brightest and most motivated students east of the river must leave their neighborhoods to find challenging programs elsewhere in the city. That is not equitable nor sustainable. At Garfield Elementary, we were recipients of tutoring funds for program implementation during the school day for grades 2 through 5, targeting Tier 3 intervention, mostly supporting students 2 grade levels below. Our school was fortunate enough to have an amazing math coach from OSSI to facilitate the tutoring program directly to our students in our school. Within 1 year of implementing high-impact tutoring, Garfield decreased level 1 CAPE scores by almost 40%, which is one of the largest decreases in the district. That is overwhelming proof of the power of one-on-one tutoring. In 2023, my daughter entered Garfield and was quickly identified as an advanced student. In 2024, the math coach pointed that out, that she was one of 2 students that scored at a level 4 proficiency. This gave me the opportunity to advocate for advanced instruction. My husband and I emphasized the importance of creating enriched programming for our daughter and other top scholars at the school to ensure that Southeast schools can retain and nurture our brightest minds. In response, our administration listened and launched a pilot enrichment program modeled after the high-impact tutoring framework, funded entirely from their own limited school budget for the second half of the 24-25 school year. The results have been remarkable. Students have not only are not only meeting grade level goals, they're exceeding them. They were able to increase students who scored at a level 3 to levels 4 and 5 on CAPE by 11%. This is a model that deserves to be expanded citywide. Extending funding for high-impact tutoring can expand access to tutoring programs to include enrichment and advanced learning opportunities for our high-flying students. Investing in high-impact tutoring is not just an academic investment, it's a community investment. It helps us keep great educators in our schools. It keeps families rooted in the neighborhoods, specifically in our most underserved wards. It means fewer kids having to travel long distances for better programming, saving transportation costs, and reducing safety risks our students face on long commutes. All of these outcomes, stronger schools, safer communities, and higher academic performance are connected. Investing in high-impact tutoring, particularly east of the river, is not a short-term fix. It's strategic, long-term approach to ensuring access to equitable, high-quality learning opportunities for all DC students. Thank you very much for your time and your leadership.
Thank you. And I do have your statement. Patricia Stamper.
Good morning, Committee of the Whole. Oh, good afternoon, Committee of the Whole. Chairman Mendelson. My council member is not here today, Wendell Felder. My name is Patricia Stamper, and I'm a proud parent of two boys aged 6 and 10. One who attends Rocket Ship Legacy Prep Public Charter School in Ward 7, and my oldest, the 10-year-old, he attends Washington Jesuit Academy in Ward 5. I serve as Commissioner for Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7C06, representing Burville and Deanwood. In addition to that, I'm also a parent leader with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, on the Ward 7 PLE board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to speak about high impact tutoring and how it helps students across the district reconnect with learning and accelerate progress. Over the past year, DC students posted the strongest post-pandemic gains to date in both ELA and math across nearly all student groups in both DCPS and public charter schools. While we still have work to do, that momentum matters, and it coincides with the district's focused investments in evidence-based supports like high-impact tutoring. DC has treated tutoring like a core academic strategy, not a side program. OSSE's high-impact tutoring initiatives continues into school year 2025-2026 with funding and quality supports for LEAs and providers building on lessons from the first 3 years, 2021 to 2024. That means more for Ward 7 and Ward 8 students who are those furthest from opportunity can receive tutoring that is frequent, curriculum aligned, and data-driven. OSSE also maintains a vetted directory so schools can match grade levels, subjects, group sizes, and different modalities to their students' needs. So why high impact tutoring? Because the research is consistent. When tutoring is done frequently, multiple times per week, in very small groups and tightly connected to classroom instruction, students learn more, often much more, than from their former common interventions. Those design principles are well established in national evidence and randomized trials. In DC specifically, emerging evidence shows benefits beyond test scores. An analysis of OSSE-funded high-impact tutoring found reductions in student absences, an especially important outcome east of the river, where consistent attendance is a prerequisite for catching up academically. Our schools in Ward 7 and 8 have faced some of the city's steepest proficiency gaps. While ward level results have been improving, historic disparities, particularly in math, underscore why we must stay the course with proven supports. Continued investments in high impact tutoring is one of the most direct, research aligned ways to narrow these gaps. As a parent and a commissioner, I've seen the difference when tutoring is built into the school day and aligned with what students are learning right now. My ask to the council is threefold. 1, sustain scales OSSE's high-impact tutoring through FY 2026 and beyond, with priorities given to Ward 7 and 8 schools and LEAs serving students furthest from opportunity. Preserve quality guardrails, frequency, dosage, small group size, 1-to-1, 1-to-4, and curriculum alignment. So we fund what works, not just what's available. Tie dollars to transparent outcomes that communities can see. Require providers, and LEAs to report tutoring dosages and attendance within year growth on curriculum embedded measures, course connected grades, and interim assessments so families across the district can track real progress. Finally, protect in-school time for tutoring. Budget for scheduling support like coverage for staffing that allows tutoring to happen during the day. So participation doesn't depend on families' after-school transportation or work schedule.
Commissioner.
This is essential for equitable access and consistent dosage. DC's own experience links HIT access and consistency to better attendance and engagement.
Sure.
I yield back my time, Chairman Mendelson.
Yeah, there's no time to, you're at a deficit, but thank you.
That's cool.
It's nice.
Just notice you always give other people time. They go over 30, 45 seconds, and for whatever reason, you cut me off right at 3 minutes. You hold me accountable, but thank you.
You're welcome. I should have my glasses on. Lashima Burnett, I believe, is virtual.
Yes. Good morning, Chairman Middleton, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Lashima Burnett. I am a Ward 8 resident and a proud mother of 2 amazing children. While I am not a native Washingtonian, I have the pleasure of living in DC for 17 years and care deeply about our students and their success. I'm here today as both a mother and an LGSW for CFSA to discuss the importance of high-impact tutoring, HIT. Access to high-impact tutoring, also known as HIT, is a way for us to bridge the gaps in DC. Council members, DC can be a tale of 2 cities, the haves and the have-nots. It is our job to level the playing field so that all of our students can excel regardless of where they come from. Students from east of the river deserve the chance to become an astronaut, an engineer, or whatever it is that they set their minds to. To help all children meet their goals, they have to be more proficient in literacy and math. HIT is a way for us to ensure that all of our students meet or exceed this threshold. As a parent, I have seen the impact of HIT firsthand. My daughter has received high-impact tutoring through the Math with Friends and Reading with Friends HIT program at Ludlow Taylor. My daughter began the HIT program in math and reading in 3rd grade. Her growth has been astronomical. In 2 years, she's jumped 2 levels in reading and 1 level in math, according to the school's end of the year exam. This year in 5th grade, my daughter has continued with the HIT program, this time for a small fee. I have continued to see her grow academically and become more engaged in her learning. Each day she grows more passionate about school. She's noticing what she's learning about. She pays attention to her grades. She takes ownership of her education. I could not be a prouder parent of the hard work my daughter has put in. The support she is receiving will serve her for the rest of her academic career and her life. While I have access to HIT programs for my daughter and can cover the fee, I worry about those who cannot have access to HIT programs. What would happen if my daughter switched schools and lost access to her tutors at Ludlow Taylor? What are we going to do if the program fee gets too high? I know I'm not alone in these concerns. We must help all students bridge the gap in their learning by providing access to HIT programs. In my professional capacity, I see that the impact access and the lack of HIT access to students. When I walk into a school where educators have been trained in HIT practices or students have access to HIT programs, it shows. I want all of our students to shine. We must support our students with the resources they need to do so. This is why we must continue to invest in high-impact tutoring so that all children in the district have the support they need to make their dreams a reality. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today and your continued partnership. I look forward to working with you to ensure that all DC students have access to HIT programs. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett.
Thank you.
Kiana Lamons.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Kiana Lamons, and I'm here today as a Ward 7 paid parent leader and a parent of students in both elementary and high school in the district. As we talk about academic achievement in the district, it is important that we acknowledge the unique and difficult situations our students and our families are in. With the increased presence of federal law enforcement, the looming threat of family separations, and the impact of the government shutdown, especially the difficulties with the uncertainties around access to SNAP benefits, our students are facing new and unique barriers to thriving in the classroom. During these trial times, we must double down on what works to boost all our students' academic growth. We must continue to invest in and expand access to high-impact tutoring, also known as HIT. The research is clear. High-impact tutoring is a reliable tool that delivers monumental results. Studies have shown that when implemented properly, HIT can increase a student learning by an additional 3 to 15 months across grade levels. Think of the impact this can have on our students who grade levels are behind. Not only can HIT increase learning, but HIT also has been shown to improve attendance in the district. Continue to invest in and expand access to HIT can help the council as well as can help the council as you all work to combat the chronic absenteeism and truancy. I have seen the positive impact of access to one-on-one tutoring in my son's Clever educational experience. While not quite meeting the definition of HIT, he only meet with his tutor 1 hour each week versus the 90 minutes needed for HIT. The positive results were clear. Clever has grown in his ability to read and pronounce words. He has a deeper understanding of phonics and is excited to share what he has learned with me. When he gets stuck on a word, he uses the tricks his tutor taught him to sound out words. I could not be more proud of his growth. While Clever has continued to improve while working with a tutor, I am worried about what would happen when he loses access to his tutor. I had to fight hard to get him a tutor in the first place. Ultimately, it was Children Law Center that was able to provide and connect me with Clever's tutor. The number of hours covered is running low, and Clever School has not been helpful with the next step. If Clever have access to high impact tutor, I would not have to worry. I would know that Clever will continue to receive the one-on-one instructions he needed to improve in his reading skills. This is why we must continue to invest in high impact tutoring so all families, regardless of socioeconomic status, have access to the programs that help their students thrive. My ask today is clear, urgent, and necessary. The council must continue to fund HIT programs, dedicated, and sustainable HIT programs both inside and outside the schools. Council members, our children are relentless, but their academic success depends on our commitment to removing the obstacles we allow to persist. We must continue to invest in high impact tutoring so our students can grow and thrive. Thank you for your opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lamons. Ty Andrews. Guess she's not here. Yvette Selby.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee on the Whole. My name is Yvette Selby, and I'm a proud parent of twins in college who graduated from Capital City PCS and McKinley Tech High School. I also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education on both the Advisory and Ward 5 Parent Leaders in Education Board. My twins are doing well in college, likely in part due to the specialized program and experiences that they had in their respective high schools. My son, a mechanical engineering junior, has had 2 process engineering internships at major companies. My daughter, an animal science and pre-veterinary major, works as a researcher and has published and presented her findings at major conferences. Both of my twins benefited from STEM enrichment programs, specialized school programming, project-based and real-world learning, and academic support that prepared them to be successful in college. Thank you for your commitment to education and for allocating funds toward high-impact tutoring, out-of-school time programs, and the UPSFF. These are important and necessary investments. I am here today to strongly advocate for maintaining and expanding funding for high-impact tutoring, especially for math, for specialized school programs, and project-based enrichment for our students. While DC students are making incremental gains in proficiency, we know that starting in middle school, math proficiency gains have only slightly increased or remained the same. According to the National Education Association, research shows that properly implemented high-impact tutoring yields significant learning gains, students learning by an additional 3 to 15 months across grade levels. One study also suggests that high-impact tutoring was 20 times more effective than standard tutoring models for math and 15 times more effective for reading. Furthermore, DC's investment in CTE programs, specialized NAF academies, and advanced technical centers is creating a technology-centered, competitive future workforce. Several of these programs prepare students for the science, technology, and engineering fields, as well as ensuring that students receive high-quality, rigorous learning, even if they do not go into these fields. As students master core skills in math, science, and digital literacy, they become eligible for CTE certifications, apprenticeships, dual enrollment programs, which all position DC as a hub for future-ready talent. High-impact tutoring, when aligned with robust project-centered enrichment and CTE pathways, represents one of the most powerful tools for academic recovery and economic mobility. By integrating evidence-based tutoring with hands-on learning and academic rigor, we can transform short-term academic interventions into long-term opportunity pipelines, cultivating diverse, confident, and career-ready young innovators across all 8 wards. Each dollar invested in high-impact tutoring and enrichment returns value in higher graduation rates, job readiness, and community innovation capacity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and share what I want to see for our kids and for our district.
Thank you, Ms. Selby. Tara Brown.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tara Brown. I'm a parent leader with PAVE, serving on the Ward 8 PLE Board and the Advisory Board. I also serve as a board member for both PAVE and Learn DC, where I am also chair of the Academic Performance Committee. I'm here today to urge you to do the obvious. Continue to make meaningful investments into OSSE's high-impact tutoring program. This is more than a heart decision. You can make these increased investments based on pure data with the confidence that it is an investment proven to not only increase proficiency scores, but attendance and student confidence. The greatest gains can be seen among the students farthest from opportunity, but there is something to be gained by every student fortunate enough to receive this additional instruction. LEAs not only get to provide their students with targeted, customized, impactful instruction in groups of 4 or less, but the teachers also get comprehensive professional development focused on honing the techniques and skills needed to execute on a high level. We have already seen how well HIT is working. Now we have all the information needed to make a larger investment. The mayor dedicated and the council protected, thank you, $3 million for HIT in a very tight budget year because it works, but it is not enough to cover every student. Now that we know this is money well spent, the investment needs to be increased to serve every student who is not proficient in math and reading. It is simply unfair to have uncovered a proven method of instruction and not give every student access to it. This is the very definition of inequality, and it is not how we should operate. Now that HIT is here, we have to expand access. DC made news and has smashed records for the growth we've seen in our NAEP and CAPE scores. We cannot lose this progress or slow it down. How do you continue to improve outcomes of students in reading and math? Spend more time in small groups, catering to the individual needs of students. Oh, and while you're at it, invest heavily in teacher development. I told you in the beginning that this was obvious. Now you need to make sure this is a model replicated in every school for every child that needs it. So let's do what we know works and continue to invest in high-impact tutoring. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I appreciate your dedication to and partnership in supporting DC students. I look forward to working with you and answering any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Peter Anderson, who I believe is online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about academic achievement in our city. My name is Peter Anderson. I'm the head of schools and CEO of Washington Latin Public Charter Schools, and I'm a Ward 5 resident. 20 years ago, Washington Latin was founded on a simple belief that rigorous classical education should be accessible to every student in DC who is ready to learn and willing to work, regardless of zip code or family background. Today, we serve more than 1,230 students across 4 schools, 2 middle schools and 2 high schools in wards 4 and 5. But our students come from all 8 wards of the city. and we received over 4,000 applications for admission in the most recent My School DC lottery cycle. Families across DC are hungry for academic excellence. They want it, and when given access to rigorous programs, their students thrive. Let me share some concrete evidence. In the 24-25 school year, we had 153 students take 332 AP exams. 82% of those students earned a 3 or above on at least one exam. That's significantly above national averages. But I want to highlight the specific progress in math because it tells a powerful story about what's possible when we set high expectations and provide genuine support. 92% of students who took AP Calculus AB passed this past year. 100% of students who took AP Calculus BC passed. And critically, we achieved this while increasing the number of students taking these exams and expanding racial and socioeconomic diversity across all AP courses. We also had close to 100 students take an AP English exam, and more than 90% earned at least a 3. This is not happening by accident. This is happening because we start early. We build strong foundations in middle school. We deliberately place underrepresented students in advanced courses. We provide the support they need to succeed, and they do. The data on DC Cape tells a similar story. Out of all middle schools in the city, Washington Latin had the highest percentage of economically disadvantaged students scoring at the approaching proficient or exceeding level in ELA. At our high school, both special education students and economically disadvantaged students made double-digit gains in English, and special education students made gains in math of more than 10 points. This fall, our upper school was named one of the country's best high schools by the US News and World Report. But I want to raise a concern about the future. The city is transitioning to the Smarter Balanced Assessment. We're concerned about how this shift will impact the pipeline of middle school students taking higher-level math courses. This is critical. If we don't get students on track early, especially in 7th and 8th grade, we won't have them ready for AP Calculus in high school, and we'll lose momentum on the gains we've made. As is currently under consideration, students who this year can take Algebra 1 in 7th grade under DC Cape 1.0 won't have that option next year under DC Cape 2.0. And students who take Algebra 1 or geometry courses in middle school will have to take an Algebra 1 or geometry high school exam, perhaps a year or two removed from actually taking the course, rather than taking Algebra 2, which is an option under DC Cape 1.0. The transition from Cape 1.0 to 2.0 is significant. There will be an adjustment period. There may also need to be a pause in the accountability frameworks that allow for that adjustment, both at the state and sector levels. I realize I'm over my time, but let me just quickly say this one thing. Charter schools and traditional public schools are partners in this work. We're all serving DC students. We need coordinated support around assessment transitions, not unintended consequences, but narrow opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Actually, I just have a couple questions for you, Mr. Anderson. You talk about the gains in your school, but you don't talk about how you got there. And not that I want you to use up all of my time, but like what we heard the other day from schools was working really hard at coaching everybody from the school leaders to the coaches, coaching the coaches to the teachers. Is that one of your strategies, creating a joyful environment, a good climate, school climate? How is it that you've improved so much?
So there are a number of things that I think I can attribute to our success. One is instructional coaching, yes. So I would double down on that. But I think even more significantly is the fact that we've been able to have high year-over-year retention. This past year, we had over 93% of our teachers who returned from last school year. We have been able to have consistency and stability in leadership. We've also been able to provide opportunities for collaboration in planning and in execution with our gen ed teachers and our support teachers. We also have been able to have coordination between our content areas and our languages. For example, all of our students take Latin up through high school level 3. And the Latin has been able to help to provide a an additional support for students in vocabulary development, in understanding of how language works, so their grammatical understanding has also improved. It's also been a way for them to get reinforcement in the structure of language. So through our instructional coaching, through the work that we do in languages, through the fact that we have people who are able to come back year over year and are able to build momentum. For example, our calculus teachers were our teachers who have been a part of our community for a long time. One of them has actually been with us since the very first year, has been with us for 20 years. So that kind of stability goes a long way, which is why investments that keep teachers in their schools year over year is so important for the overall academic success of our schools.
Second question. So could you say more about your concern about the transition from CAPE to Smarter Balanced Assessment? I didn't completely follow that.
Okay, so as it is right now under CAPE 1.0, using the PARCC exam, or at least the DC version of the PARCC exam, students are able to take more advanced courses in middle school and are able to be assessed on those more advanced courses while they're in middle school. So as a 7th grader or even a 6th grader, if you take an Algebra 1 course, you can take an Algebra 1 exam and have that be a part of DC CAPE 1.0. With the transition, even if you take CAPE in 6th grade or 7th grade, the only option for you is a 6th grade math test and a 7th grade math test and not the Algebra 1 test. And you could take Algebra 1, you could take geometry right now, and then in high school for the accountability framework, you can take an Algebra 2 exam on PARCC. But with Smarter Balance and the way in which OSSE is investing in Smarter Balance for the future, if you're taking those exams taking those courses in middle school, you may have to wait a year or two before you are required to take them in an exam in high school, because the idea is there's no Algebra 2 exam in high school, and there's no opportunity for you to take the exam, the more advanced exam, when you're in middle school, when you've actually taken the course. I know that might be a little confusing, so if you want me to clarify that further, I'm happy to do that.
I think I'll let it pass, but we'll probably come back to the issue over the next couple of months.
Okay.
I don't have any other questions for you. I don't have any questions for any of the rest of you, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Benjamin Lookner, I believe, is online. Elizabeth Weiss, a fellow with Empower Ed. We have a bunch of Empower Ed folks here. Anj Perko, Zachary Wilson, Devon Montgomery, Kara Schiavone, Ariel Tucker, Sophia Barata, Ayana Dudley, Ashley Bryant, Alexa Prepetit, Alphonse Prince, Dallas Cherry, Angel O'Neill. Now we have some folks with MICFA Challenge. Angel O'Neill, Dylan Perry, Nora Baranro, Owen Carpenter, and Tiana Bratcher, who's with DC Girls Coalition, DC Action. All right, we will go back. I will repeat names again. Benjamin Lookner.
Hi.
Please proceed.
All right. Hello. Thank you for the chance to try and speak today. I promise I feel great. I just sound terrible. My name is Ben Lookner. I am a special education teacher and WTU building rep at Lafayette Elementary School. Today, I'll speak about DCPS decisions and policies that impede the academic achievement of some of our most vulnerable students. DCPS has self-contained classrooms throughout the city where students with full-time IEPs are placed and sent to. Students and their families are promised smaller class sizes and structured supports necessary to meet various medical, learning, communication, and behavioral needs, all while ensuring students make progress on their IEP goals and on the grade level curriculum. This promise is not served when DCPS stops capping class sizes and over the concerns raised by administrators and teachers, continues to send students to classrooms that are already at capacity. There used to be class caps that you could find searching the programs online. For example, a guide for school year 21-22 shows ELS classrooms had a ratio of 10 students to 1 teacher and 1 paraprofessional. Our ELS teacher just received a 12th student. Our contract has max sizes of classes for self-contained students, but this is broken down by disability and doesn't seem to be used. This is antithetical to the idea behind a self-contained class, has a direct impact on student progress, and contributes to adult burnout in an already incredibly demanding position. If DCPS wants our special education students to succeed, they should reinstate and follow class caps, invest in more classrooms, and improve the working conditions for teachers and aides in those classrooms. Next, I'd like to speak about social workers, the backbone of the SEL learning that DCPS aims to provide for students. Social workers provide behavioral support services on IEPs and 504 plans, interventions for unidentified students who need support, and counsel and support for our staff daily. Our school's budget included 4 social workers for this year. We are sitting at 2 and have been unsuccessful in finding another to help with their monstrous workload, which of course does not just disappear because we are understaffed. As with programs rooms, DCPS has done away with caps on caseloads for social workers, so this is technically acceptable, but is it really given the needs of our students? So why can't we hire? The problem could lie with DCPS's stubborn and antiquated approach to attracting and hiring talent. DCPS will only hire social workers who have their LICSW. This is the highest level of licensure, which is great. We're getting the best of the best. This also means that potential candidates are qualified for a variety of other and at times more attractive options outside of schools, such as private practice or telehealth. One solution is to allow us to hire licensed graduate social workers or LGSWs. Imagine entry-level licensed social workers coming to work at a school, being mentored by an LICSW, which they have to do anyway for 2 years, and then being integrated into the school community so that when they are an LICSW, they may want to stay. Unfortunately, this is not the case. DC policy has been changed, not followed or written in order to benefit the system and not to best service our students and promote their academic achievement. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Lookner. Elizabeth Weiss.
Good afternoon, Committee of the Whole. My name is Elizabeth Weiss, and I serve as an instructional coach and math lead at Brown Education Campus in the Carver-Langston neighborhood in Ward 5, where I'm also a proud parent. I've been teaching since 2009 in multiple systems and contexts, but what I've seen in DC is a troubling pattern. Teachers are expected to deliver high-quality, individualized instruction without being given the professional time and trust to plan it. Under the current DCPS WTU contract, elementary teachers are guaranteed 225 minutes of planning time per week, plus 4 teacher-initiated morning blocks, about 120 additional minutes. But the reality is that teachers rarely get this time. Planning blocks are constantly interrupted for coverage, testing logistics, or mandatory meetings. Enforcement is inconsistent across schools because administrators have received little to no guidance from DCPS central office about how to protect these minutes. What should be sacred, protected time for teachers to think and prepare has become negotiable. And even when teachers do get the full 225, it's simply not enough. You cannot design rigorous, differentiated, culturally relevant lessons and small group intervention, similar to the HIT, which we heard testimony on, in under 4 hours a week. Planning is not extra, it's the intellectual work of teaching. And a part of the work is community building. Teachers need time to call families, plan culturally meaningful experiences, and build relationships that help students feel seen and supported. Strong instruction grows out of strong relationships, and that relational labor takes time. When teachers have to squeeze it into their nights and weekends, both students and teachers lose. When that time is squeezed out, teachers are forced into compliance mode, implementing someone else's script instead of crafting meaningful learning experiences. That's what the deprofessionalization of teaching looks like, when educators are treated as deliverers of content instead of professionals capable of shaping it. I know the toll it takes. In 2022, I nearly left teaching because I was exhausted, working nights and weekends to do the deep thinking that couldn't fit into my contracted hours. Now as a coach, I see the same burnout in teachers I support, incredible professionals trying to do their best work in the margins of their day. we want to raise academic achievement, we must protect teachers' planning time as fiercely as we protect instructional minutes for students. And while I appreciate that many people today are speaking about high impact tutoring, and I agree it can be a valuable support, it's also a less expensive Band-Aid that allows the system to avoid addressing root causes. HIT cannot replace the sustained impact of a fully staffed school with interventionists, assistant teachers, and specialists who are embedded in the daily fabric of instruction. Tutoring can supplement, it cannot substitute for robust staffing and time for teachers to plan and build relationships effectively. And my pie in the sky ask is simple. Let's look at what's already working. I once taught at a DC charter school that released its students early every Wednesday for teacher planning and professional learning. Every classroom also had an assistant teacher, which meant coverage was never an issue. Teachers had real, uninterrupted time to analyze student work, collaborate, and grow. It transformed the quality of instruction and the energy teachers brought into their classrooms. That's the vision I want for DC. A system that trusts educators, values their expertise, and gives them the time that they need to do their best work. Because when teachers have time to plan, connect, and reflect, our students have time to truly learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Ange Perko, I believe, is not here. Zachary Wilson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Zachary Wilson. I'm a 10th grade English teacher at Columbia Heights Education Campus. I want to agree with what Elizabeth and Peter just said, but my testimony today actually will be a tone of like thank you instead of crisis. And the reason is that I don't know if people are paying attention, but DC does have the fastest reading and math recovery in the nation. While other states' performance has fallen below pre-pandemic levels, DC has continuously and gradually improved its literacy outcomes over the last, since 2007. Between 2007 and 2017, DC students made the equivalent of a year and 3 months progress academically. We've actually managed to close the gap with large cities in fourth grade math, fourth grade reading, and 8th grade reading. Last year's CAPE scores confirmed that DC schools are making progress. We've recovered from the pandemic. We have the highest reading scores on record. I want to be clear about how this has happened. While the nation as a whole has reversed its pandemic-era relief stimulus spending, as the United States has cut social programs and slashed benefits, DC has invested aggressively in education, and we've seen greater gains than the rest of the country. To get more specific, y'all invested in community schools and high-impact tutoring, in the city's reading clinics and extensive dyslexia PD for elementary reading teachers, an experiential learning grant, and it's paid off big time. Too many blue cities have slashed the social safety net. Too many large cities have engaged in austerity policies since schools reopened after the pandemic, and as poverty and inequality have gotten worse, so did reading and math outcomes. When you take care of people, invest in them, and invest in schools, we do make progress. DC is proof of that, and so I need you guys to stay the course. I know that we're talking about the budget being reduced, and you can't slash education. You need to continue this work. Because anyone who lives in DC can attest that folks are struggling, that the city is only getting more expensive for residents. Y'all have already taken a commendable step forward in funding Zachary Parker's child tax credit, which could eliminate child poverty in DC by 25%. That said, the mayor has raided money that y'all have set aside to fight poverty before, and so we need you to work together to push back against her myopia. You also need to do something about eviction rates. The rate of evictions this year was even worse than last year's, and to dive into the local fund to ensure that that benefits continue, regardless of whatever foolishness the federal government implements. DC has some of the best educators in the entire nation, and I believe that with my full chest. But I want to encourage y'all to remember that when you measure teachers' individual impact on kids' academic attainment, only 1 to 14% of that variability in test scores is attributable to teachers. The American Statistical Association in 2014 urges us to understand that the majority of opportunities for quality improvement are found in systemic level conditions. Decades of research has found something similar, that in the big picture, roughly 60% of achievement outcomes is explained by student and family background characteristics, AKA most likely pertaining to income and poverty. Observable and unobservable schooling factors roughly account for 20%, with most of that being teacher effects. So in other words, while teachers matter and while healthy school systems matter, what matters most is fighting structural racism in DC and structural inequality. If DC continues to address the root causes, to address the opportunity gap, to address injustice, then teachers like me can deliver life-changing, life-saving outcomes for kids in DC. We're already doing a good job, but we can do even better if we just keep investing in DC residents. Investing in education means making sure every child in DC is fed, housed, clothed, and provided health care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I don't have a copy of your statement if you want to provide it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Next is Devon Montgomery, who I believe is online.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson.
Good afternoon.
My name is Devon Montgomery, and I'm the Dean of Students and Culture at Harmony DC Public Charter School and an Empower Ed Fellow. In my experience, children thrive academically when they are actively engaged in their learning and it meets all of their needs. I'm here today to discuss why investing in the whole child, utilizing a well-rounded curriculum, and supporting educator innovation leads to academic achievement. Academic achievement cannot be whittled down to how scholars perform a standardized test. Focusing on testing and/or teaching to the test prevents teachers from creating authentic learning environments because standardized assessment isn't really designed to address high-order thinking skills and isn't always a reliable indicator of student learning or progress. Many states felt that park-like assessments were racist, thus CAPE took its place. However, in actuality, CAPE appears to be park in sheep's clothing. You can put makeup on a pig, but it's still a pig at the end of the day. Math and literacy rates undoubtedly need to be raised, but we need to systematically approach the problem holistically. If we put an emphasis on curriculum that uses real-world experience, applied math, and evidence-based literacy approaches that are culturally relevant and project-based, we will increase scholar engagement, academic achievement, and prepare our children for excellence in the workforce. We need to let teachers get in the kitchen and cook. A well-rounded education must be our top priority in order to address student needs that impact learning. It is crucial to expand community schools and integrate SEL skills throughout every curriculum. At Harmony DC Public Charter School, we have a way to go to close our achievement gap, but we have seen some major gains. A few highlights from our most recent CAPE scores includes math proficiency increasing from 9.8% to 16.3%, and the percentage of students approaching, meeting, or exceeding expectations in ELA rose from 17.3% to 36.7%, while in math it increased from 35.3% to 51%. These gains were due to our holistic approach to educating our scholars. This work has been compounded through efforts over the past few years, including restorative practices, high-intensity tutoring, math and literacy intervention for all scholars, project-based literacy curriculum, and targeted professional development. We must trust teachers to teach without adjusting learning to systems like testing and evaluation that are detrimental to both children and teachers. Investing in the complete child, including supports like community schools and SEL learning, will raise those scores. When we concentrate on testing, we can find gaps, but not how to close them. Stricter curriculum, teaching to the test, over-testing, and forcing teachers to prioritize tested subjects over well-rounded education won't solve the problem. Rely on educators to identify the gaps and provide them with the resources so that schools don't get unnecessarily overburdened. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. And I do have your statement. Kara Chavone, I believe is, oh, she is here?
Yes.
Please.
Hi, Chairman Mendelson.
Please proceed.
Hello, Council. Hello, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Kara Chavone. I am a high school English teacher in Ward 8, and I'd like to share with you the impacts that over-testing has on my students and their learning, and advocate for a renewed focus on a more research-backed, well-rounded education for our students. Chairman Mendelson, I want to commend you for your recent move to consider canceling testing contracts and reinvesting the money where it can make a greater impact for our students. This is an excellent idea, and I hope the Council and OSSE will use this opportunity to invest in research-backed solutions that focus on the whole child, not just their test scores. While testing may seem like a useful tool to check on our scholars' progress, outsiders rarely consider how over-testing fundamentally changes the learning experience for students. By hinging so much of a school's reputation on a CAPE score, schools shift their practices to prepare students for the exam. In the process of focusing on improving test scores, schools remove or overlook other important content and skills that students should be learning. We lose massive amounts of learning time to over-testing. At my school, students take the MAP exam 3 times per year, the DC CAPE exam in the spring, and the PSAT or SAT once in the fall. Due to the impact that these test scores have on our school's quality rating, our admin also mandates quarterly assessments in the style of the DC CAPE exam. During an average school year, I lose 6 class days per year to MAP testing, 1 day to the school day SAT, and 5 days to the DC CAPE exam. DC CAPE also occurs during the first week of May, which means new content stops at the beginning of May, even though school goes on until mid-June. As an extremely conservative estimate, my students lose 15 to 18 learning days, or nearly a month, purely to testing-related activities. This is egregious and unacceptable, especially for students who come to high school already behind grade level and need all the time they can get to catch up. Within the tested subjects of English and math, testing determines which skills we emphasize. Instead of spending time on rich discussions, research projects, and full-length novels, I am encouraged to teach my students to read short excerpts, answer multiple-choice questions, and write essays within the short time frame that testing allows. I'm discouraged from giving adequate time for the valuable writing process of drafting and revision in order to teach my kids to write within a time limit. Is this really what we want to be preparing our students to be able to do? Overtesting not only takes away from learning time, but it also narrows our curricular focus and takes time away from non-tested subject areas and experiential learning. Ironically, some studies have shown that this lack of content area knowledge is one reason why kids are struggling so much in literacy and math. For many children, we treat subjects like social studies, science, arts, and electives, or subjects like these are what gets them excited about learning. So how do we solve this? First, limit testing wherever possible. Second, invest in a well-rounded education for our students. Re-implement and expand the related arts allocation to middle and high schools to ensure that all schools have art or music teachers, and provide impactful experiential learning by maintaining funding for the Bridge the Gap Fund. Finally, understand that one reason why our city lags in academic performance is because many of our students are living in poverty. Invest in and expand community schools. The rest of my testimony I've submitted, so you can read the remainder, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, and I do have your statement. Ariel Tucker, I believe is not here. Sophia Barada,
Yes, hello.
good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Barada. I'm a second grade non-departmentalized teacher at J.O. Wilson. I'm a member of WTU, DC Core, and I'm an Empower Ed Fellow. I've been teaching for 15 years, and the last 9 years with DCPS. Each year, my love for teaching in urban public education remains strong. However, I am constantly exposed to new and recurring challenges that impact students' experiences in my classroom. I'm here to discuss overtesting in schools. It is important to discuss my relationship with testing. I am not in a standardized testing grade. However, the mere nature of constant data collection through district mandated tests has affected me more than one might assume. I've also noticed the way overtesting has affected other teachers in various ways. These pressures trickle down and affect students. Okay. I'm currently teaching all subjects. These additional subjects resulted in additional testing throughout the school year. I am now given the following tests: beginning and middle and end of year tests, assessments and DIBELS, iReady and writing assessments, biweekly progress monitoring, RCTs, and all subjects approximately every month, and end of year module assessments. For example, this week, today, my students are still wrapping up a math assessment, and next week, we're taking another math test for RCT, just in math alone. These tests do not include tests given by other supporting staff, such as phonemic awareness screeners for students. I test so often that one teacher realized we're due to give another test the next week and stated, "I feel like we just finished taking the last one." And this happened last month. One moment, please.
You managed to mute yourself.
Okay, sorry. For years, when I tried to engage teachers in testing grades in outdoor learning and gardening at a previous school, some teachers refused to even consider implementing outdoor lessons or STEM-related lessons because it interferes with test preparation. Administrators also overlook any requests or support needed for activities or learning that don't directly align with preparation or practicing these tests. We know that testing can be the focus on school. If we don't want to focus on that because it's not very helpful, what should we focus on? Engaging academic tasks for students that focus on soft skills not included in rigid curriculums, such as our new Eureka Squared Math. In reading, there are programs like Junior Great Books, but in order for programs like these to be effective, teachers need PD proper training to properly implement these programs and strategies. I am grateful to be part of a school community that supports training and professional development opportunities that create thinking outside the box. But this mindset isn't always focused across the board with administrators in DCPS schools. But how will we know that the students are progressing? One of the biggest questions asked when discussing standardized testing is what would replace it and how we would be able to assess student growth. If teachers are given the authority to choose from research-based programs and consistently implement accurate, formative, performance-based assessment, we can still, or other teacher-selected assessments, we can still provide data needed to assess student performance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Barata. Ayana Dudley, I believe is not here. Ashley Bryant, I believe is not here. Alexa Prepetit?
Yeah, it's Prepity. Yeah.
Prepity,
Yes.
please proceed.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the DC Council. My name is Alexa Prepity, and I am a middle school science teacher at the District of Columbia International School in Ward 1 and an Empower Ed Fellow. DCI is a charter school whose mission is to bring international baccalaureate education to all students. And I wanted to elaborate that IB, they often think of students from affluent backgrounds, but our mission is to break that mold and to give every child, no matter their background, access to globally minded education that broadens their understanding, language, culture, and the world. My school's mission is the driving factor of why I'm here today. And as a new member of the community, I've seen tremendous promise, but I've also seen challenges that hold us back. True academic success doesn't come from curriculum or assessments alone. It comes from partnership between schools, students, community, and parents. Yet too often, parents are the missing piece in that equation. With 5 years of teaching experience, a degree in education, and a master's curriculum in instruction, I've learned that students' achievement rises when families are engaged and supported. And right now, many families want to be involved, but feel disconnected, overworked, or unsure how to contribute. According to the 2025 Aussie statewide assessment, more than 47,000 students were tested in English and math, yet only 37.6% were proficient in ELA and 26.4% in math. That means that less than 1/3 of our students are meeting grade level expectations and barely a quarter in math. Even these numbers don't tell the full story. Aussie counts proficient at levels 3 through 5. But under the federal ESSA guidelines, only levels 4 through 5 actually count. This difference inflates our data and hides how many students are truly struggling to meet these standards. I bring up these numbers today to highlight the urgency that teachers face every day in our classrooms. And one powerful way to change this lies in not just in testing or well-rounded curriculum, or a policy change, but in reconnecting with parents as true partners in education. One way is having attendance and participation in our school's parent night or back to school nights. That's why I'm proposing a citywide campaign called DC Parent Night, Show Up for Your Students. Through social media, local radio, and community partnerships, we can celebrate and encourage parent involvement by sharing stories of success and highlighting families who show up. Imagining parents across the city seeing posts and photos and messages that remind them your presence matters. When parents are seen and supported, it invites engagement and students thrive. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our students and families.
Thank you, Ms. Prepity. Alphonse Prince, I believe is not here. Dallas Cherry, I think, is online.
Greetings, everyone. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Dallas Cherry, and I am a high school science teacher here in DC, and I also serve on the OSSI range finding and data review committees for the DC science test. I'm also a proud member of Empower Ed. Beyond the classroom, I work to connect with my students and authentic STEM opportunities through STEM fairs, career programs, and partnerships with professional organizations like NSBE, that's the National Society of Black Engineers, and NOBSHE, the National Organization of Black chemical engineers. I've seen firsthand what happens when students are engaged in learning that feels real, relevant, and connected to their futures. But despite our best efforts, our city's test scores in math and reading aren't rising fast enough. The problem isn't that our students aren't capable. The problem is that we're measuring the wrong things in the wrong ways. Then doubling down when the data doesn't move. Testing identifies gaps, it doesn't close them. And when we overemphasize test preparation, we narrow the curriculum, burn out teachers, and send students the message that learning is about performance and not growth. We can do better, and we know what works. We need to invest in the whole child, not just their testing data. That means funding community schools, SEL supports, and ensuring students' basic needs are met so that they can actually focus on learning. It means trusting teachers to actually teach instead of calibrating instructions to meet testing algorithms and standards. It means fully funding OSCE's literacy recommendations and reintroducing and passing the Math Improvement Act, designed with teacher feedback at its core. We also need to make learning come alive again. Let's invest in hands-on experiential programs, field trips, outdoor learning, career and technical education, and project-based learning. Let's also expand educational partnerships like NSBE and NOBUSHE, as mentioned before, that connect what students learn in class to the world beyond it. When it comes to measuring success, we should look beyond standardized testing. Portfolio-based assessments and formative evaluations tell a richer story of student growth, creativity, and perseverance, qualities no test score can actually capture. If we want better outcomes, we have to build better systems, systems that trust educators, nurture students, and value learning in all its forms. That's how we raise achievement. That's how we build equity, and that's how we prepare our students, not just to pass the test, but to thrive. With that, I just thank you for your time and your commitment to our city students.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry, and I do have your statement. Angel O'Neill. Dylan Perry. Nura Baranro. Owen Carpenter. Tiana Bratcher. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. That completes this panel. We're debating what to do. Apparently, the last group of witnesses I called are students who said they would be here at 2:15. I'm inclined to take a little bit of break before we call the executive. So this is going to be nice and clumsy because they'll get here at 2:23, but we're going to start with the executive. We will start at 2:15. So we're going to take a little recess till 2:15. Thank you, everybody, and thank all the witnesses. I'm reconvening this hearing. This is a continuation of the public hearing on academic achievement in District of Columbia. We left off on the verge of asking government witnesses to come forward, but there were some witnesses from MICFA Challenge who we were told would get here by 2:15, so let's see who's here. Angel O'Neill, Dylan Perry, Nora Baranro, Owen Carpenter, and even though this is not MICFA, Tiona Bratcher. Okay, so we have one. Angel O'Neill needs to accept, or we're going to move on to the government, and you will forever lose your opportunity. Well, forever lose your opportunity today. No, I think it's more dramatic to say forever lose your opportunity. Never allowed to testify again. Have to go to another state. Come on, Miss O'Neill, accept. Chancellor, you're in luck. We've lost him. Yeah. You're doing a great job. We're really proud that you are, it's a Renaissance man, can undertake a number of tasks. Are you showing up alone, or what about Dr. Michelle Walker Davis? Is she here?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, Miss O'Neill, why don't you proceed while government witnesses are coming up to the table?
Okay. Hello, my name is Angel. I'm a junior at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School and I live in Ward 8. OST programs I've participated in includes the Young Women's Project, MICFA Challenge, Sports Management, and Our Minds Matter. OST programs have helped me develop time management skills, build connections, and build confidence, as well as advocate for myself and others, public speaking, and explore career options. With grading policies like the late work policy that does not allow students to earn anything higher than a C on late work, I learned to manage my time with balancing OST programs and academics. Programs like the MICFA Challenge that are built on collaboration with peers taught me to better communicate and understand those around me. I chose the programs I did because they align with what I wanted to do career-wise and were worthwhile. Banneker also encourages all students to take part in OST programs to build a brag sheet for college. In the future, I plan to participate in OST programs that specialize in science, criminology, academic support, and public speaking. I wish to go to school for forensic science and double major in criminology, so any and all OST programs that include those interest me. I also have a passion for spoken word, which is why public speaking interests me as well. OST programs have helped me grow as a person by learning new skills, and because of this, I believe that if DC made OST programs free and available for all young people, the younger generation will be given the tools necessary to be leaders of the future. The young people now make up the doctors, politicians, scientists, and engineers of the future. It is better to build the skills they need to be successful now through OST programs than later in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. I don't have any questions for you, but I do want to note that you are one of many witnesses who's emphasized the importance of out-of-school time programming. And so thank you for doing that, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, you're excused. We're going to turn to the executive now. My order here is Chancellor Farabee, and then Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, and then Elizabeth Ross. Does that work for the three of you?
That works for me.
All right, Chancellor, you're up. And I may, during your reading the statement, I might interrupt with a question. So just be prepared, you guys. There are no other council members here, so I'm like off the leash.
Understood. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson.
Good afternoon.
Members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to begin by acknowledging and share truth. Many have shared today, we're seeing amazing progress in DC public schools, and we know it is not yet enough for every student. This is why we're focused on what works and scaling best practices with great urgency. I'm joined today by DCPS Chief of the Office of Teaching and Learning, Corey Cogan. In my testimony, I will speak about the academic progress DCPS students are making and about the practices that we believe are making a difference in students' lives. Across our district, we're seeing encouraging signs of academic recovery and growth. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership, DCPS continues to be recognized as the fastest improving urban school district in the United States. On the 2025 CAPE results, literacy proficiency increased by 4.4 percentage points and math proficiency increased by 4.2 percentage points across DCPS. These are gains that are the largest since the pandemic and the largest gains for math on record since 2015. Graduation rates are also climbing, with more students prepared for college and career. And in the 2018-2019 school year, 65% of DCPS students graduated from high school within 4 years. And in school year 23-24, the percentage increased to 77%. We believe that number will continue to grow. This fall, on our beginning of year assessment, student performance continues to rise. As a result, we see many of our students ahead of last year's performance as relates to our formative assessments. And importantly, the percentage of students scoring from furthest behind continues to decrease. These gains are not isolated. They are reflective of a system-wide commitment to high quality instruction and data-driven support, and we believe that our students can achieve. As we walk into DCPS schools this school year, you can see students being greeted warmly by their name. We also see our youngest learners setting goals and also tracking their progress. With our new math curriculum in our elementary schools, we see students engage in robust thinking while showing their work. For our students who need additional support, you will see high impact tutoring helping students close gaps in learning. Many who testified today mentioned the importance of high impact tutoring. You'll also see teachers real time with data, using that to inform instruction, making adjustments, and also you see coaching with a purpose, which was also referenced a lot today in testimony. We believe all of these practices represent acceleration and what it looks like in action. Let me start with our results in literacy and math. Reading by third grade, we know is a critical milestone. That is why DCPS has made early literacy a top priority. Since 2018, over 600 educators have been trained through the DCPS Reading Clinic in structured literacy.
Chancellor?
Yes.
So that's 600 out of how many? So how many educators do you have right now who would need to be trained? I'm trying to get the universe. And
Yeah.
you said since 2018, so I don't want the cumulative universe. I want the annual universe.
Yes, so we have roughly 5,000 educators. I would say probably about 1,000 of those would be ones that would be eligible for this training, but we can get you specific numbers.
If you would.
Sure.
But so that means 600 since 2018, and there's been some turnover in the last 8 years, 7 years. So it's not even half of the current educators who would be teaching reading.
Yeah, it's something that we've expanded, but given the length of the programming and the intensity of the program, it's not something that we could do with a large number of teachers at one point in time, given the current capacity we have. But it is something we're very much so interested in growing. It's also important to note that we want to ensure that the teachers are trained properly and also that they can provide those tutoring supports to students that are also benefiting from the reading clinic. This is
Sure.
something that we're also in the process of replicating for MAP as well. So while it doesn't serve as many educators we'd like, it's growing and also transitioning to mathematics as well.
But we're seeing, and we heard this in the testimony earlier today, that training teachers in the science of reading and full professional development with regard to reading, that has a beneficial effect on academic achievement. So we
certainly
want to
does.
get to 100% recognizing, because I remember when we adopted the dyslexia law, we can't do it all in 1 year.
Yeah, I think to do it well, we can't do it all 1 year. And I think the intensity and the way the model is structured in a clinical approach, it does take time. But this is not the only strategy I would point to in terms of the professional learning for educators as it relates to literacy. In our further questioning, we can provide more context if you would like, but again, there are other professional development opportunities we offer during the school year. Our Summer Literacy Institute has been a strong resource for teachers. And then the job embedded coaching that's provided by the coaches or administration at the school is another resource.
So you'll follow up with more detail on how many current educators have the training.
Yes.
Thank you.
The last point I was making here is just that we have expanded this work to middle school and high school, as just referenced earlier, as we think about growing this experience. All of this is done in partnership with the Office of State Superintendent of Education. We're grateful for the professional learning experiences that they also provide to our educators. We're especially proud of the early proficiency rates we see in early literacy, with 79% of our students in kindergarten through second grade who were at or above benchmark in foundational reading skills by the end of last school year. And we're also seeing very promising results as we start this school year in our beginning of year assessments. In math, and DCPS is also reversing national trends and making positive gains in student achievement. As I mentioned earlier, strong results in our CAPE results. And we see our middle school students have recovered from pre-pandemic performance levels. So we're excited about that progress there. We also see strong progress for our K through 2 students based on the diagnostics that are administered there. We're achieving this through high instructional materials, targeted coaching, and a relentless focus on Tier 1 instruction as a part of our MTSS model. We recently launched a new elementary math curriculum, as I mentioned earlier, which is called Eureka Math Squared, which provides better support for educators and students with high quality instructional materials.
I'm going to interrupt again. So why is Eureka Math Squared a better curriculum?
We believe it's an opportunity to deepen students' understanding. I believe the types of tasks and the way the curriculum is designed presents an opportunity for deeper and more critical thinking and a better number sense for students earlier in the process of them gaining those critical skills for more advanced math. We also see that the tools associated with Eureka Math Squared are also very favorable in terms of teacher response and ease of use. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback from this initial launch year, but also it's important to note that last year was a pilot year. We had overwhelming positive response from educators. In my principal advisory, when asked about this implementation among our elementary principals, again, only positive feedback. So something we feel good about in terms of the implementation thus far, and we do see some promising results from those schools that were piloted in it last school year as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. The other note I would add in my testimony is the progress that we're seeing for our special education programs. We are committed to ensuring that students are excelling, that have IEPs, and are being served in the most least restrictive environment in alignment with both federal and local requirements. As of this hearing, we have 266 students who are being served in our non-public or residential setting, which is a 6% decrease since the spring of 2025. Additionally, we're providing targeted coaching and supports to teams to leverage instructional practices that we know will support students with IEPs. And we're also seeing schools participating in coaching around better supporting students with IEPs with fewer placements in self-contained classroom, which we know will result in positive impact. As I mentioned earlier, MTSS, also known as the multi-tier system of support across our schools, has been one of the strategies we believe that allows us to differentiate interventions and supports for students based on need. We have launched a pilot initiative this year as it relates to student need and behavior and social emotional supports that allows us to have expanded data opportunities for interventions, and also expanded professional development opportunities for educators, instructional aides, focusing on inclusive practices, effective transition for planning, and also to better support students in preparation for both academic and post-secondary success. We know that a start in pre-K for our youngest learners towards graduation is critical, which I'm pleased to report that our youngest learners continue to thrive. Through a partnership with the University of Michigan, we have studied the implementation of Building Blocks, which is our math curriculum for our pre-K students in their classroom. And we see as a part of this study that educators report that students are more engaged with this curriculum. And we're also proud to report that 90% of our early childhood classrooms have met OSSE's target for emotional support based on the evaluations on this past year. At DCPS, we also educate students in the national capital with very diverse backgrounds in terms of language spoke here in the district. For our multilingual learners, DCPS offers our Welcome Center. It is a very pivotal strategy in terms of helping families that are entering DCPS. We also offer initial English proficiency assessments, a wide range of supports and services for students to ease that transition into DCPS and the broader community. And we know these services also support students along with translation, interpretation, and academic support. When we think about academics in DCPS, we are focused understandably on math and English language arts, but we do have a commitment to educating the whole child. I think you heard in the testimony today how important that is for our educators and for our students to receive high quality instruction in health, physical education, science, the arts, social studies, career and technical education, and social emotional learning. One of the bright spots that I would highlight this school year, we expanded our third grade Learn to Swim program to include all elementary schools in the city for the first time, thanks to the partnership with Councilmember Fruman and Department of Parks and Recreation and the users of the Wilson Aquatic Center. We thank them for working with us to ensure that this expansion was possible and successful. But this is, again, one example, I think, of DCPS is committed to supporting the whole child. At DCPS, we believe in a continuous improvement spirit and want to highlight one area where we believe we have listened to feedback from both the community and the council member, and has also been referenced in testimony today, and that is the number of assessments that students take throughout the year. DCPS removed several assessments that were in place in the past. DCPS removed Achievement Network Assessments, also known as ANET, and reduced the number of required curricular tasks, also known as RCTs, by grade band to ensure that we reduce the number of assessments throughout the school year. So these changes mean 10 fewer assessments and days for our elementary students, and also 10 fewer assessment days for our secondary students as well. We believe that this change will allow for more time with what matters, high quality instruction, but we also want to make sure that we maintain the assessments that we need to monitor student progress and also to support student learning and to inform intervention.
Did you hear the testimony earlier from some of the teachers who are still complaining
We
about
did,
the
we
testing?
did. It's interesting. Many of those teachers led with how proud they are of the progress that DCPS has made and their students have made, but also expressed concern, about assessment. And I think we will have to continue to balance that, because I think, as you heard in someone's testimony today, is like we have to stay the course, right? And we know that our assessments are vital to student progress and understanding where students are. I think finding the right balance between the time and the usage is important. Now, you also heard from many who testified today who questioned the value of CAPE assessments. And I think there
No, I
are
only
some-
heard that from one.
Well, I think I heard from more than one. I think there is this tension with preparing students for CAPE, and the value of CAPE. We find it very valuable. I think it's important that we measure student progress. I know it's something you, the council, and the community cares deeply about. The way that you do that well, and this is evidence and results, and you and I have talked extensively about what makes the difference in schools that are accelerating student progress further and faster. Their ability to collect, analyze, and utilize formative assessment data to inform instruction and intervention is critical. And it is a must-have. And so I think we have to find a balance of how do we do that well and preserve instructional time. I think there's been tension on another topic that was raised today. It is around instructional planning. Again, you asked, what makes the difference in those schools who accelerate student achievement further and faster? The way that schools come together around common planning, analyzing student results to inform instruction and intervention, that takes time. And many of that, I think, happens during the instructional time we have during the day to gather our educators. So again, I think points of tension that have been a part of our progress story that we have to balance because, you have educators share today, well, I, the educator, can do all that myself. I question that because I think it would require more time versus when that is done collaboratively among teams. And so I think we have to find a balance between, how much time is directed where our coaches and our leaders are leading that time, and then how much of that time that teachers are utilizing on their own. So I'm happy to get into that further. I'll stop here for my testimony because I think you've asked some questions. I want to respect the time of my colleagues as well.
Well, I'll turn to the next in a moment, but just on the tests. If the statement is we have to find the right balance between testing and thereby assessing where a student is and allowing enough instructional time, we have to find the right balance. Absolutely, I agree. But the concern that we've had, and I appreciate that you've reduced the number of required tests so that you've increased, I think your testimony was increased the number of instructional days by 10. When I say instructional days, I mean days that are available for instruction. But we still hear testimony with regard to it. And I can't help but think that a good teacher is going to have a pretty good sense of how his or her students are doing, that Johnny is excelling and that Pete is really struggling, and they don't need to test to find that out. So that's not to say no tests. I just acknowledge that I think finding the right balance, but
I agree, finding the balance. And again, I think something you and I talk about a lot, I know you care about, is what makes the difference in those schools that are able to accelerate student achievement faster than others.
Correct.
If you look at the data, it is clear schools who utilize assessment data regularly to inform instruction and intervention are outperforming those that don't. And I think it's something that we have to be mindful of if we're committed to accelerating student achievement in the way that I know you and I want to. And I think we got to find balance in that, right? And so we've taken a step forward in finding that balance. I do worry. We already have some school leaders who say, we needed that ANET data. You got schools who have incorporated ANET on their own because they value that, and so I think we just have to be really careful that we don't put us on a path where we regress, given all of the progress that we've been able to realize recently.
all right, let's turn to Dr. Walker Davis. Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and members of the public. I'm Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on academic achievement in the public charter school sector. The pandemic underscored the need to rethink, reshape, and reimagine education in the District of Columbia. Charter school leaders across the city are rising to that challenge. The recently released 2025 DC CAPE shows encouraging signs of improvement in DC schools. In fact, DC CAPE test scores are up across our public education system. I want to acknowledge Chancellor Farabee and the DCPS team for its hard work toward that end. And of course, I want to acknowledge and applaud the great work happening in the charter sector, which is the subject of my testimony today as the authorizer of public charter schools in the district. Specifically, 70 charter school campuses saw more students meet or exceed expectations in English language arts.
I'm going to interrupt.
Yes,
So it's interesting, the language, 70 charter school campuses. You didn't say LEAs.
correct.
So how many campuses are there?
There are over 130 campuses, approximately 132.
Okay, because I believe you mentioned campuses again later. So the universe is 132.
Yes.
Thank you.
Continue. Nearly half of those campuses improved by at least 5 points, and 15% gained 10 points or more. The percentage of public charter high school students meeting or exceeding expectations in English language arts is now higher than it was in 2019 before the start of the pandemic. And while math scores have yet to return to pre-pandemic levels, 72 charter campuses improved the percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations last year, with 38% jumping at least 5 points and 12% posting double-digit increases. These results represent real progress and would not be possible without the heroic efforts of school leaders, teachers, parents, students, trustees, and community members. Nor would they be possible without this council's attention and financial support. As important as they are, test scores are not the only measure of school achievement, particularly in the charter sector. Over the past few years, DCPCSB staff have worked with school leaders, families, and partners to roll out a data-driven academic accountability system that meets each public charter school where they are. Known as Aspire, this system goes beyond a single test score to incorporate factors like student growth, achievement, attendance, and re-enrollment to provide a fuller picture of what's working well for a charter school and what needs more attention. Aspire includes 5 frameworks based on students served and ranging from pre-K only to adult and alternative. DCPCSB will use Aspire to evaluate most schools on 4 categories: school progress, school achievement, school environment, and school-specific performance. That 4th category is key because it measures qualities unique to each charter school's mission or program, or giving schools credit for being the best version of themselves. DCPCSB will use Aspire data with school leaders this calendar year, and we will publicize the full Aspire results in early 2026 on our website. We will repeat this process each year thereafter to improve equity, transparency, and alignment with academic evaluation best practices. But neither DC CAPE scores nor Aspire can tell the full story of academic achievement. One of the best parts of this job is visiting schools and meeting students. Testifying before this committee is a close second. And on a recent visit, I met with a student I'll call Amir. Amir is thriving academically. He's eager to learn, turns in his homework on time, and scores well on his test. But what really stood out was the web of care surrounding him. His school provides counseling to check in on his emotional well-being, a nurse who monitors his health, coaches who support him during the day, after-school tutoring to keep him on track, and a social worker who connects his family with community resources. He has mentors who encourage him, nutritious meals to keep him energized, and sports to help him build teamwork, confidence, and joy. Every part of Amir's school experience is designed to help him feel safe, seen, and supported, so he can show up ready to learn. Stories like Amir's remind us that learning begins with belonging. Rising DC CAPE scores and our rollout of Aspire are exciting, to be sure, but our students don't just need instruction, they also need connection. They need to know the adults around them care deeply about their well-being inside and outside the classroom. This year, many DC public charter schools focused on strengthening core instruction and expanding enrichment to boost engagement and results. Schools built intervention blocks into schedules for targeted academic support, used learning walks with real-time coaching to refine teaching, and created small group instruction for personalized learning. Partnerships like City Schools Collaborative provided high-impact tutoring, up to 900 minutes for some students, equal to 40 extra instructional days. Schools also expanded enrichment and leadership opportunities, while DC Prep's new clinical fellowship program trained future mental health clinicians to meet growing student needs. Across the sector, schools have voiced the need to ensure that every student has access to robust mental health supports so that they can be prioritized, their academic and emotional well-being can be prioritized. I'm proud that so many of our charter school leaders and teachers create safe and supportive environments for students every day. I also know that our sector's current and future success will depend in no small part on the continued support and sustained generosity of the mayor and this council. I look forward to working with you to make next school year even better for our students, teachers, parents, and communities. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walker Davis. Elizabeth Ross.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Elizabeth Ross, and I'm proud to lead the Division of Teaching and Learning at the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss student academic achievement and OSSE's work to strengthen academic progress in the district. OSSE serves a critical role in ensuring that all students have access to engaging, joyful environments that will help them succeed in school and throughout their lives. As the state education agency, OSSE sets high standards for system-wide instructional quality and learner experiences. We provide professional development and technical assistance, and we leverage varied resources to help district students thrive. Our work is informed by the rich data we collect, maintain, and report, as well as promising practices across DC and the country. We feel fortunate to benefit from exceptional examples of instructional progress and excellence, which we regularly elevate and leverage to raise the quality of education across our city. DC student achievement is on the rise. Student proficiency rates on the DC Comprehensive Assessments of Progress, or DC CAPE, now exceed pre-pandemic scores in English language arts with meaningful gains in math. These increases are not localized to one student group, grade band, or ward, but are instead evident across our city, with more than 30% of DC schools reporting an increase of at least 5 percentage points in ELA or math. This progress shows that DC continues to be among the fastest improving urban school districts in the country, as recognized by Harvard University's Center for Educational Policy and Research, Stanford University's Educational Opportunity Project, and the Council of Great City Schools. These results demonstrate that the gains DC students have made in recent years are durable. Simultaneously, we remain mindful that opportunities for improvement continue to exist across our educational ecosystem, particularly for our most vulnerable students. We must continue to accelerate learning by providing systemic supports and ensuring we are using the best measurement tools. OSSE is excited to embark on an assessment transition that will help strengthen the quality and utility of our statewide assessments. In spring 27, DC will begin using content from the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium to assess students in ELA and math. This shift will reduce testing time for students, increase accommodations and language accessibility features, and provide educators with a suite of free, optional interim assessments and aligned instructional tools so that they have an accurate measure of student content knowledge throughout the school year and can better adapt instruction to meet students' needs.
I'm going to interrupt.
Please.
So how is this new Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, Smarter Balanced, or SB?
SBAC sometimes.
Yes. How's that going to reduce testing time?
Thank you so much. I am so pleased to be joined by my colleague, Assistant Superintendent of Data Assessment and Research, Kelly Scholl, and I'll defer to her for this question.
The Smarter Balance testing suite uses computer adaptive testing, which means that every 5 questions, the computer program will evaluate whether within the grade level they should be asking more complicated or simpler questions to the students, and allows them to zero in more quickly on what the students' mastery level is of the statewide standards. We expect testing time to reduce by 2 or 3 hours for each student.
And why does it reduce? Because there'll be fewer questions because I'm like really smart, or it'll be fewer questions because like I'm really stupid?
Neither of those, thankfully. The current assessment that we use is this fixed form. So every student gets the same questions of all levels. This will just, the program will adapt more quickly to how the student is performing so that they will see fewer questions. And we also anticipate that those questions will be better suited to the student's mastery level, which will keep them more engaged throughout the assessment, giving us a more accurate read of their proficiency level rather than throwing in questions that the student can't answer, and therefore the student becomes disengaged. So the fewer questions tailored to the student's proficiency level. Every 5 questions, the computer will reevaluate whether the questions should be more difficult or simpler.
Okay, and in making that adjustment, the computer will also make note that I required simpler questions, or make note that I required more difficult for the final, I'm going to say the final rating, the final evaluation of me.
Exactly.
One of the issues with the comprehensive assessment is how much time teachers spend preparing students for it. Will that change?
We're really excited that the Smarter Balance Suite will offer aligned interim assessments, as well as block assessments that can quickly assess just 2 or 3 standards. These tools, as well as instructional tools called Tools for Teachers, will be available free of charge to all LEAs.
Throughout the school year.
Throughout the school year. And so we're hoping that educators can find efficiency in using these tools and continuing to assess their curriculum.
Chancellor?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I do think that going back to the question about finding the balance, that this is an opportunity for us to reevaluate our formative assessments, because right now, because we're one of one in the current testing vendor structure we're in, there are limited formative assessments that we have access to that are tightly aligned to the summative assessment, which is CAPE. And so because we're entering an environment where we're not one-on-one, there have been tools that have been created for other jurisdictions that we can tap into that could potentially minimize the number of assessments that we utilize throughout the year. Now, we don't know that yet, but just previewing as we continue to evaluate our assessment strategy year over year, as we transition to this new version of CAPE, is an opportunity, I think, to also potentially reduce the number of assessments that we might have.
So I knew all along that secretly you wanted to reduce the amount of testing. But so what this means is that a teacher, I don't know how much time they spend now, but I'm just going to say they spend 2 weeks preparing their students to take the CAPE, that maybe they would use these interim assessments so that then they don't need the 2 weeks. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
Well, I think what we're addressing, there's 2 things. One, the actual CAPE assessment itself, that time period should be shorter.
Yes, I got
because the computer adapted. If we have better tools that are tightly aligned to the summative assessment, it could mean we have less time for those formative assessments throughout the year as well. We don't know that yet, but there's potential there as we reevaluate.
Yes, but I asked that question of Asi.
Yeah, if I also may offer that the statewide summative assessment is assessing our statewide education standards. So students are preparing for the assessment all year by learning the standards that are expected. But one of the things we are excited about is just the scale of the Smarter Balance Consortium has allowed them to keep pace with the way assessment science has evolved over the past 15 years. And so the actual questions students will be asked both in interims and in the summative assessment will combine writing and reading and reasoning in a really deep and rich way. And so that we hope, students have a positive experience engaging in these, as well as providing the important data that we heard about from instructional leaders.
So let me go off on a tangent. The district participated in PARC with a number of other states. And then there was this, what I thought was sort of unfair political pushback that somehow PARC was I'm not sure what it was, but I'll just say woke because I think that was kind of like what the controversy was. So a lot of the states dropped out of it and the district went alone with, and it became CAPE. Is SBAC genuinely good?
SBAC is an excellent assessment. In addition, their governance model is quite different than PARC was. All PARC states adopted the Common Core standards and administered the same exact assessment. The Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium provides us content for the assessment, as well as these interims and instructional tools, but ultimately DC makes its own decisions about the design of its assessment and which questions appear on the assessment. So the Smarter Balance Consortium has remained quite strong because it provides each state the flexibility to meet their own standards.
So it's not suffering from any of that political, what do I say, political issues around the park. I think it wasn't around park, it was around the Common Core standards. It's not suffering from that.
Yeah, I think the other thing that came out of park is that the rigor there was some sticker shock to the rigor, and it really impacted the way proficiency was measured. And I think politically that was hard for a lot of other jurisdictions, but DC stayed the course. Because if you think about our proficiency levels right now, they're not aligned to way many other jurisdictions measure proficiency. So I just wanted to add that piece of context in terms of, why some districts or jurisdictions moved away from PARC.
And I'll add that the sustainability of the new assessment was like on the forefront of our mind while we were considering our options. We were the last in the PARC consortium because the continuity and sustainability is so important to us, and we see no indication that the Smarter Balance consortium will meet the same fate as the PARC consortium. So we are excited to dive in with the other states.
So I've completely interrupted, but I'm happy to go here. So how are we going to compare SBAC results with CAPE results?
That's a great question. In the 2027 school year, in our first 26-27 school year with our first administration of a test using SBAC content, we will commission a study that allows us to tell at the state level the difference in proficiency level between 2026 and 2027, what percent of the change is due to an actual change in what students know and what percent of change is due to a change in the assessment. And so we will know that at the state level. We will not be able to measure that at the individual student level. We've had robust discussions with psychometricians on our technical advisory committee, and there's just not a high quality, valid, reliable way to do that at the student level. But at the state level, we are certainly invested in answering that question and are glad we'll be able to do so.
So what does state level mean? Does it mean sectors? So you'd be able to measure and make the adjustment on the sector level?
Yes, we will do state and sector.
Can you do school? That's not the same as individual.
We will not be able to do school. Many of our schools have only a few dozen test takers, and so the statistical power needed for these analyses are just not there.
What about band, like high schools?
I will follow up on that question. I believe so, but let me be more specific and get back to you on that.
Now, earlier there was some testimony you might have heard, I think it was from one of the teachers with regard to somehow SBAC would adversely affect AP testing. Is SBAC going to affect, I don't mean AP testing, I mean AP, or maybe algebra testing.
Yeah, that's a great question.
All the questions from the committee.
Well, I'm glad I pulled up a chair then. So as way of background, DC is one of the only states that does end of course testing in high school rather than end of grade testing. So in most other states, including the states in the Smarter Balance Consortium, they do not have a specific Algebra 1 and Geometry and Algebra 2 assessment. Instead, they'll have an assessment at the end of 10th or 11th grade and say by this grade, you should have learned these things, and that's what we are going to assess. given the district's focus on providing these rigorous coursework to middle schoolers and in high school on math, we have offered these end of course assessments. This past year, we had only 120 students who were required to take the Algebra 2 assessment in high school. To have an assessment, we need at least 1,500 students taking the coursework. Taking the assessment, we were able to do that as part of the PARC consortium because amongst the states, there were 1,500 students. With 120 students, we cannot financially sustain an assessment, nor can we mathematically sustain an assessment and generate enough content for it. This does not mean that the courses students have to take change. We want them to continue to have access to these rigorous math courses as early as they can and are ready for them. So we'll continue to work with each LEA who's affected to discuss what assessments their students should be taking in middle school so that they can then take the geometry assessment in high school.
So what I took from that is that there will be some adjustments and I'm going to say workarounds with regard to, so it
Yeah.
won't affect the course taking.
It does not need to affect the course taking. The only change is that we're no longer able to offer the Algebra 2 assessment in high school, which means that students will need to take the geometry assessment in high school. They can continue to take the Algebra 1 assessment while they're in middle school, as well as the 7th and 8th grade math assessments. So we'll continue to work with LEAs on those workarounds so that does not impact the courses that students take.
All right, give me just a second. So Ms. Ross, I interrupted you. I think you had just finished the 3 bullets.
I sure had, and I really appreciate the rich discussion because it highlights the level of engagement that we've had with our DCLEAs and with our stakeholders as we prepare for this transition, which was my next topic. So I'll go right into that and then talk a bit about the work we're doing to support literacy and math. We certainly know that as part of this transition, accountability systems at schools, at the DC Public Charter School Board, and within our own agency that rely on assessment data will temporarily be impacted. This is a key consideration and was part of our determination to provide a nearly 2-year transition runway to engage with stakeholders. We have begun discussing strategies, some of which my colleague discussed with our technical advisory committee and with the U.S. Department of Education to ensure that the transition is smooth. We are regularly meeting with our colleagues at PCSB to align on next steps for our respective accountability systems, and we will continue to engage and support all local educational agencies throughout this transition. As we prepare this transition, I am pleased that we are doing so from a position of academic strength. Our students are demonstrating substantial progress on our most recent statewide standardized assessment. I will now describe this progress in both literacy and in math. DC students increased their ELA proficiency rates by 11% or 3.6 percentage points last year. We attribute this progress to the thoughtful and dedicated work of our exceptional DC educators. OSSE has supported district educators by increasing access to high-quality science-based literacy instructional resources, supporting high-impact tutoring, and strengthening teachers' knowledge and skills in the science of reading. We've taken key steps to maximize literacy skills and knowledge, including creating a suite of grade-appropriate literacy trainings that are available to all district teachers on our learning management system, including trainings on the science of reading, structured literacy, adolescent literacy, and identifying dyslexia and other reading difficulties. We are currently finalizing a new training course on the science of reading for administrators, which we'll be releasing in the coming weeks. We have increased consistent access to high-quality science-based instructional materials. We have developed a science-based literacy instructional materials rubric, which lives alongside the annually updated list of high-quality science-based literacy instructional materials. We gather data on instructional materials currently in use across every DC LEA, and next month we'll publish which instructional materials LEAs are using. We have provided on-the-ground implementation support. We've developed an instructional walkthrough tool that enables school leaders, instructional coaches, reading specialists, and teachers to evaluate and improve their practice, and have worked directly with schools to use this tool to strengthen educators' comfort and skills in implementing structured literacy practices. We have invested deeply in high-impact tutoring to support students who are furthest from opportunity. Robust national research tells us that high-dosage tutoring is the most effective learning acceleration tool available. During the 24-25 school year, we provided HIT services in 83 schools for more than 6,200 students, with approximately half of those students receiving explicit instruction in literacy. We focused our HIT services on schools serving students furthest from opportunity. Nearly 3/4 of the students we served were from families facing economic disadvantage. HIT is not only accelerating learning, but also eliminating historical gaps in access to tutoring that have long existed across DC. Additionally, OSSI is bringing down the cost of HIT each year by using data to strategically target our investments. In 24-25, the per pupil cost of HIT was half of what it was in the prior year. OSSI has leveraged federal comprehensive literacy state development grant funds to build and strengthen evidence-based literacy programs, high-quality instructional materials, professional development, and instructional coaching across 25 DC schools. An early analysis shows that participating schools reported 54% greater ELA growth on DC CAPE. We look forward to building on this success with a new, larger CLSD grant competition this year. Finally, OSSI is preparing to implement the requirement that all kindergarten teachers successfully demonstrate competency in structured literacy instruction by the start of the 26-27 school year. This will help set a strong foundation for student learning and inform implementation for grades 1 to 3 in the coming years. In math, DC students increased proficiency rates by 16% or 3.6 percentage points last year. This is the most significant progress DC students have made in math in more than a decade, and it suggests that our evidence-based investments in high-quality teacher training through our math boot camps and our high-impact tutoring supports in math are beginning to yield meaningful improvements in student learning. Nevertheless, we are not satisfied. In DC, we are designing a system where all students have the requisite knowledge and confidence to succeed in math. During the 24-25 school year, OSSI convened a district-wide math task force. The DC Math Task Force brought together subject matter experts and practitioners to create an evidence-based plan to improve math outcomes in the district. The task force's efforts culminated in comprehensive recommendations that will serve as a blueprint to support DC students in attaining the skills and mindsets needed to thrive as mathematicians. The recommendations identify several key areas where stakeholders across the city can work together to achieve this goal, including high-quality instructional materials, professional learning, diagnostic assessment and intervention, and family and community engagement. Additionally, over the course of our year-long engagement with the task force, OSSI received clear feedback from stakeholders that tools and resources for schools were needed in advance of the 25-26 school year. Accordingly, OSSI convened an instructional resources working group, which helped OSSI create a high-quality instructional materials rubric for math, a resource document for evidence-based Tier 1 instruction, and a learning walk tool to support implementation of the task force recommendations. These resources have allowed us to begin immediate implementation of the task force recommendations. We have already begun training school staff on the Learning Walk tool and supporting LEAs in leveraging the high-quality instructional materials rubric for math. We look forward to further advancing the work and recommendations of the task force in the coming year and beyond. OSSI has also taken steps to strengthen educational programming beyond literacy and math. Since publishing new social studies standards in 2023, OSSI has partnered with social studies experts and district stakeholders to develop and publish standards-aligned resources, including primary source texts, unit plans, and professional training opportunities that support high-quality, rigorous, engaging social studies instruction. OSSI has also prioritized LEA implementation supports for DC's new social and emotional learning standards, including publishing accessible toolkits for educators, families, and community members, and regularly hosting communities of practice and convenings to facilitate cross-school and cross-sector learning. To strengthen science, technology, engineering, art, and math, we are improving professional learning for our current teachers and strengthening our systems and supports for our future educators by investing in our educator preparation providers and creating a new credentialing pathway for specialized performing or visual artists. Additionally, we are running student competitions. We are creating hands-on learning experiences. We annually host the DC STEM Fair, which is the longest running student competition in DC, and 4 DC STEM Fair winners represented the district at the world's largest pre-college STEM fair this spring. Further, OSSE understands that transparency is the foundation of accountability. Accordingly, starting in the 24-25 school year, OSSE began publishing science proficiency rates on the DC School Report Card. By making this information easy to find and access, OSSE is helping to catalyze important conversations and actions across the district to improve science proficiency. Every resident of DC can rightly be proud of the impressive progress our students demonstrated in ELA and math last school year. The interventions and supports that OSSE is implementing and that many of our schools are leveraging and expanding upon to boldly support their students demonstrate that our city, our schools, and our students are moving in the right direction. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important conversation. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. You know, I should have said this at the beginning. Arguably, this is the most important hearing that we have because the ultimate goal of public education is academic achievement. And in some ways, this doesn't get quite the same attention, or maybe I'll even say drama, as our hearings on some other issues, or some of the other issues that we have to deal with that folks think are important. But in the end, it comes down to what are we doing to improve academic achievement. I did have a question for you, Ms. Ross. I meant to interrupt you. Sorry. On page 3, under literacy, comprehensive literacy, state development, you mentioned instructional coaching across 25 schools. Is OSSE providing coaches, or is OSSE actually coaching? What does that look like?
Thanks so much for this great question. OSSE is involved in literacy coaching in a number of different ways. To date, LEAs have been able to leverage our CLSD funds, which are competitive funds that LEAs apply to OSSE for through a sub-grant competition in order to employ literacy coaches and then leverage those coaching resources. OSSE also has a literacy coaching guide and is working to launch our literacy coaching pilot this school year.
And the pilot is?
The pilot will involve placing OSSE literacy coaches in DC schools and enabling those coaches to come together, to work together to ensure that they're maximizing both the knowledge that we have at a system level about literacy coaching and then also elevating best practices across the city.
So the first part of your answer was DCPS could apply to OSSE for a grant for coaches and then go out and hire some coaches. And the second part of your answer was this pilot, OSSE would actually have some personnel who would be coaches that OSSE would place in some schools.
That's correct. OSSE supports literacy coaching in a number of different ways.
Okay. And is the latter involved with or implicating the School Improvement Act, which is the lowest performing schools?
Of course. Thank you so much for this great question. Each school designated for improvement status develops a school improvement plan. And as part of that plan, schools focus on different instructional areas and then are able to leverage different resources and supports in order to move the needle in those instructional areas. They may also include areas related to positive school climate, for example, reducing chronic absenteeism, increasing attendance, things like this. So schools that are in improvement status have the ability to leverage federal title funds. Under Title I of the ESEA, schools in improvement status receive a specific amount of funding that they can leverage to implement their school improvement plan. And so schools in improvement status could elect to leverage federal dollars in order to implement literacy coaching, but they may also elect to implement other interventions based on their school's need.
All right, that got complicated real fast. There actually are, I think, two school improvement programs. One is federal, and you designate or identify schools that would qualify under the federal program. But the other is the DC law that we adopted a year or so ago. And that was the one I was thinking of. But Mike, you said that OSSI has a pilot where, as I understood it, you're actually going to be hiring or employing coaches that you're going to place in schools. Is that just whatever schools you pick, or is that schools under the DC school improvement law, or is it what schools?
Thank you so much for that clarification. OSSI's literacy coaching pilot is separate and distinct from the designation of schools in improvement status. The designation of schools in improvement status, OSSI does consistent with its federal requirements to federally designate schools. It's schools in the bottom 5% citywide are identified for comprehensive support and improvement.
So then for the coaches that OSSI is going to be providing, has been a pilot, how are you going to select the schools?
Great question. So the legislation authorizing that pilot directs OSSI to use a number of different measures in order to designate those schools. And we began work diligently to implement that pilot program in spring of 2025, including making posting job announcements, making offers to literacy coaches, specifically to bring them on board. Then as you may recall, the city underwent a citywide hiring freeze. And so we made offers to those individuals, but we were unable ultimately to onboard them into their roles in spring 2025. But we continued to push forward, and we used a number of different indicators in order to designate potential schools for literacy coaching. We wanted to be sure that we were looking at both DCPS schools and at our public charter schools.
So are you hiring now?
So the citywide hiring freeze was just lifted, and OSSI is actively working internally with OSSI HR and with DCHR on the fastest way to onboard new employees, including employees that we made offers to prior to the hiring freeze going into place.
Okay. Dr. Walker Davis. So how is PCSB doing with integrating Aspire with SBAC?
Thank you for the question. We are not yet integrating Aspire with SBAC, but we are aware with any state assessment that it will be a part of our accountability system. We're working very closely with OSSI now, both to understand more about the new test. We're listening to feedback that we're hearing from charter schools about the new test, but ultimately we're focused on what does that mean for the accountability system that we have in front of us. Essentially, it will mean a different state assessment will be informing our measures and our metrics. We will certainly have to make adjustments in the first year of implementation because, as you know, our system is based heavily on growth, and we will not have access to growth information in the first year that we make that switch. So those are the conversations that I'm having with Dr. Mitchell and the OSSI team now about how do we make adjustments in our system, how might OSSI be making adjustments to the DC report card to reflect that temporary shift in the assessment. But otherwise, we will continue to have an accountability system that is looking at progress, achievement, school environment, as well as school-specific measures.
So Aspire goes forward and might be a little bumpy right now figuring out how to work in SBAC.
Just to clarify right now, because we are still operating under DC CAPE, when we publish Aspire scores, when we publish our measures for Aspire for this spring, it will be based on our current assessment. And then in school year 26-27, when this shift is happening, we will still be able to publish the information that we have. We will not be able to publish information related to growth. And then we'll have to make some adjustments to how we factor growth into our accountability system, given that those data would not be available that first year.
Okay, in your testimony, I think near the end, you talked about strengthening core instruction, targeted academic support, partnerships like City Schools Collaborative provided high impact tutoring up to 900 minutes for some students. equal to 40 extra instructional days. Where do those days come from? Where does that time come from? Is it at the sacrifice of other academics, or is it after school?
Sure. I think probably our OSSE colleagues could speak more about the high impact tutoring model, but my testimony was lifting up that because many of our schools are employing the resources associated with that and strategies aligned to high impact tutoring, they are doing that in creative ways during the school day. They're doing that in creative ways after the school day, that those combined efforts are actually accelerating learning for students and equivalent to those 40 extra hours. It does not mean that they're taking away from the instruction that they have, their core instruction. It does mean that the model and doing that effectively does allow for students to catch up where they might be behind.
Okay. So I'm about to embark on a bunch of questions that are going to be mostly to DCPS, because for better or worse, DCPS is the largest LEA and the most schools. And that is a challenge because for the charter sector, I don't really want, 68 LEAs sitting at the table? I just have you, Dr. Walker Davis. So,
well, I appreciate you hearing from many of our LEAs today
we
and
do.
encourage you to hear from all of them about their unique experiences.
Yes, but I'm not going to ask them the same questions I'm going to ask of the chancellor. So for the charter sector, I have you, the PCSB,
yes,
but not an LEA. How can the PCSB improve academics?
That is a question that you ask me all the time, and I appreciate having that question.
You didn't say it was a great question. All of our questions are great.
Well, what I will say about this is we do have a unique role in the public education system, and that is authorizer of charter schools. That means we monitor and report on the performance of our schools and certainly have a lot of efforts to support their academic success. But ultimately, our role is to shine a light on where we see progress happening in the sector, but also shine a light on where we see challenges. And while we do not provide direct resources and supports to schools to improve, we do a lot of things that are supportive of those efforts, such as highlighting when we see best practices and connecting schools to each other when we see good things happening, amplifying those good things and making sure that there are spaces and opportunities for schools to learn from each other, not always through PCSB, but in partnership with our colleagues. It also means working with our partners, and you've heard from many of them, like the DC Alliance, like Education Forward, like many other partners, to say, here are some trends that we're seeing in the ecosystem that could warrant investment and supports for our schools. It means partnering with the DC, the Partnership for DC School Excellence about specific ways that we can support improvement in charter schools. So we are not the entity that provides direct services, that tells schools what curriculum to purchase, that tells schools which assessments to take, but we are the entity that shines a spotlight on how are the efforts that are happening at each of our schools producing the academic outcomes that we all want to see. We design systems that we think will fairly measure their efforts to get to academic achievement. And then we have conversations with all of our education partners about how we can have a healthy and sustainable charter sector.
Could you do more? But before you answer that, so I'm looking at Josh Booth's testimony, and he said their success, meaning these bold schools, their success stems from 5 interconnected strategies: data-driven continuous improvement, targeted small group interventions, intentional teacher development, strong school communities, and an emphasis on joy and belonging alongside high expectations. So I can look at the chancellor and I can say to him, what are you doing with regard to intentional teacher development? It's not quite the same question to you, but their success stems from those 5 interconnected strategies. Can you do more?
Well, I would say yes, we can always do more. And it doesn't mean more activities, it means doing the things that we do better. So I will always answer that. We are always looking for opportunities to improve. What I would say about the 5 things that Mr. Boots highlighted, none of those are in our direct purview in terms of supporting schools, but what when I think about data-driven, and for example, that is what drives our efforts to create a very strong accountability system that reflects the values that we think are important and aligned to our mission, but the success that we want to see in our sector. So while we are not driving the data efforts at individual schools, we are building systems that we think will appropriately measure the efforts of those schools and are aligned to the things that we think matter, particularly for our students furthest from opportunity. So are we doing professional development directly? We do create opportunities for shared learning, but we're not doing the type of professional development at the school level that our school leaders are doing. So there are distinctions between our role and the role of individual charter schools, and that's the design of the charter sector, autonomy in exchange for accountability.
So one of the questions I'm going to ask the chancellor is why this school is doing really well and a similar school isn't doing so well. And why can't you in the same LEA, what's going on? Well, not the same LEA, but the same sector. You've got some charter schools that are doing really, really well and some that aren't doing as well. Is there anything that the board can do that sort of buffs up that school that's not doing so well?
Yeah, I will go back again to the role of the type of work that we do, monitoring, oversight, reporting. All of those things are essential to elevating where we are seeing those best practices and sharing that in the sector. I will take this opportunity again to note that our charter schools are diverse and unique, and not everything that is happening at one school is going to work for the context of another school. But we do think it's important to say, here are places where a school with a similar population that is serving students well, you could learn from those practices. And so we do that in lifting up the data that you will soon see in our Aspire accountability system and other ways that we report on progress. We do other things like our special education auditing and monitoring, as well as our monitoring for English emerging multilingual learners that helps us say, is your data an outlier that we're seeing in the sector? Because that starts a conversation about other schools who are serving similar student populations, serving them well, or if there's opportunities for improvement. So we're not going to have, by design, I am not going to have the same answers that Chancellor Farabee is going to have, but that's why I always appreciate the opportunity for our LEAs to come forward and speak about their experiences, because we have a range of sizes of LEAs, we have multi-campus LEAs, single-site LEAs. Their realities are going to be very different depending on the context that they are operating in.
I understand what you're saying. From where I'm sitting, and maybe that's not quite the right way to put it, but one way of looking at our public education system is we have two sectors that are roughly equal in size. And you have a bunch of schools in your sector, and the chancellor has a bunch of schools in his sector, and he can do things to all of the schools in his sector. And it would be nice if we could do things to all the schools in your sector. And
I can speak to some of the things that the council can do for all of the things in our sector, and you're doing them. Consistent funding through the Uniform per Student funding formula.
Go for it, yeah.
Supports in other areas outside of academics, such as the social supports. You heard today and other times about the importance of a well-rounded education, and that means mental health supports, it means school health supports. So there are many things that you've heard from me and others in the charter sector that can be done consistently for all of our schools. And our model in the charter sector is to allow for that diversity and to allow for the range of choices that we have and the range of models, because not every school community is going to serve every family, but every school community should be prepared to serve any student that walks through the door. And what I think is a beauty of our system in the District of Columbia is that we have the range of choices, not just within the charter sector, but even within DC public schools. And so I understand the concern, I understand the question. It's one of the challenges when I do come and speak at PCSB that I am speaking on behalf of our work, but I cannot speak to every single thing that is happening in the charter schools. They are able to tell their story much better than I am, and they are able to tell the story about how they are making sense of a change in assessment, how they are making sense of the strategies that they are employing. And I think it's important to hear from both.
So I'm almost, but not quite, ready to ask questions of DCPS. The next question is a little bit like the teacher asking the students whether they paid attention. On Wednesday, we held our Beating the Odds hearing, where 8 school leaders described how they improve student outcomes. What did you hear during that hearing? What was a significant takeaway that felt actionable? Ms. Ross?
Thank you so much for holding the hearing on Wednesday. It was a fabulous collection of school leaders, and I always feel privileged every time I have an opportunity to hear from school leaders about what's working. I heard a couple of things really clearly, the first of which is leadership matters and who you have on the bus matters. And so great leaders and great teachers are necessary with the resources and supports that they need. So I heard lots of conversations about the importance of high quality data and using that data in order to drive and inform instruction. From my role at OSSE, what that means is we need to continue to invest in our school leaders, in our teachers, and in the pipelines that will bring those individuals into the profession and sustain them. We also need to continue to invest in the data collection systems and supports and the high quality information that our schools can use in order to determine the extent to which their students are meeting a rigorous academic standard. So things like our work around high quality instructional materials.
Chancellor, what did you hear during that hearing, and what was the significant takeaway that felt actionable?
Yeah, so what I heard, one, leadership matters. I will reiterate that point, and I think the importance of developing our school leaders to be at their best. Secondly, what I heard is the importance of coaching and the types of professional learning experiences that teachers have. We had a lot of investment in DCPS at the school level and in our central services team and the development and the use of coaches. And it's a position and a resource that we've seen expand in DCPS over the course of our recovery period. And so getting the most out of that resource, I think, is also important for us to think about. And it's something I've been hyper focused on this school year. And I think even one of the principals that spoke referenced how much I've been focused on that this school year. I think the last piece is the weekly data meetings. I think the tension I raised earlier around, educators coming together and analyzing data and utilizing that data to inform interventions and instruction, which you heard from those principals has been paramount in the way that they've been able to improve student achievement. And I think schools have to create the time for that. We've created some tools for schools to better utilize that time in terms of the way they look at data, how they utilize that data, and the types of assessments that they're using to collect information about student learning. So those are some of the standouts for me from what our school leaders were able to share. And also just listening to some of the charter school leaders as well has also been helpful as they've emphasized some of the same points that we see in DCPS.
Dr. Walker Davis.
Yes, so I will echo some of the things that were said before. In particular, I heard several of our charter schools talking about their efforts to retain high quality teachers and what that looked like. A lot of conversation about getting good, actionable data and using that data. And then I'll echo the theme about leadership mattering, but in particular, talking about how board of trustee members were engaged in their efforts. And I want to connect that to the work that this council did in terms of the Board of Trustee governance training and the work that PCSB is prepared to do and working right now to engage our trustees. And I think in all of the examples of the schools that were BOL schools this year and previously, governance really mattered and the engagement of their board members. So that's something that stood out and that we are definitely taking action on now.
Something the Chancellor reminded me of one other thing that was a takeaway for me, and that was taking some of the burden off of teachers, like recess duty being handled by non-teachers. Give me a second here. Chancellor, let's consider 2 schools that are similar demographically and geographically. Henley Elementary School and Patterson Elementary School. They're both in Ward 8, near each other, very similar demographics of the population in terms of at risk. This past year on the DC Cape, Patterson had 22.6% of students proficient in ELA and 17.6% proficient in math. Henley had 12.4% proficient in ELA and 9.9% proficient in math, about half. That is 12.4 compared to 22.6 and 9.9 compared to 17.6. What does Patterson have that we can replicate at Henley? Or I could put it a little bit differently. Why is it that Henley can't replicate what's going on at Patterson?
Yeah, so I think Henley is certainly on the same path as Patterson. And I think one of the points that I think we have to evaluate, one is our students uniquely learn at different rates and different pace, right? And so while you might have similar populations, the individual needs of students can be vastly different. And the way that students enter into that school year can be very vastly different from school to school. But one of the points that we haven't raised in comparison to these two schools based on what you asked is the growth rate. And if you look at Patterson's proficiency, yes, they have greater increases in proficiency, but you also see significant growth at Henley. And what that tells me is that as schools make significant growth, more students are going to reach the line of proficiency over time. And so both schools have seen some increases in proficiency. The data point that you raised, Patterson obviously has stronger proficiency rates, but I think we have to peel back the onion and look at the growth rates as well, because a lot of times students can make significant growth year over year, and they may not necessarily meet the proficiency bar, but you could have greater proficiency and may not have the same level of growth. I also think you're comparing two schools that have school leaders that are in very different places in their tenure in their school. You have one school leader at Patterson who's been there 13 years, and you have another leader who's been there less than half that time. And so I think those types of things do make a difference as we talked about leadership. But I believe confidently that Henley is on the same pathway, given some of the results that we've seen there. And our job at DCPS centrally is how do we create the conditions that they continue to accelerate that? And the supports that we provide to the principal, the instructional coaches there, we're confident in, and that they'll be able to achieve similar results. We're proud of Patterson. I believe they were also one of the bold schools that were recognized. And I would agree with everything that Josh laid out. And I would point to many of those practices that are happening at Henley. But again, we need to continue to support them so we see the same types of increases in proficiency. Now, one of the things that I'll close with is that in many cases, a lot of these schools are in the same clusters. And in our central services team, we have instructional superintendents and teams in the cluster support model that bring these schools together where they do site visits at each other's school. They share best practices. And I think the learning among our principals really helps deepen their understanding on what really works so that they can be better at those strategies at their schools, and also the coaches and the support staff that are also helping drive student achievement.
To be honest with you, and I don't want this to be one of my argumentative hearings, but to be honest with you, I'm not sure I liked some of that answer, maybe even much of the answer. Every one of you said in answer to my earlier question about what was the takeaway, that leadership and quality leadership. And I'm reminding, and I guess I want to be delicate here, but I did talk to you about some issues that educators were having at Henley with the principal last year. And I've not heard that kind of issue at Patterson. So that speaks to leadership. I'm guessing that Patterson has been more creative with partnerships. My notes here say the principal of Patterson described partnerships with Flamboyant and Turnaround Schools. Can we get these partnerships for Henley? So, and I think also you did touch on this, but it was like your second point, that the principal at Patterson's been there, you said, for 13 years, You said Henley for half that time. I think it's less than half.
Yeah,
think
I said
it's-
less than half that.
No, I think it's half of the time.
Yeah, I think it's 5. Yeah, so it's much less than,
Yeah.
in terms of the parent strategy, schools take different approach. I would point to the connected school model at Henley that has shown to be a very effective approach in engaging the family and the community. So I don't want to leave the sentiment that there aren't approaches to make connections with the family and community at Henley,
But I think
because there are.
the challenge here is, how does DCPS get a top-notch leader at every school? I'll bet you that the teacher turnover has been higher at Henley than at Patterson. Because I remember that was part of what I talked to you about last year, was the potential turnover at Henley. So if you have turnover, you have a shorter duration of a principal. Although the principal at Patterson at some point had only been there for 3 years. He had to be there for 3 before he could be there for 13. But I think the challenge is, how does DCPS get top quality leaders at schools who promote teacher retention, among other things, and creative strategies with regard to the students.
But I do want to go
If I
back.
could, let me just add this. We, meaning the committee, the whole staff, we talked after the hearing the other day, and one of our takeaways also was that the principals, and maybe not at every one of the schools, but at most of the schools, talked about how when they got there, they kind of made changes in the personnel there over the next couple of years. It's like there was a turnaround, and then they built from there. I think that's what Principal Kiplinger said about Garrison, that he came and, 2-3 years, got rid of some of the not so good educators, brought on a much better educator workforce. But we heard that with the other schools. Just part of, so it's.
Yeah, I think the teacher turnover one is an interesting one, because you're right. There are times where there's healthy turnover in schools. And, I think about some of the other bowl schools. I think about, Moulton, Principal Adobe. There was a time period where there was turnover. And so, yes, I know it's a data point that you look at and sometimes get concerned when there isn't the same level of teacher retention, but sometimes that needs to be done. But if you look at the data for Henley and Patterson, I believe for the 24-25 school year, they had very similar teacher retention numbers. And I believe this school year, Patterson edged out Henley. But I don't want to lose the point about growth and proficiency, because I think too many times when we focus just on proficiency, we minimize the progress that are happening in schools where students are making significant progress, but they're may not necessarily meeting the proficiency bar. And again, I just want to make sure that point is being made, because I think if you just look at raw proficiency data, it can be misleading as you compare schools in terms of the types of progress they're making.
I'm going to push back on that. I mean, I think there's a place for growth to look at.
I think you should talk with your colleagues. You got educators up there with you.
I do, and
in schools,
and they're all going to agree with me later.
I think you should ask them, because I
I'm
think
going to push back.
it's my colleagues here.
I'm going to push back because I'm looking at Henley, scoring 4 plus in math was 9.9%. They had 100% growth, which is fantastic. They would be at what? 19.8%. Patterson is 17.6. If they had 100% growth, they'd be at 35.2. I mean, 18 point, what did I say? 18.8? 19.8. I mean, just is not satisfactory. So
But
that's
if
why
you
I'm
look at the
pushing back.
city, for example, if you look at the citywide growth in math, I believe it was 2.8%. At Henley, it was 5.3%. Ask your colleagues, because they will be happy, educators will be happy to tell you that you have to consider both growth and proficiency when you're measuring student progress. Because if we did that, you wouldn't have a true picture of the type of progress happening in our school, because you might look at a school with a very high proficiency rate and say, oh, they're doing a great job. But they could be doing poorly with growing students year over year, right? And you can look at a school and look at their proficiency solely and say, wow, their proficiency is really low. That's not a good place where students are learning. But you can see that they're making tremendous growth year over year. And I think what schools have done over time that are making strong growth is over time, as students grow, their proficiency gradually increases. And I believe Henley is on that path. Now, is there still more work that needs to be done at Henley? Absolutely. There's still more work that needs to be done at Patterson as well. And I think there are schools in which they can learn from each other. But I just don't want us to solely look at the proficiency picture as a means for comparison schools.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I just find it's not satisfactory to me that the scores at some of these Ward 8 elementary schools are exactly the inverse of the scores at some of the Ward 3 schools.
Again, you're comparing proficiency.
I am
alone.
comparing proficiency, but you know, if 85% of the students are scoring at 3 or 4 at an elementary school, I'm not as concerned about growth. If growth means getting from 85 to 90, I'm not as concerned about that as I am when the school is in single digits with proficiency.
Again, I'm just speaking to the fact that as you compare schools, you ask, why are the results different? What are some of the factors that are driving that is what I'm sharing with you.
So let me go here. I kind of touched on this. Last year, I asked you what you're doing to prioritize transformative leadership. Your answer was focusing on instructional superintendents. Is that all you're doing? Or are you doing more for transformative leadership?
Well, I think the area that you heard me say is an emphasis in addition to the work we do with our instructional superintendent is around instructional coaching. Ensuring that our school leaders and the coaches in our building can effectively develop the educators in their building. Because that has been one of the strategies we've seen very promising in terms of our ability to improve the quality of instruction in the classroom and the way in which we're able to effectively intervene. And so I would point to that strategy. I know, if there's time and you'd like to hear, Chief Kogan leads that work. I think it would be good for you to hear from her of the types of resources and supports that we're providing for our coaches as a transformative strategy. But I would argue, I think you heard it in most of the testimony today, that there is transformative work happening in DC and DCPS. Especially if you compare us to what's happening around the nation. But if you're interested and you have time, I think it's important that you hear about the work that's happening with coaches.
Give me a sec.
Okay.
I missed the very last part of what you said. Can you repeat it?
Just a brag of what we're doing nationally, but I do want you to hear from Chief Kogan if you're interested in the
I'm not
coaching.
going anywhere.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm happy to talk a little bit about what we're doing with our instructional coaches and how that also supports the leadership overall in the school. We have done work this year to further codify the expectations for coaches in terms of how they can actually improve teacher performance. We meet with them regularly. Members of the Office of Teaching and Learning, content area specialists meet with coaches on a monthly basis.
What does that mean? You said you meet with them regularly, then you said you meet with them monthly. Those are two kinds of meetings. What do those meetings look like? One-on-one, or you bring all the coaches in from, you don't have sectors, you have like 8.
The clusters.
Clusters, yes,
Yes.
that's it. So you
Yes.
bring them in from a cluster, or you bring them all in? What does it look like?
Okay, so monthly we'll bring together coaches in their cluster groups. So secondary math coaches, for instance, will come together once a month and work with our content specialists in those areas to focus on best practices for implementation of the curriculum, data-driven practices, the weekly planning meetings and data meeting structures that the chancellor referenced. We also this year have added a new layer of professional development for the coaches where we're supporting them in the skills of coaching other adults. So how do you actually help adults change practice? Because that's a skill set that can be learned. And so how to give really effective, like bite-sized feedback so the teachers can focus on changing, one portion of their practice at a time. How can you look at data with a teacher to help them make the best decisions? So those are two aspects of our professional development that we do for all of the coaches. We do also do more specific individualized touch points with some of our coaches as a part of the cluster support model. So for schools that are receiving intensive supports from central services, those coaches will get touch points on a weekly or biweekly basis from members of our team to, observe them doing their work in practice and give them feedback. Sometimes they may co-lead a session with teachers on a data meeting or a planning meeting. So that's a second component. Thirdly, we have a resource that coaches can use to help make their work a little more efficient. It's a database where they enter in goals for each of the teachers that they are coaching in a targeted coaching cycle, helping to improve their practice. And so they can enter the goals in there, enter notes on the observations and feedback that they've provided to the teacher, and use it to measure progress on the impact of their work. So all of those ways are ways that we support them over the course of the year. And then we also have opportunities, for instance, in the summer to do deeper dives into perhaps science of reading literacy practices. We've done that for multiple years in a row. The past year, we really dove deeply into math instructional best practices over our Summer Leadership Institute. And in those cases, they work side by side with their principals and assistant principals to develop a stronger leadership team that is highly aligned and normed in instructional best practices. So as a team, they can be providing aligned and cohesive messages to the teachers in their school. So they're all kind of supporting and driving towards the same vision of instructional practice in their school.
More specific, what about with coaching principals and coaching instructional superintendents?
Yeah, so similar practices occur in terms of the cadence in which we support principals. We have our Leadership Academy. We have our regular cluster meetings that.
Leadership Academy is for developing principals, or?
It is. So Leadership Academy is when we take all of our school leaders out of the building for the day. And there is a set of professional learning experiences throughout the day. It also happens over the summer in our leadership institutes as well. Sometimes we bring in assistant principals. And this year we've also created a series of trainings for our assistant principals as well to help build their capacity. And then I also meet regularly with the instructional superintendent along with our deputy chancellor as well. But one of the things I want to go back to on the instructional coaches I think is important is the quality. And so our employee services team has created a process for screening and creating a pool of the appropriate level of expertise and knowledge in a coach, so that when schools create coaching positions or they have vacancies, they can go to this pool, quickly hire from this pool, which I think is really helpful. But with our instructional superintendents, we have weekly sessions with them to build their leadership as well.
So I'm hearing a lot of training, but I don't think of coaching as being the same. So I think of coaching as being like somebody being at the right arm of the principal for a day and watching and then giving feedback on how that principal was behaving.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I
think-
shouldn't say behaving, but where that principal showed strength and where there was some looking for improvement.
What I'm sharing is like our strategy, as Chikogan mentioned, is just like, how do you help the coach, you know, and how to ensure that our principals are the best coaches of teachers, and also the coaches are the best coaches of teachers, and then principals, how do you lead your coaches in your building as well to ensure that that is a very strong and high leverage strategy. But if you do look at the bowl schools, if you think about the standout principals conversation, when we get that right, educators improve their performance in the classroom in terms of instructional delivery and the way they use assessment data. And so it's a strategy we want to continue to lean into, and it's a research-based strategy as well.
Gosh, what's going through my mind is, so we visited a charter school, DC Prep, a week ago, and we were really impressed with one of the teachers, and the leader told us that they have a program. I'm not going to describe it quite right. Maybe you can help me.
It's called
Junior teachers. They're in the classroom with the teacher for a whole year.
Yeah, so
I'm getting dictated.
yeah.
But do you get what I'm saying?
System of growth versus proficiency. I found that interesting. But
I think you heard about this the other day, or maybe I was when we met. I told you. I mean, it was the most
you did highlight the
It's the
classroom.
most impressive. One of the classrooms we went to was the most impressive one we've seen. It was math.
Yeah, so I think
And I think
that
they were, what grade were
there
they?
are two ways that we'll point to.
Seventh grade math. Now, who in seventh grade is well behaved? It was seventh grade math and
A lot of
every-
seventh graders are
every-
well behaved.
Yeah, but not 100%. In this classroom, every student was heads down working on their assignment. And I mean, we have never seen such.
And I
reduction.
challenge you, I think you're going to McFarland Middle School. I challenge you to observe, and I think you're going to find the same experience. Our seventh graders are great young people who come to school ready to learn
Stop
every
it.
day.
Don't be defending the seventh graders.
I do think it's important to like call out two examples of that. So one
Yeah,
of the
but
things
the
that
goal
we'll see
here is to
is
take that McFarland teacher and clone him or her so that you have 100 of them across the system.
exactly. One example of that is what we call our TLIs, which these are classroom teachers who are relieved for a portion of the day to help develop other teachers in their building.
Yes, so you didn't mention that earlier.
I didn't, so I want to make sure I give you that example as well, because
Okay.
that's another way we do that.
And you do something like that for principals.
We have resident principals, we have principals that are in development that spend time with high-performing principals, but we don't pull principals away to go to other schools for extended period of time. They do that a lot through the cluster supports, where they'll meet at schools and they'll do all walkthroughs together and support. But I think the difference is our principals are a little bit different, that we don't want to pull them away from their building for extensive amount of time. But there's a lot of time in mentoring and development in new and aspiring principals, so that when they get on the roll and they get into these positions, they're well positioned to do the work well. So I think a lot of our work with principals, I would say, is front loading and preparing them for the work, either via our RISE program, and now we've relaunched the Mary Jane Patterson program. And we have strong partnerships with our universities that have customized the development opportunities for those that are aspiring to do the work.
Mary Jane Patterson, that was in a way that you were training teachers. You don't still use them.
We resurrected that program.
You did resurrect.
Yes, correct.
And how many individuals are in it right now?
I'll get you that number. I don't have that to memory, but I'll get you that number.
Okay, and RISE is different.
RISE is different, correct.
And how many are in that program?
Well, RISE was supported through a federal grant.
So it's no longer?
Correct, which is why we
resurrected Mary Jane.
Correct.
So you'll get back to us on Mary Jane.
Yep, we'll get you the numbers on
So
that.
I'm going to repeat the question, although restate it slightly. Because we're going to write this down and hold it against you next year. What are you doing to achieve transformative leadership in school leaders?
Again, I just gave it to you. You know, I think.
I know, but now we're writing it down.
Yeah, you should. you should write down, and you're gonna meet with our principals in December.
Yes.
I think you should ask them what our focus is around coaches. And
I'm asking you, what are you doing?
I just shared that with
Achieve
you.
transformative leadership.
I just shared that with you.
Mary
Again,
Jane Patterson, but I got a sense that it's sort of a bit ad hoc, where a principal.
I would say the focus is on developing our leaders to be effective coaches, right? And to do that with a focus around improving the quality of instruction, how people utilize data to inform instruction and interventions.
You're lucky. We got it written down.
Thank you.
How does DCPS support new principals in identifying and using key practices to create working conditions? That's a little different than what we've been talking about, and I'm sort of thinking of some of Scott Goldstein's testimony, although he was talking more about new teachers and what did he call it, induction, but something similar to that.
It is. So very similar. We have a principal induction process. We call it our new principal professional learning community. We intentionally try to complete all of our hiring in the spring so that over the summer we can go deep with our new principals. We have what we call base camp over the summer, where we spend a lot of time going through policy procedures, best practices, supporting with their hiring in preparation for the school year. And then that professional learning community continues with their supports throughout the school year. And this, again, this is coupled with the support that they receive from their instructional superintendent as a part of their cluster support model. And then they're often assigned a mentor. That mentor supports them throughout the school year as well. And then if there are any, site visits or work that we want them to see in other schools or happening across the district, we coordinate that as well. I'm really excited about this. I just shared that recently. The cohort of principals we just hired, especially we've got some first year principals that are doing a really phenomenal job in their first year. And I think it's a testament to the hiring process, but also the types of support that we provided them. So I'm really thrilled about what's to come for schools that have new leaders this year.
All right, I'm going to change the subject a little, but still with DCPS. And the issue here is transition. When there's a school that sees a transition from one principal to another. Let's use Ketchum as an example. Ketchum was improving before the pandemic hit. Like many schools, in 2022, 2023, that's not quite before the pandemic, but in 2022, 2023, 44.3% of students received a score of 3 or higher on DC CAPE. 44, almost half. So received a score of 3 or higher. The following year, this was halved to 22.3%. Now, they've had some turnover in principals. I think the principal there now is first year. And we hope very good. But the issue here is the transition. So the improvements that we're seeing, I don't want to say improvements because that speaks to as if there's something temporary about a trend. And I want to say we weren't able to sustain the status of the school, went from 44% to 22.3%. I'm guessing that there isn't anything extra effort that is done by DCPS when there is a transition to ensure that there is not a loss in the academic status.
Yeah, we think about our transitions in very strategic and thoughtful ways to minimize the impact to student achievement and staffing. I think one of the challenges you face when there's transitioning leaders is many times staff is connected to one of those leaders that's in transition, and sometimes there's staffing transitions that are very much so connected to that leadership change, which then creates a greater hill to climb for that school in terms of
But don't
maintaining
you
their
think,
progress.
DCPS, don't you think that Central should step in, recognizing that there's that risk? And try
I
to,
mean, our role is to minimize those transitions, and proudly, we have a retention rate of our school leaders above 95%, which is phenomenal. I think
correct,
you won't find that in many urban school districts.
correct, but there's still.
When those transitions occur though, obviously we do the work with the staff and engage them in the selection process to ensure that there's an opportunity to meet and buy in with the leader. But sometimes because of that attachment, we do see educators that transition, and then we start the process of helping that school rebuild and support that leader that is transitioning into the school. And like I said, with Ketchum is a good example where I have a lot of confidence in the new leader. And as you mentioned earlier, in a lot of schools, a part of their improvement trajectory was influenced by creating opportunities for new staff and new
Correct,
opportunities
but
there.
I think you're sidestepping the issue here, and that is Ketchum was doing pretty well. Then there was a transition. And I made the observation, I don't think that DCPS has any extra or special strategy to step in when there's a transition to ensure that there isn't a slip in the academic status. So I have a comparison here of Ketchum and Kimball. 10 years ago, 3+ ELA, 25.9 at Ketchum, 22.9 at Kimball. And then let's go, I think this is about 6 years ago, 3+ ELA, 52.3. So it went from 25.9 to 52.3. And it looks like 4 years, 5 years. And Kimball went from 22.9 to 46.5. So a little bit behind, but still kind of like the same trend. And then last year, Ketchum's 23.2, below where they were 10 years ago. And Kimball, meanwhile, is at 44.4, double what they were 10 years ago and pretty much where they were 5 years ago. So similar schools, similar demographics. Kimball saw a lot, both schools saw a lot of improvement before the pandemic. Change in principals at Ketchum, I'm pretty sure Kimball's seen some change, but Kimball's been able to sustain, I'm going to say academic status, and Ketchum has not. Again, the issue, my concern is we just don't want to see schools grow from one year to the next. We want to see them grow and stay.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Ketchum, I believe their slide in student achievement was happening before the transition occurred. But you may want to check my memory on those numbers. I think for us, minimizing the transition is strategy number one, right? I think the less transitions you have among school leaders, you minimize this type of impact. And I think there's a lot to be said about the work we've done to maintain a high retention rate among our school leaders.
Okay,
And one
don't spend
strategy,
too much time on that point.
but I think it's an important one because if you have less
Yeah, I know,
people
but you're not getting to
transition,
the rest of the answer,
right?
which is what's
it does strengthen the school. I think one of the strategies that we do employ is, are there individuals within that school community that can potentially step up and lead? And I think Kimball is a good example you mentioned. The current principal at Kimball was on staff there at Kimball and stepped into the role as the leader and has been able to maintain progress. And I think there was a time period where there were some challenges, but they've done really well. And so one way we think about that is, are there people internally that we can look towards for leadership. Sometimes there is, or sometimes there isn't. And I think that's the challenge that our instructional superintendents and our team takes on centrally, is how to best support a school that's in transition. One of the things that we do well, I believe, is we help with hiring in the spring and the summer, because a lot of times when you have those transitions, you will lose staff, as I mentioned earlier, and having a strong hiring strategy will help ensure that there's strong talent there for whoever's transitioning into the role. And then also the type of leader that you hire for that school can make a difference. And so we're really thoughtful in the selection process and how we support the person going into that role. But those transitions are hard.
Well, I appreciate your answer, but the concern remains, and that is to sustain the the academic status. I have to recognize my colleague, but before I do, I have two quick questions. One of the witnesses testified, our current middle schoolers miss critical years of literacy screening and instruction. As a result, students are arriving to middle school and cannot read. They may have received tiered interventions in elementary school. This is the point, but we have no information on the student and the supports they received. We don't know if they were screened or if they moved through the MTSS process. Why is that communication not taking place?
Yeah,
And is that a question to you or to Asi?
Yeah, I wasn't clear on that comment, because year over year, the students entering sixth grade, their literacy proficiency has been higher. We provide panorama data with all the students when they move schools, switch schools, so schools get all the information they need on the student. So I think we'd have to get more information from the person who testified on that, because
So you think the school may have had the information, but somehow it didn't get to this?
I'm not sure what the teacher's referring to, honestly.
Anymore.
Because there's a wealth of information that schools get on students.
Yeah, that's right. We met with the student advocate. We met with the student advocate yesterday, and he said there's the same issue with the 504s, that they don't, that information is not communicated or transferred from one school to the next. So my kid has a 504, goes to a different school, and it starts all over.
Yeah, I mean, if it's within DCPS, we have access to that information. We keep all our 504s on the same platform, so they have access to that data. The only challenge we experience if the student's coming from another LEA, sometimes it does take some time to get all the documents from the other LEA. But in terms of if it's within DCPS, we're all on the same platform. You have access to the data.
So you're clear, 504 data is shared within DCPS.
Correct. If you're moving from one DCPS to another DCPS.
So this might be more of an OSSI question about sharing 504 data between LEAs. And when I say sharing, I mean recognizing FERPA.
But to put a final point on it, I also think it depends on if they're coming from within our state education agency as well, because if a student is coming from another state, that can be a completely different thing. But, OSSI can speak to within DC.
Ms. Ross?
OSSI collects 504 data for students who receive transportation services because of their 504. OSSI does not currently collect all 504s. The state education agency does not have a formal role in that process like we do under IDEA for students with IEPs and recognizes disabilities. I think this probably speaks to a larger challenge of exchange of information across LEAs as students transition, whether it be a 504 or other information. And so there is an opportunity to create some sort of electronic transfer file using the course data we now collect or other things, but there is just a cost associated with all of this that we have to take under consideration and balance against other priorities.
So this is like, I'm not going to break the state back. So this is, I want to say, crack that we have to figure out how to fill.
Okay, thank you for that.
I think that was a yes.
We're always interested in improving.
And I will note that LEAs have processes to transfer student files and student information currently. So it's not the case that LEAs don't have these systems and processes in place, but at the state level, we do not have the electronic data file capacity at this current moment.
Right, I thought this was a simple question. So the witness was Amy Bacardi, DC Public Schools educator. She's at Stewart Hobson. I'd be happy to share this with you, but I'm not feeling satisfied with reconciling your answer with her statement.
Yeah,
So if you could,
we'll follow Stuart Hobson because just not making a connection to them because there's so
And-
much information.
and look at the testimony. I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. I don't think I am, but she says there's a communications problem. You're saying there shouldn't be, somebody's right. Maybe you're both right. There shouldn't be,
Yep.
but there is.
We have to look into that issue.
The other issue I want to bring up was the testimony from Christian Herr with Amplify. Had you heard this before? He said DCPS has made Amplify's lengthy and redundant built-in assessments mandatory. Second, Amplify's content is lacking and biased. Finally, Amplify students spend most of their time looking at screens.
Yeah, I heard that. I think this was the science, correct? If I
Yes,
remember
and it was
correctly.
the teacher who testified from a closet.
Yeah. That's the first concern we've heard about the science curriculum. It's important to note that we do have a waiver process. So if you have a better approach, we welcome other curriculum. that
Would
you
his
can-
principal be standing in the way of that? I'm not saying he is, but could it be?
What school is?
Stewart Hobson.
Stuart Hobson, yeah.
He's been a teacher for 13 years.
I doubt that the principal would be in barrier and impeding this, but we're happy to reach out to the principal.
So you'll look into this.
Yeah, we'll look into
And
that.
if you need a copy of the statement, we can get it to you.
Yeah.
Were you going to say more?
No, I think that's it.
Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. And I note that you have to recognize your colleague, but glad to be here. So I have been listening. I'm going to make just a couple of observations. One on the back and forth about growth versus snapshots of proficiency. I spent a decade as an advocate in this space. And in that decade, I think I must have said 1,000 times, snapshots of proficiency are meaningless and growth is all that matters. And snapshots of proficiency can tell you about the population at the school. It can be a great comfort to a parent that their child would go to a school that has a thriving cohort, whether they're thriving because of things at home or because of things in the school. But growth tells you what difference the school or the LEA is making. So I do note, so that's one thing. There's also been a tension in this space for decades because there's been a push for transformation, but on the other hand, we hear about the need for stability. And so how do you do that? How do you balance that? And both in the public charter school world and in the DCPS school world, how long do you stay trying to grow the skills of the folks that you have before you turn over the apple cart and start over again? And that's a tough one.
Mhm.
I think there has been a fair amount of growing consensus that stability is very, very important. So I think we want to be careful. We need to be transforming, but that's slow work actually to get there with folks. And I actually applaud both sectors for how we're doing. I thought that the testimonies from the bold schools was amazing, those leaders, and they are kind of the map of what we need to be doing and expand and having others learning from them. I also thought it was pretty interesting that Scott Goldstein and Josh Boots said the same things today. They used slightly different words, but they talked about the same things. So I do think we're coming closer to a consensus about how we make a difference in our schools. And the results from last year, I think, are encouraging for both sectors. I do think when I look at it, the DCPS schools, I think, have an enormous amount to be proud of, that the improvement, the gains were marginally better sort of across the board. There are a couple of exceptions to that, but I think an awful lot to be proud of inside of DCPS, although hopefully a recognition that the road ahead, we have to do way, way better, but the direction's positive. I thought Scott Goldstein in his testimony, when he talked about the different plans, how we were going to get to 70% proficiency by a certain date, and that clearly didn't happen. We need to have high ambitions, but also realistic expectations about how we get there brick by brick. Realistic expectations with DCPS, the one that just kind of cracks your heart is 8th grade math, that it was 10% proficiency. And I do think math is the place where DCPS has lagged. So I'm curious to hear what your plans are to try to turn that around, particularly at the middle school level.
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's something that I wake up thinking about daily, but I just want to give you, mic drop praise on what you just mentioned about growth. I think it is so true, and the way that you characterize it well as proficiency is just a snapshot, and growth capturing the difference made is so true. Again, I do appreciate what you said about the balance that we try to find. I think stability in school leader is one that impacts both, not only the school, but also the people in that building. It's something we think about. And, when there are times when we need to make a transition, and how do you support a leader? I think we approach it from a strengths-based approach. What do you do well? What do we do well? How do we build upon that? And then what do we need to improve on? In terms of middle school math, while there's a lot of work to be done, I think the idea that our middle schoolers as a whole are performing at a higher level than pre-pandemic levels in this short amount of time is something that we should be excited about. If you look across the nation, there's very few places where students are performing above pre-pandemic levels in math. I think part of that has been attributed to the strong transition that we focus on entering 6th grade. So our 6th grade academy is one that I would point to in terms of just how you enter middle school, because it's a different world. As a former middle school principal and assistant principal, I'll tell you, it can be a very challenging time for our young people. So getting off to a strong start is important. But the other thing is having an eye towards algebra by 8th grade is another way I think we position our students well for middle school math. And so we have this goal to double the number of students that are taking algebra by grade 8. And we've seen more students start 6th grade with a more advanced math course. And we've even set some protocols for the types of courses that you should be taking when you enter in 6th grade based on your performance data from 5th grade, which is much more prescriptive than where we've been in the past. And so we expect now the same number of students that are taking algebra and geometry, maybe out of Deal Middle School, for that to be happening across the district. We know just putting students in the courses is not enough, right? And so we are tailoring our professional learning experiences with our educators so that they can support that deep learning and critical thinking that prepares our students for algebra. And then what happens outside of the school time is something we're also thinking about. So we launched our math competitions, and I'm thrilled that now our public charter school is going to join us. But, it's exciting to see mathletes compete at the middle school level around some of these algebraic concepts that we're trying to deepen understanding. The last thing I'll point to is what happens over the summer. So we're seeing more and more students express interest and participate in the prep programs that we offer at DCPS and across the city to better prepare students for algebra by 8th grade. We think that's a critical piece in terms of the learning that happens when students are not in school and over the summer in preparation for those advanced studies. And we know that when students have those skills and they're entering 9th grade, the world is open in terms of the types of courses you can take for advanced math and the connection that has to the post-secondary space. So those are just some of the examples that I would point to. Chief Kogan, did I miss anything in terms of the math space for middle school?
The only thing I would add, and just as a point of clarification, is that the 8th grade math assessment would not include our 8th grade students who are taking Algebra 1 or even geometry and taking those course assessments. And so as a whole, overall in 8th grade, that proficient number is much higher. But if you're taking 8th grade math as an 8th grader, you're going to take that math assessment. But since we have made a major push to have our students take more accelerated pathways, if you're an 8th grader who takes Algebra 1, then you will take the Algebra 1 assessment.
Okay, well, that is helpful, and it goes to what are these numbers? And I was going to ask a different question, but I'll get it on the next round. But one of the things, and we've talked about this before, but I just want to make sure that I understand it, that there's a lot of movement in the middle of the year. And for the students who move in the middle of the year, I wonder where I see their results in this mix, because I take it there is a point, if they've been in one place for long enough, then explain to me where I find the results for those students.
Well, first, we're excited before the end of the calendar year to be publishing our mobility data again at your nudge. So we hope that continues to be a useful resource for you and others. For our statewide assessment, any student who is enrolled during the assessment window is expected to take the statewide assessment. That's what the laws say. That's what our rules say. They're included in participation metrics. Families, educators receive those scores back for students. When we are reporting out aggregated metrics at the school or LEA or state level, we only include students who are enrolled for what we call full academic year, which is 80% of the window between the October 5th count day and the start of the testing window. If a student is enrolled for 80% of that time at a school, they are included in the school's proficiency rate. If they are at the LEA level, so if a student transitioned from one DCPS school to another or one friendship school to another in the middle of the school year, they would be included in the LEA level. And if they are were in somewhere in the state in one of the schools for at least 80% of the time, they'd be in the state metrics.
So students who were at a school for 40% of the time or 75% of the time in that window, or a school or an LEA for 75% of the time, would not turn up in the results for the individual schools, but the LEA, but they would turn up in the state results.
Correct. If they were in, if they transitioned from one sector to another, one LEA from another, but were enrolled at least 80% of the time, they'd be in those state metrics.
I mean, do you have any sense of how many results are for kids who are not attributed to a school or an LEA?
The national research shows that these transitions can be disruptive for students' learning, and I'm not going to give you a number on the fly because I'll get myself in trouble by not double checking. But we do see sort of similar impacts here in the district.
Yeah, you're a step ahead of me. Okay. I do think it's really important that we get a number for that cohort, because I think it's not going to be good. And I think that it will tell us that this it will reconfirm that this mid-year mobility, as OSSE said in its first report, is like a cancer that doesn't help kids or schools.
Oh, the difference can be determined. It's the difference between the denominator of the participation metric and the denominator of the achievement metric at the state and LEA schools. So happy to follow up and think about how to report that more thoroughly.
Okay, wonderful. I have run over, so I will stop for now. More run?
2-minute clock. Chancellor Farabee, there was a testimony from Scott Goldstein where one of the recommendations he made, policy and legislation, promote experiential learning by reforming field trip policies. And I asked him, we were supposed to pass some legislation? He said, no. DCPS has a 54-page form, policy, something with regard to field trip policies. Is that for real?
I don't know how many pages it is, not counting the pages, but we have made revisions as risks or safety issues have been presented as relates to field trips. We also are in an environment where transportation services continue to be a challenge. And so we had to refine some of our practices so that we can be more proactive in the way schools plan for field trips and ensuring that there's available transportation. We had about 3,900, close to 4,000 field trips last year, which I believe was an increase year over year. But I would argue that, experiential learning is not just limited to field trips, right? It is a wide range of opportunities for students, but we do want to make sure that we have the safety protocols in place.
Why don't we do this? Could you send me a copy of the current DCPS field trip, whatever it is that teachers have to deal
We can
with?
do that.
I'd kind of like to see, my view is that,
It's also on our website, but we'll make sure you get a copy.
okay. Well, I want you to give me what you think is the current, what you'd say is the current. Thank you. The literacy, there was a literacy task force. The literacy task force made recommendations. What progress has DCPS made with regard to those recommendations?
Yep. So I would point to our training. I know Chief Kogan can speak to the work we've done in this area and some of the progress that we made.
Yes, so we are on track with all of the recommendations from the Literacy Task Force, which include, as the Chancellor mentioned, training. So we are training all of our kindergarten teachers, as well as going above and beyond in training ESOL and special education teachers who work with kindergarten students this year through the DCPS Reading Clinic. So they have an intensive training program.
So by the end of the year, all of the educators in those grades will have gone through the training.
Yes. Mhm.
Were you going to say more?
Well, I was only going to allow for if somebody was absent on a particular day or something like that. But yes, every teacher has the
Okay.
training, and we are actually very happy to be able to provide follow-up coaching for kindergarten teachers who would like that coaching. So the DCPS Reading Clinic managers are able to support individual teachers in their classroom on a follow-up basis for coaching. And then the other aspects of the Literacy Task Force or recommendations from the task force include things like our, required dyslexia training. So our educators take that training. We also do the screener for our students, which we do DIBELS and have used that for many years and provide families with information if their student is flagged for being at risk of reading difficulty. We've also been working with OSSI on our curriculum. For HQIM, we completed the audit that OSSI requires and have made some updates and revisions in response to feedback from OSSI.
Public Charter School Board or the charter sector?
Thank you for the question. I would actually defer to OSSI for the numbers of the aggregate for the charter sector, but you heard from one of our second largest LEA today and previously about the efforts that they've made in terms of literacy instruction. and following the recommendations of the task force. And that's Friendship, our second largest LEA. But we actually do not track the training of the instructors. That is something that OSSI tracks. I don't know if you have that.
Okay,
readily
Ms. Ross?
available.
Thank you so much. And I will just say we've been thrilled by the partnership from DCPS, PCSB, and from all of our DC schools in implementing the requirements of both the dyslexia legislation and the recommendations of the Literacy Task Force. We just closed on October 31 our dyslexia training awareness requirements, and we have just shy of 14,000 unique educators that have completed that training across all DC LEAs. We'll publish those data in 10 business days after October 31, so they'll be live on November 17th. We also have collected high quality instructional materials information from all DC LEAs, as well as information attesting to the screeners in use. As Chief Colgan mentioned, DCPS is using DIBELS. We see a range of screeners across our charter sector, but those screeners must be high quality. They're selecting from a list of approved screeners that OSSI annually publishes. We also saw this year something really fun in the dyslexia training, which is that the dyslexia training is articulated by grade bands, and we saw about 2,000 individuals take multiple iterations of the dyslexia training. So dyslexia for adolescent literacy, dyslexia for elementary learners. And so that was something that we believe is a testament to the exceptional high quality of the work that our team at OSSI has done in order to regularly update this training in response to feedback that we've received from DC educators.
So you would say everything's on track in terms of implementing the recommendations?
Correct.
Math Task Force recommendations, Chancellor. Yes, so with the Math Task Force, I would point to a couple examples. One, we've established some certificate in credentialing that our educators can pursue to deepen their math skills, which is a part of the recommendation. The high quality instructional materials would be another one that I'll point to. DCPS is, as I mentioned earlier, incorporated our Eureka Math Square for our elementary age students, illustrative math for middle school, building blocks for pre-K.
I think you're telling me what DCPS is doing with regard to math, which is good and important. And you have said in the past that math, you're putting more emphasis on math. But my question had to do with the task force recommendations.
So these are things that are in the task force recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so
think the task force recommendations came out fairly recently.
they did come out recently. I'm just sharing,
Okay.
if you look at the recommendations, how the work of DCPS is aligned to those recommendations.
So you think you're already on track to complying with all
Yeah,
of them?
looking at those, I would agree that we are already on track. Obviously, my colleague Elizabeth Ross can confirm that, but the way that it speaks to teacher development, credentialing, the way that it speaks to the high quality instructional materials and the types of professional learning experiences that teachers should have, I think we're very much aligned. The last one that I would point to is family and community engagement, which is a key principle that we believe also helps drive math achievement. Especially, there's tend to be a generational divide around math in terms of this idea of old math and new math. And I think the better we're able to engage with families around math will help us improve. In fact, we have a math night next week for families, and we've had math Saturdays. I mentioned the math competitions we do, the we engage families. And so I think continuing that approach is very much so important to our journey in math and also aligned to the recommendations to the task force. I'll turn them to Chief Ross. Did I get it
No,
right?
she's going to come after
Oh, she's gonna
Dr.
come.
Walker Davis. She's probably going to give the same answer she gave before.
I am. There are a range of efforts going on in the charter sector that are aligned with the math task force, but I do want to underscore, we know we have a challenge with math in the city, And I'm actually excited about the collaborative efforts that are happening now with DCPS, with charter schools, with Empower K-12. And so I think that there are going to be lots of opportunities to lean into those best practices, learn from each other, and improve those best practices. In terms of numbers and schools participating, I would certainly defer to ASI around that. But I am encouraged that we are looking at models similar to the success that we saw with high impact tutoring and doing that on the math side, and charters are actively engaged in that work as well.
Ms. Ross?
Thanks so much. Very similar with what the Chancellor and Director Walker Davis shared. The work of the Math Task Force is well underway, despite the fact that we just recently released that report. So as you know well, because we had one of your staffers participate in that body, the Math Task Force was a comprehensive citywide body that convened regularly during the 24-25 school year. But we did not wait until the task force recommendations were complete in order to start implementing the work that the task force was recommending. And instead, we set up two parallel bodies, the Math Task Force Advisory Council and the Instructional Resources Working Group. The Math Task Force Advisory Council was comprised of national experts and designed to help ensure that the work that we were doing here in DC and recommending here in DC was aligned with what research and best practices show is happening nationally in order to drive math achievement and math improvements. Whereas the Instructional Resources Working Group was a group comprised of DC educators, both those participating on the Math Task Force and other high-performing math educators across our city. They've already published 3 turnkey materials that are designed to improve the quality of instruction across our city: the High-Quality Instructional Materials Rubric, an Evidence-Based Math Practices Guide, and a math walkthrough tool that's designed to enable math teachers themselves, instructional leaders at the school building, and instructional coaches have a direct look-fors that they can use when they're evaluating the quality of math instruction, and use that tool in order to drive and increase the quality of instruction. We believe that that tool is particularly helpful and useful for some of the conversations that we heard on Wednesday and that we've had here today around how to raise the quality of school leadership and coaching across the city, because tools like that help ensure that every coach has something that they can turn to in order to pressure test the guidance that they're giving, the feedback that they're giving. And it can be very helpful to engage in the kind of peer coaching that we heard about from some of the witnesses today. And it can be very, very helpful for schools to adopt as a whole. So we're thrilled with the work that's already underway and already been completed by the bodies that served on the Math Task Force. And I just want to thank all of the members of the Math Task Force for their really hard work and on that final recommendations report.
So bottom line is everything's on track.
That is correct. OSSI is working diligently in partnership with DC LEAs in both sectors in order to implement those recommendations. Not all of those recommendations are necessarily designed to be implemented in year one. In particular, one of the recommendations around integrated math requires further consideration and exploratory work and is happening in parallel to the work that OSSI has undertaken with our State Board of Education to reimagine high school graduation requirements. But certainly I have no immediate barriers to implementation of the Math Task Force recommendations.
Great. Last question. Councilmember, this is my last question, even though I'm over. So last year at the academic achievement hearing, we asked you to rate yourselves on the previous year. We actually took notes. So I'm going to ask you how you rate your, how do I want to put this? Because it's not personal. How do you rate how the government, how public education has performed over the past year? This is a 2-part question. How do you rate public education progress over the past year? And how do we measure your progress for next year? Who goes first?
I'm happy to go first. I think the data speak for themselves. We have an incredible amount to be proud of as a DC public education sector. We saw a significant improvements in achievement and in growth across both sectors. And they were shared across geography, across student group, across grade band. I think there's a lot of which we have to be incredibly proud. I think moving forward, we must remain laser focused on interventions and supports that are going to to enable us to continue to move the needle and support our students who are furthest from opportunity and making the highest rates of growth.
So you're going to avoid giving the government a grade.
Well, I don't know the scale, so I'm not sure that I can accurately assess us without a scale.
A, B, C, D, F,
Yeah.
or even go pass, fail.
I think we have done exceptional work across the government of which we both can and should be incredibly proud. And we didn't do it in isolation. I mean, we did it with continued investments from the mayor and from this council in our public education system. So it certainly is a citywide effort. Our students have a lot to be proud of. Our educators have a lot to be proud of. And I think everyone in this room has a lot to be proud of.
But the second part was, how do we measure you next year? Now, let me just say, a couple years ago, I went through an exercise. I went to a leadership training exercise, and I was asked to come up with a goal. And then I got a long lecture. It wasn't just me, it was a small group. We were given a lecture that had to be measurable. So it can't be something like, oh, schools will be better. It's got to be like, oh, the summative assessment will be 10 points higher. Maybe you don't want to go there, but I want something measurable. So
Yeah, thanks so much for that. I'm going to answer in two parts. OSSE is midstream right now in developing our strategic plan for the next 5 years. And as part of that, we're doing deep deliberative work about how we will hold ourselves and support our LEAs and our schools in holding themselves accountable. And also as a city, you know, I named both that we have much of which we should rightfully be very, very proud. And also we have continued opportunities to grow. And I think where we need to move the needle over the next year and in the next few years is in ensuring that our students furthest from opportunity are making even more rapid gains than our all students population.
is that measurable?
It sure is. I mean, I think we can go ahead and measure what the current gaps that we have across different students of different economic statuses, students of different disability statuses, students in different geographic wards, and you know.
So you're saying basically shrink the achievement gap.
Correct.
But do you want to measure it?
It's absolutely measurable.
No, I didn't ask you
should be
that.
looking for are higher rates of growth for our students who are in need of making the most progress in order to attain those rigorous grade level standards. And so what I would expect to see would be variable rates of growth depending on where those students are achieving today.
Should I let it pass? I don't think we're going to get more specific, so I'll probably let it pass, but I have down reduce achievement gap. I'd like something more specific, maybe the chancellor will.
Yeah, so, I mean, our results speak for themselves, and I think I heard you speak to them at a congressional hearing. Like, our results speak for themselves. Like, they're strong, undeniably strong across the board. And to see record achievement in math year over year is something that I want to build upon. The reality is we have not fully recovered from the pandemic in terms of math and performing above pre-pandemic level. And it's a goal that I've set for myself and our team. And it's my hope as we continue our work that we're putting in place the right strategy so that we can report back that we are performing above pre-pandemic levels in math. That deeper in math, currently we have 85% of our sixth graders in advanced pathways math course this year. My expectation is that all of those students are successful and through. And if that happens, we know that we have a greater chance of the majority of our eighth graders being prepared for algebra. And it goes back to the goal that I set for myself and our team I mentioned earlier, is to double the number of students that are successfully completing algebra by eighth grade. And I think we do that really well. We set our students up for success in high school and beyond.
Dr. Walker Davis?
I echo the sentiments of my colleagues in terms of what we have to be proud of. I'm excited about the progress that we're seeing across public education, and I'm specifically excited that our charter schools are also seeing gains in ELA and math. Yes, there is room for improvement, but I know that folks are laser focused on making that improvement. I'm encouraged by the growth that we're seeing, and in terms of what you can expect from us, it's to continue to highlight and emphasize the importance of growth. It weighs very heavily in our accountability framework, and it will continue to do so. In terms of what you can expect from PCSB, to stay the course on our mission and our vision, to continue to lift up where we see bright spots in the charter sector, to lift up where we see opportunities, and to continue to work with council, mayor, our education partners, and others to direct the resources where we think improvement needs to be, to collaborate with each other differently, to lean in on the best practices that we're learning about. We've stayed the course on some really important things, and I think that is necessary for us to continue to see the level of improvement that we're seeing across the district. So I'm excited for next year. We have a lot of things in place, and I'm excited to continue working with the very strong charter leaders that we have in our community.
Councilmember Fruman, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, who set me up to be the last thing between you and your weekends. So I'll try to be efficient. I was struck. I mean, I want to thank Chairman Mendelson for having this series of hearings. I thought today's hearing was really interesting, and I thought the hearing with the Bold Schools was also very interesting. I was struck when Josh Boots said about the collaboration around math, how positive that was between the sectors. I think hats off to all of you for doing that. The kids come first. I also was struck that, and I said this before, that what Josh Boots talked about and what Scott Goldstein talked about and what the principals of the Bold Schools talked about were so similar. And they used different words. There was tweaks here and there, but it does feel like the path is, we see the path. And the path is a lot about culture, a lot about having our teachers and families feel comfortable and respected and included inside of our schools. One flashpoint around that is impact. And I'm curious how you see impact fitting into that overall effort to create a spirit of trust inside of the schools. And I get it that Impact 2009 and Impact 2025 are different, but are you thinking about ways that Impact can further evolve so that we build trust inside of the schools between administrators and teachers, which struck me as central to how schools succeed?
Yeah, for impact, we're constantly tweaking, and given the focus that we've had on instructional coaches, most recently, our thinking has been around how do we ensure that we have the right impact structure and model for our instructional coaches, and what we should be paying attention to and the types of goals and measures. Because I think if you look at the coaching model, there's one way to think about, is coaching something that should be measured based on student achievement or the change in adult practice, right? And you can argue a little bit of both, right? And I think having the right recipe for the way we support instructional coaches in their development, but also how do we hold them accountable and evaluate their performance from an impact perspective is something that we're thinking about. But overall, I think the tool itself continues to evolve in response to the needs of our organization.
So I hear you. One of my takeaways was, I just thought it was so striking to hear the 8 school leaders talk about the spirit of trust inside of their schools and how critical that was to the success of the schools. And that to me becomes the compass point. And so that's the thing we want to be contributing to.
Yeah, and I don't know that, and maybe this is not implied, that distrust and impact are synonymous, right? I think there are a lot of things that we can point to in school that, fosters trust and what does not. But I think the way that we've developed our leaders to utilize the evaluation process to be an asset, right, is something that I think is ongoing, but relatively positive, right? So I'm not sure if that was the connection that you were trying to draw.
Well, I mean, it's not exactly the connection that I'm trying to draw, but I do hear from teachers, and we hear from teachers at these hearings that impact is a tool, and it's used in different kinds of ways, and there's levels of subjectivity that become part of it. I hear fairly often from teachers, and it's not all teachers, and you guys do surveys, and lots of teachers think that impact works, but when I hear a complaint from a teacher, it's often about impact and the sense of the sword of Damocles hanging over them, sometimes around subjective things. And how you deal with that, I don't have the answer for you right now.
Yeah, well, I think continue to seek out feedback, and where there are themes that we hear, we want to be responsive to that feedback. But, I think any evaluative system, there always going to be some question, am I getting the right rating, or am I being evaluated appropriately, and is it fair and consistent? And those are all things that we think about. But I think if you look at the overall landscape of the model, I think it has served DCPS well, and I think it's one of the drivers for the transformation that we've seen in DCPS over the last decade.
And I don't want to use up all my time on this, but I do wonder whether there couldn't be value in bringing folks together to talk about how it might be improved, to try to give a more and more of a sense of ownership to, I know you don't want it to be a thing that's negotiated about, you don't want it, but to what extent can you bring folks into the tent to have a conversation to inform the ways in which you might be tweaking it going forward?
We do a lot of that. Trust, we're not short on feedback. So we solicit that feedback. We survey our teachers, school leaders. As you know, we had a study in collaboration with the Washington Teachers Union around impact. So it's something we'll continue to collect data on.
All right, and I was really heartened to hear the description. I represent Ward 3. I want the schools in Ward 3 to succeed. It is critical that schools in all parts of the city succeed. I thought Josh Boots presented data showing that the growth in Ward 7 and 8 was significantly greater than the city average. That does need to be the mission. And I'm not 100% sure how you operationalize that. But one of the things that the Bold Schools panel, one of the panels, and I think it was a charter LEA person, said that the DC School Connect program was so important to the success of the schools, and all of the leaders at the table nodded their heads. And so talk to me, maybe both of you, Chancellor Farabee and Ms. Walker-Davis, what's happening in that space, and what do we need to do to strengthen it? Because I haven't seen an analysis of this, but I wonder if a differentiator between high-performing schools in 7 and 8 and less successful schools in Ward 7 and 8 includes levels of truancy and kids' sense of safety getting back and forth to school. I wonder if there's leadership, there's teachers, but there's also that dimension. So talk to me about DC School Connect, because it was news to me when it came up on the panel.
Yeah, I think it's a great tool. It's an expensive tool that we have, right? And I think it's one that, I think our school leaders would would argue that we probably need more of, right? It doesn't serve as many neighborhoods and communities as we would like. I think we have the responsibility to continue to think through, what are all the transportation options that we can explore to get students to and from school safety. But, I think the idea of safety in the neighborhood and communities certainly is a barrier, right? And schools do a really good job working through that, some better than others. But I think we still also have to anchor in that once we get students to school, schools continue to remain the safest places in the city for our young people. And so I think there is more conversation we need to have. Like, what are all the tools, if we think about transportation, getting to and from school safely, that we can utilize so that we maximize student potential? That's the way I would think about it.
Yeah, I would just underscore the consistent concerns that we hear from our school leaders about safety and transportation to and from schools, particularly in the wards that you mentioned. I would also lift up the data that we see about how much traveling students who live in Ward 7 and 8 in particular do to get to charter schools, or if they're going to a DCPS school outside of their neighborhood. And so that is why transportation and safety are important in that. In those travels. And I would echo what the chancellor said about the other resources too. Safe Passages comes up as a very important and vital resource for students and families. And so, yes, I think those things matter. And you heard that being lifted up by our school leaders as one of the necessary ingredients, not separate and apart from the things that they were doing inside of the school in terms of instruction.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to the chairman has had a colloquy in these different hearings about what's more important, solving poverty or solving education. And solving poverty is one project, but it's not the project for this hearing. This hearing is solving education, and which is more important it's not relevant to today's conversation. We got to do the best we can on both of these things. I don't hear those issues about safety as a barrier to getting to school from the parents in Ward 3. And I want to see performance lifted up all across the city. So if this is the critical thing and you say to me that it's expensive, if this is how we get to your goal, where we're lifting up performance, particularly in the places where the needs are the greatest, I want to do it. So I want to hear it from you all clearly, because I don't know the answer, but I was struck when it was lifted up at that hearing.
Yeah. And I mentioned the cause because obviously we have competing priorities as we think about, the gains that we want to make in student achievement. And I think we have to be very strategic about the investments we make. I can't say enough about the Department for Hired Vehicles and Supports, DC Connect. I think it's a lot of work been done to coordinate that. And it's a lot of work been done to coordinate Safe Passage, a lot of other strategies that we have. But I want us to look at the entire universe, right? Even Kids Ride Free, let's look at the entire universe of how students get to school, to and from, and then what can be done to ensure that they do it in the most safe manner.
I would also just include the efforts that individual LEAs are making in terms of transportation. Some of them have their own transportation and other activities that they're doing to ensure that. And I think you're right. We can't, all of it matters. They matter to different degrees, but you heard lots of testimony today and previously about us supporting the whole child. And when we're thinking about that, we cannot not think about the other things besides academics. I even referenced that in my testimony, but I didn't want to leave without saying that in addition to all of the city resources, individual LEAs are also committing resources to ensure that they can support that safe passage to and from school.
And Councilmember Fruman, I just want to chime in with 2 additional points from the OSSE lens. The first of which is we now have publicly available citywide data from DC Says, our school culture and climate survey, and these data can be used by city level leaders in order to make strategic decisions about where additional supports are needed, included supports around school safety and around school climate. Additionally, I want to note that it's not only a matter of getting our students to school, but also what's happening during the school day. And OSSE has concentrated its most intensive instructional support, high impact tutoring at our schools in wards 7, 8, and 1. And we've done that because we see the lowest rates of achievement in those wards.
Okay, really appreciate it. I'm going to wind up. One thing that I'll invite you to speak to, Chancellor Farabee, is in terms of instructional coaches, and part of what we heard at the Bold Schools hearing was how important they are. And I think you have like 167 who are ELA and 100 much significantly lower for math. So that's just one thing. I think another of the themes that we heard was about experiential learning, and I'm curious, like, I know it's hard and I understand that there are costs associated, but to the extent that the charter sector as an incubator of innovation that's, in my opinion, that's charter sector at its best. We had the fellow from Center City who talked about the makerspace and how engaged the kids were and what kinds of things can we do in that space, because there's, it can sometimes be that there's 2 things that bring you to school and you do the 5 other ones. But so, we heard it also at a different hearing when Deputy Mayor Kine said that the advanced technical programs had wait lists. Like, if we have wait lists for things like that, how do we do it? So both of you can speak to.
Glad the young person mentioned it, because we also have maker spaces in our school as well that our young people enjoy, learning in that environment. I'm glad that that example was raised, because I think when people think about experiential learning, they think about immediately field trips. So, I was saying earlier, there's a wide range of experiential learning experiences that we can create. I think about a classroom at Phelps Academy that I recently observed, where we have architects that are working in the city come into a classroom, and there's a assignment that are replicating where young people are developing their own community, and they have to think about things like affordable housing and environmental factors. And it was just interesting to see the thinking that was occurring. And they were doing it with Lego, right? But it was interesting for them to think through some of the challenges that we are thinking through as a city, right? And one of the prompts was around, how do you take office space and convert it to living spaces? So it's just fascinating to see, and I raise that because I think the types of learning opportunities that we provide in the classroom have to be innovative and creative in that same way to stretch our students' thinking and also increase their engagement. The other thing that I would point to is a lot of our students come to school for what happens after the school day. So I go back to the focus that we've had on middle school in math. We are continue to understand what our students are interested in, what are they doing after school, especially at the middle school level, because that transition can be very different. And we have a lot of partners who support us. We want to make sure we have activities that are high interest, clubs that are engaging for our middle school age students. And of course, we want to have the right mix of athletics, the arts, and so on. So I think creating a well-rounded experience during the day and both after school have been things that we think make the difference in student achievement, but also keep our students coming back.
So put your shoulder down and help me get my legislation passed.
Councilmember Fruman, I'll just note that we did expand the ATC this year. We opened the Ward 8 ATC about a month ago, and we're incredibly proud to be able to bring this programming to more DC students.
I'll just add that we have schools whose entire mission is experiential learning. We have schools who are doing that at the classroom level. So we have a range of those opportunities in the charter sector. I think you're right that there are opportunities to learn from best practices across our sectors, and that is happening at the school level. And I think we are trying to create more opportunities for that to happen. So, yep.
On that cheerful note, I will let everyone move on to their weekend.
Well, I was thinking of more questions, but we've exhausted ourselves. Stop it. So that's going to end this hearing. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Thank you, the witnesses who testified before that. This again has been a hearing on academic achievement in the District of Columbia, and the record will close in 2 weeks. That is at 5 p.m. on Friday, November 21st, 2025. The time is